Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Loton Park here on a slowly brightening Sunday morning. It started off cold and overcast, but hopefully, like yesterday, the sun will make an appearance before long and warm us all up. My name's Alex. I'm one of the commentators here. Alongside me is Benoit. We'll be running you through some of the action today, both here at the venue in person, plus those who are joining us on HillClimb.TV's live stream via YouTube. Please do enjoy the day's action wherever you are. We look forward to comments on the YouTube channel and chatting to people here as well during the lunch break. So please come and say hello. Tell us interesting stuff that we could talk about on the commentary. We like a bit of interaction, and we'll hopefully make the day a little bit better and more entertaining, although what much more we can add compared to all these cars, I don't know, Benoit.
Great day here. So today we're just welcoming the Midland Hillclimb Championships sponsored by BMTR Motorsport tyres. The running order for this morning is pretty straightforward. We are running the practice runs for the Interclubs, and then second practice for the Midland. So all those cars will be going into batch, and then we'll finish off. So we're gonna have one time run for the Midland contenders, another time run for the Interclub meeting contenders, and we're gonna finish with the first of the Midland top 12 runoff before lunchtime.
If everything goes to plan.
If everything goes to plan, but that's the plan, and we'll stick to it.
Yeah, we will get as close to that as we can, but we'll keep you updated as we figure things out. With any luck, a good amount of running in the morning. As Benoit said, we'll have some timed events a bit later on. At the moment, we're just in practice sessions, and then we'll be going into the actual championship running later on. Just seeing on the screen, HillClimb.TV, some action from the first practice this morning. Rather hairy driving there for Tony Feekins and his Peugeot, but he got away with it, as he always does. And as it was practice, it doesn't matter. We won't get to time runs for a little while yet. Yesterday we had some brilliant running, some great action here at Loton, and as a little bit of rain in the morning, but then the track dried up. We had some really great stuff later on. And it set up a good number of battles for us, particularly looking forward to the Caterham-Westfield battles. They're always close in category B, the road-going production cars, specialist production cars. That was looking very close. And then various other bits and pieces that were looking interesting. What about you, Benoit? Was there anything that you were particularly keen to see today?
Well, I'm always keen in the road-going series production cars. There's always a great competition in Class A1 and over 2 litre. So there's a great competition in those series of cars, and it's going to be really close, I think, once more. In the upper class, there's always some great actions all the way through, especially in our single-seaters on the 1100. There's a really big battle between Stuart Bickley and Tom Weaver. Tom Weaver, the little bit setback last time around at Shrewsbury, so he's a little bit behind, but I'm sure he's going to try and make this up this weekend.
Yeah, Stuart was very quick yesterday, wasn't he? So yeah, look out for him later.
So yeah, some really close competition, and then we do expect, obviously, some of our competitors, Jonathan Varley, to top the overall timing leaderboard today. He was telling me, well, I can probably shave another second from the running yesterday's best time of 46.40. I'm sure he'll be dipping into the 45 today.
Yeah, he's certainly the favourite, but that doesn't always go to plan, so we'll see what happens there. You can see on the screen some of the runs. I think that might be runs from this morning.
But that's the time from yesterday. I think that's the overall.
You think that might be outright times yesterday? So you see Jonathan Varley just pipped Stuart Bickley at the top, but those two were really quick, and Tom Weaver was looking quick as well. So in fact, there's a good few under the 50-second mark there from yesterday, all of whom could improve again today. We've lost a few competitors from yesterday's running, and we've gained a couple. I'm very pleased to say that the 500 club are still here with a few of their Coopers, so they'll be brilliant to see later. It's a handful of classics, quite a lot of Porsches. We're joined by a big group of Porsches today, and all sorts of interesting bits and pieces. As always, a variety of machinery, and one of HillClimb's great strengths is just the variety you get on a single day. So we're going to start off now. This is batch number 6 for our day. So each of the groups of cars are split into running batches. We have to hold cars after they're run at the top of the hill before bringing them down. Graham Lokes' Lola setting off batch 6. This is Porsche-powered Lola. He's sprinted from the line. Those who are online with us, you may recognise the timing screen colours. Very similar to standard motorsport practice. That purple means fastest in that category. Green means fastest of that driver, and then grey means slightly slower. So you can keep track on how a run is going. Graham Lokes currently purple in all sectors, although that's not unexpected this time in the morning, when he will be continuing to improve as the day goes on. We take these times, it's every day's different running, so it doesn't carry over from previous best runs.
Yeah, and I think Graham is also looking for competition in this class this weekend, but Graham nonetheless through the finish line of 56.08. We're picking up Clive Austin in the Empire race. Clive's been campaigning for a few years and had a few Gremlins last season, has been able to sort it out, so it's great to see Clive back out again once more in that beautiful Empire race, and so far setting a pole time this morning, so great for him to see him pushing that car. There's a lot of potential in this car to go through. Off he goes into the entry of Fallow and into Museum. This is a tricky corner that caught some drivers yesterday. Off he goes through the gears, through the finish line, and he'll be going through the finish line. He is 51.63.
Yeah, that's a nice opening run for Clive Austin as Nigel Pitt comes through. These little single-seaters, bike engines in the back, they are designed for hill climbing. They are generally set up specifically to do just that thing. So these are not circuit racers that have been repurposed. A lot of these are purpose-built hill climb machines. This OMS has a bike engine in the back, very quick, and Nigel crosses the line. He does a 51.93 as Stuart Bickley, one of our lead drivers in the bright yellow machine, heads up through the circuit.
Yeah, you caught me, sir, Stu, in this bright yellow car, and he was second quickest yesterday. Let's see if he can do better than this. Yesterday he had a fabulous run on this third practice run, which gave him a 47.50, which is really quick in this class. So he's giving a hard work for Tom today, but a 49.08 early this morning.
Yeah, it's good runs there. A slight brief pause as that Marshall wanders across the track. There must have been a bit of debris or something on the course, and we'll pick up again when that's sorted. See what the hold-up was.
Yeah, yesterday we had a little bit of the wildlife, and we might introduce you to the Loton Park squirrel at some point. We think it's just one, but we might have more than one living around. This is here. Loton Park is a deer park, so it's full of wildlife here. And when we're not racing, all of those deers will be wandering around this wonderful and beautiful park as they go. Doing their things, and we're just borrowing their living room.
Yeah, so I think the pause might be for Tom Weaver finding the grass. That's not good for him. We'll let you know more as we know more. But yeah, hopefully it'll be sorted before long. Tom Weaver putting some good times in yesterday, so hopefully he'll get things sorted. Saying hello to the people on the live chat via YouTube. Nice to see people joining us from all over the world. Bangkok, Portugal, and the Channel Islands. And there we see Tom Weaver coming out of the grass. I think he just missed his braking point at Hall, pretty much first corner, and slid into the undergrowth. But he's out and pushing the car, so all fine with him. And it looks like all fine with the car, actually. A bit of dirt on the tyres, but I think with any luck, he can just go round and get the car sorted, ready for later running.
Yeah, looks like he might have like the wheels and then just understeer. It's a tricky corner. That's got a few drivers in that place before, so great to see the car has no damage. And Tom is getting back into the car. If I fire this up and go back into the paddock, it'll be a little bit disappointed with that run, but there is no nothing at stake for Tom on this run. So that was the first run this morning. The money is on the next run, so yeah, he'll be feeling a little bit disappointed, but great to see. You can see the skid marks on the front tires, and so you might have to look at if he has another set, but we'll try to see what Tom can do.
Yeah, a bit of debris on the circuit now after that, so that will be swept up as Tom will wheel himself back round to the paddock. Luckily nothing major wrong there. The car seems to be rolling all right, so no damage to suspension or anything like that. I suspect the engine was cut off as soon as he went off, so we won't know. I think he should be all right. Now's the moment to do that sort of thing ahead of the timed runs a bit later on. So he's found the limit of that corner. As long as he goes slightly less than that, should be all right to go. And yeah, there he goes into the paddock. Seems to be all right. Engine actually running on that, so that's a good sign. As the intrepid marshals sweeping up some of the debris, and then we'll pick up again Carol Nichols next in her classic Formula Ford, which is a great little car, that Nike Mark IV. It was actually Carol's father who was the chassis designer and builder for those Nikes, so she sort of races that pretty much every single weekend she can in honour of him. She's got a nice picture inside the cockpit of her father, so it's she takes him along with her. She was saying to me the other day that unfortunately he died before she started actually racing, but she thinks it would bring a wry smile to his face to see that.
Yeah,
but it's lovely.
He's probably looking from up top and probably very proud of seeing that car out in the hands of Carol. And Carol, I'd like to see her diary, because every single weekend we're out, she's in a car. She was in a Mini last weekend at Coventry, and so yeah, she remembered this time that the engine is at the back, and so it's a little bit of a different way of driving that car between the Mini and the single-seater.
Yeah, and she enjoys both, I suspect, equally. She's also was telling me she's organising a meeting of all the existing Nike built cars that she can find. So there's lots of Formula 4s and a couple of sports cars and bits and pieces. So that'll be interesting to keep an eye on when she gets them all together, as sort of like again a memorial to her dad. As that'll be an interesting collection of cars, I suspect.
Could we get them all here at Loton Park?
That'd be fun, wouldn't it? I forget where she said she was holding that one, possibly Prescott or somewhere else, but we'll try and persuade her to bring them here.
We can try.
Excellent. So I think flag's going in, and we should be starting running again in a moment. There's a handful of classic Formula Fords with us today, but because of the spread of ages, anything up to 1994, they aren't really that comparable necessarily. But it's interesting how close the times can be between those different ages, because the engines are pretty much the same, even if the chassis change quite a bit.
Yeah, we'll see a few of the cars. Today we've got as well Bernard Cavill and Simon Andrew as well, who are both running their Formula 4, the Van Diemen and you can see the different shape. The earlier cars got more of a cigar shape, and angles were added to some of the cars that we have on that Van Diemen, for example, or that Pringlet that is going to be coming up for Les Buck. And Carol Nichols making her way through the Cedar Straight here. And then Les Buck also looking at improving that time, 62.24 so far this morning. And a wonderful car. Yeah, as you said, they're not that much different, really, from in terms of engine, but obviously chassis was where the difference were made.
Yeah, you'll notice a big difference. Les Buck's Pringlet is classic 60s cigar-shaped racer, and it's a beautiful looking machine, that. But here we see Simon Andrews in the Van Diemen. It's an RF 90. RF, Ralph Furman was the guy who designed them. 90 was the year it was made. So you can see by 1990 these cars were a lot different in their layout and their shape. But it still has the Ford engine in it, which is the controlling factor, plus the wheels and tyres are basically the same across the board. So it's just the shape of the body really that changes. But it's a lovely things to see, and lots of people started their motorsport careers in Formula Fords, so it's great to have them represented with us.
Yeah, they're all running on the Spectator as well, which is common to all of those cars. It's not a Repair tyres that you'll see on our single-seater today. But Mark Shankler in the Force TA running again today, and great to see that car. Great turn of speed, 107 miles an hour at the end of the Cedar Straight, just to give you an idea of that speed that those cars are capable. Once again, those cars are obviously purposefully built. Looks like Mark Shankler was eating a little bit more of the corner than he wanted to at Museum, but catching up Robert Capper. Robert Capper in this beautiful race again. A great car. This is now moving up to Class J2. This is a car up to 1600cc, so most of those cars usually powered by Hayabusa engine. Sometimes are received a little bit more capacity and been worked on, so these things will be a little bit more than about 200 horsepower.
Yeah, that Robert Capper in that Empire Wraith, that's a proper hill climb machine, that purpose-built for doing this task, and he crosses the line 50.57. That's a really nice run for Robert. He can go quicker, so we'll expect to see more from him later in the day, as Anna May Furness we're picking up in her Swallow DR14. It's a very pretty car, this, very nice machine. Anna running up the hill there and into Fallow. Round Fallow she goes. The hard climb up towards Museum, as we then switch to Terry Davis in his bright yellow Force TA. One of my favourite of the single-seaters that we have with us today. It's a bright yellow car with the hand-built V8 engine in the back that Terry makes himself, effectively, from a selection of bike parts. So brilliant to see Terry out on the hill too.
Yeah, incredible engine, and this thing has just been running absolutely no trouble. And Jonathan Varley is also one of the drivers here this weekend who's running one of those V8s. This engine is so small and just sits so low in the chassis. It's incredible the way it's been integrated to this chassis. Andrew Henson in that beautiful gold Dallara F394. Many of you will know Dallaras with their distinctive side pods. Well, Andrew decided that's not needed, don't need those radiators, so he has ditched that, and it gives that car that distinctive cigar shape all the way through. And Andrew is always a really competitive driver in this class, a 51.14. That's put him so far third in class.
Yeah, but we then pick up Jonathan Varley's GWR Predator. Jonathan, we expect to be the pace setter today, not just in his class, but overall. We think he will set fastest time of the day, so keep an eye on his hugely quick run. Goes up there along the not so straight, 118 miles an hour through the speed trap, as he goes then to the climb up towards Museum. Hooks it round that final tight right-hander. You've got to hold the power till the last second, then a blast across the line. 48.46, a nice solid run for Jonathan for his early practice. So we then switch to Peter Tatham's OMS. Another nice car, sliding his way out of triangle there, really putting the power on hard as the sort of gets his way up onto the straight. This is the straight section. You can see it's not straight at all, but people still really go down there, 96 miles an hour on what is effectively a little country road.
Yeah, Peter always wanted to try in this car, an OMS 28. This car is supercharged, 1300 supercharged engine, and Peter so far leading that class 50.30. Looks like all the track condition here is hard to warm up the tarmac here around, but John Chalmers just launched off the line in that beautiful turbocharged engine. You can hear the distinctive pop and bang of that engine as he launches off the line, and off he goes into the triangle, hard on the brake. This is a tricky corner for light drivers. They try to carry as much speed, and then into keepers, you're gonna try as carry as much speed off the accelerator, and off he goes, pushing on that straight.
Excellent, yeah, John Chalmers pushing up in that nice looking car, that. And we need to say hello to Ollie Moran, who's joined us as one of the men in the commentary, in the connections section. I don't know, he's operating the cameras. So nice to have Ollie joining us in camera control. We watch Ian Tucker come round triangle, again, struggling to put the power on. I think, as you say, Benoit, the track is very cold. Tyres won't have much heat in them at this point. People struggling a little bit for grip in places. So you need to be careful, otherwise you see, like we saw earlier, a car slipping off into the grass. But no problems this time for Ian as he heads up and around the sections at Fallowes Museum. Nice and sensible for him. We join Paul Croot down the bottom end in his Jaguar F1 inspired livery.
Yeah, wonderful car, powered by a V6 3-litre Jaguar engine at the back of that car. And Paul just campaigns that car for a few years now. Beautiful livery, always beautifully presented in the OMS 28, obviously being one of the latest OMS chassis. And Paul is probably giving a bit of power against some of the bigger engine car in that class, a 54.81. And talking about big engines, this is the Gorgia R59 from Graham Wynn, V8 4-litre jet engine at the back of that engine, about 600 horsepower on most days, and it's an incredible piece of kit that we're going to see. Probably one of the quickest and most powerful machine today.
Yeah, Graham Wynn, very quick driver as well in that very powerful single-seater. He crosses round the museum and heads up towards the finish line now. We see him powering his way over the line with a 49.2. Nice run for Graham. But then we switch to one of my favourite cars from this weekend, Malcolm Thorne's Lotus 69. This is a Formula 2 car from 1969, but this one has proper history to it, driven by Jerry Birrell and Eddie Jordan in the past. So a real classic Lotus with some proper history, and it's a great thing to see on our hill.
Yeah, it's fantastic seeing and picking up now Martin Jones here at Triangle in that Brabham BT21 again. This is an F3 car, if I believe, if I'm right, and Martin just making good progress up the hill all the way through. And it's great to see this car. Very simple cars when you look at them, but obviously there is still a lot of engineering in those cars, and fantastic way to look into that. But here's Andy Tippett in that Brabham BT30X.
Yeah, this has a great big Buick V8 engine in the back. It has the wings that were still in early development, even in Formula 1 back in those days. This is a sort of an early 70s machine, and it is a great car really to see. Very smart machine, looks like a proper racing car from the late early 70s, and it's great. Andy brings it out every now and again. The X in its name, the BT30XX, means it was built for hill climbing rather than circuit racing, and 57.16 for Andy Tippett.
Yeah, great turn of speed, and then we're picking up Ross MacDonald in the Porsche 911 Carrot 2.7 RS replica. This is a car powered by 3.3 litre, and it's great to see the long bonnet of the 911. Those are mark of early cars as they evolved through the years. Bonnet got shorter as they introduced the what we call now the US bumpers, and it's great to see Ross campaigning that car. Had a little bit of trouble in the previous meeting where he had some misfire, decided not to run. That's now all fixed, and you can see that car running and beautifully presented once more.
Yeah, it's great. Hill climbing, you see this sort of jump. We've gone from high power single seaters to classic Porsche within seconds, which is always nice. And then a change again as we slip to this Lotus Elise. The Porsche running in saloons and sports cars from 71 to 1990 category. Ross on his own in that category. Whereas Peter in his Lotus Elise, he'll be running in a separate category. There we go, 1B for road-going production cars with up to 2 litres. So quick changes between categories, but always fun and entertaining to see the different cars out on the hill.
Yeah, and from one mid-engine car to the other, here's Simon Crystal and Porsche S987. This is one contender in the Porsche Motorsport Speed Championship this weekend. So this is their second round, so they had practice and competitive run yesterday, and the same again today for our Porsche drivers here at Loton Park here. A car is also shared, so you're going to see this car shared in the Loton Park Championship as well.
Yeah, slightly confusing. This car's shared between not only 2 drivers, but 2 different categories. So it caught us out a few times yesterday. One driver is running it in the Porsche Speed Series. One of them is running it in the road-going production sports cars over 2 litres. And there we have a lovely shot of some of our marshals. And what better time to say thank you to those marshals for coming out this morning. It was a bit of a chilly start, but we appreciate all of the marshals who make their way to motorsport events, not just here but everywhere, and allow us to run and enjoy racing in many different forms. So we say thank you to the Orange Army. Your time and efforts are greatly appreciated by all of us who enjoy watching racing.
Yeah, and that also includes all our ambulance rescue crews, everyone here that just makes those events possible. Great to see the shots from the top paddock. Gives you a view that some of online viewers don't get all the time, and it's just a great friendship here at the top of the paddock. Just nice chat, I expect. Sometimes there might be some good banter going around those drivers. They're all going to jump back in the car and make their way back to the paddock.
Yeah, we should say also, a lot of these positions, not just here at Loton, but motorsport all over the UK, marshals and officials are usually volunteer positions. So if anybody is watching this, either on the live stream or in person, and fancies volunteering some time, it is well worth doing. Not only do you help keep the racing going, you get to get into the racing for free, you get given a bright orange jumpsuit, you get tea and coffee. It's a nice day out with interesting, like-minded people. It is definitely worth considering, if you are a motorsport fan, giving some time over to volunteer for various different jobs that you can do around the circuit. Right, so the cars will be coming on down. Say hello to all the people joining us worldwide on HillClimb.TV. Please don't forget, subscribe to the channel. We're aiming to get 15,000 subscribers. We'd really love to manage to get close to that today. So we need people to share it and subscribe. And if they're interested, you can sign up and pay to become a sort of a special VIP member. It's not expensive, just 99p a month to start off with, or slightly more if you're a bit more flush with cash. And that helps keep the channel going, but also gives you a few little bonus features and things that you can use. But it's great to support the channel, even if all you do is subscribe and share it amongst your friends when it's on. Let people know, and you can watch all of this amazing hill climb footage wherever you are, and you get to see some of the best action from the British hill climb scene. Yeah, incredible to see all people and viewers online who are joining us from all over the world. Los Angeles, Botswana, few people here in the UK as well. Great to see everyone tuning in for this day of action here at Loton Park. Yeah, it is great that we can pick up people from all over the world, and even trackside. You can, on your mobile device, phone, tablet, whatever, you can log on, and not only do you get to see the cars in person, but you get to catch the action from the whole circuit. So even if you're sat in the top end of Loton Park, you can see what's going on down at the bottom by logging on, and it's a great addition, I think, to whatever meeting you're at, or even if you're at another you could be at Shrewsbury today and watching the Loton Park coverage as well, which would be brilliant. You could be anywhere and still keep up with what's going on here. So I think definitely worth doing. Even if you like going to the venues, it's still worth having that subscription.
Yeah, I have definitely done this myself in weekends where I've not been around here, or just following the rest of the action on the different hills here in the UK. And yeah, great that everyone is also enjoying the work that is being put in by everyone here. It's a fantastic way to follow the sport and just bring that to everyone around the world.
I've just noticed our subscribers on the YouTube channel ticking up there slightly. Yesterday we were at 12,300. Now we're at 12,436. So we've had it 130 people since yesterday. It'd be nice to get close to that 15,000 subscribers for the channel, because that really helps them out to spread the word.
Yeah, I do like a round count, so if we can get to 12,500.
Yeah, that would be good, wouldn't it?
Can we do 12,500 by midday?
Yeah, for sure we can.
Everyone.
I'm sure we can. Not that we've got any control over that sort of thing, but it's definitely worthwhile a try. And it's a great...
Well, if you're sitting next to someone who has a phone, steal their phone and then...
yeah, just log on and...
make them subscribe.
Yeah, good thinking, Benoit.
You can do that a little bit.
I think that's fine.
Yeah, be a bit sneaky, and then it'll be fine. Tony Bournemouth, Bergren fan from Germany. Bergren is, I think, is hill climbing German. Eifel Hills. Ooh.
Very nice.
I was in Germany, not far from the Eifel Hills. So, yeah, I'm sure there's some great running up there. Richard Case just left the line in the Renault Clio 197. This is car number 200. Richard Case, a regular contender here in the Loton Park Championship.
Yeah, so we are, I think, now moving into the second practice for the one-dayer event, the Interclub meetings. So we'll have a few cars running through still on practice, and we'll then be getting to timed runs very shortly, actually, for the Midland running, which comes in a later batch. So we'll keep up to date on all of that. Richard Case's Renault, you can see the timing screens, those grey figures. That means that it's a slower run for Richard. He's tried something, it's not worked, so he's not going to improve his time unless he does something drastic later on. And he's followed by David Feekins in another Renault Clio. Very popular car in this class, these little Renault Clios.
Yeah, I think the Feekins here, we've got a few of them running, and the only thing they will drive, I think, is a French thing. So has to be a Clio, Peugeot 205. There's a few options, to be fair. All great cars and fantastic drivers. David, so far in the overall timing, posted a 70.75. That was his quickest time yesterday, so I'm sure he'll be looking to beat that time this time around. And Simon Owens is a joiner for today in that beautiful Mini John Cooper works. Simon, always a try in this Mini, and he'll be looking to do a good timing in that leading board as well, in the class above the Class 1B, to be fair.
Yeah, it's great to see that Mini breaking up all of the different Renaults. Nice to have a bit of variety in there. And then we have Archie Hayward's Load Solis. Now, this is still, I think, technically in that category 1B, isn't it?
Yeah.
Still road-going production cars under 2 litres. So the sporty chassis of the Lotus, certainly capable of doing a good time up the hill. I don't know, Archie's learning the course or something as he's going up currently. I expect to see great things from him. As we see Andrew Coleman in the Audi TT. Now this guy, he knows this place very well and has posted some very, very fast times.
Yeah, Andy, always a quick driver in this car, in the Audi TT RS, about 400 horsepower under the bonnet of that car. And Andy always performs really well here at Loton Park, and yeah, regular contender. You can see him using all the right lines and all the track on the outside of Fallow into Museum, and he used the full all drive and the power of that 5-cylinder to go through the finish line of 58.10.
Yeah, and now we have Derek Jones in this beautiful Ford Escort Mark 1. We were looking at this in the paddock earlier, and it's absolutely brand spanking new, we think. It's so well prepared, so shiny, it just looks absolutely perfect, and it looks like it's set up for rallying, this machine, but it's great to see it here on the hill. Yeah,
nice to see him at flaps, just going around and flapping it around, and great to see Derek, and it shows that you can take pretty much anything to a hill climb. You'll find a class for your car, and you can enter pretty much any event, and it's great to see the Mark 1, such an iconic shape for mini drivers of the time. And Simon O'Sullivan looks like he has used a little bit more of the track and is stood just on the entry of Fletcher's.
Somewhere around there, yeah.
Yeah, I can see him behind the trees. Yep. It's bright yellow, so we can't really miss him.
See it through the leaves, so you can see the tyre marks there. Obviously, we'll get a replay here. So Simon's come around Hall, heading into loggerheads, just spins the back end, no harm, ends up cutting some of the grass for us. Looks like the car's just being pushed out now, and no problem. Obviously, that throws a red flag onto the course. He almost makes it out under his own power there, so I think he has. So that's good to see. He's driven out. There shouldn't be anything wrong with that car. He'll have to go round to the paddock, but he should get out again a bit later on.
Yeah, only a small spin for Simon.
Carrying on all the same. Well, that's fine. Simon's carrying on. I'm not sure whether he'll get a timing for this run. Quite often you get a fail if you leave the track, but that's fine. Simon can finish his practice run. It's not actually a timed event yet, so that doesn't really matter.
Yeah, you might as well visit the rest of the course.
Yeah.
Just after 360, you can just make sure you get more familiar with the rest of the course. Simon has been obviously in this Class 3B, the only contender in our Interclub Championship here today at Loton Park. So Simon just taking the car through to the finish line. 124. Be disappointed with that run.
Yeah, it's a shame because the first few sectors were really good for Simon there, but obviously he's pushing hard, trying to improve on his times. But yeah, no problems. We're moving into some of the Porsches for the Porsche Club Speed Championship. This was quite an entertaining mix of Porsches yesterday. We've got a whole variety of different machines. This is the Porsche Boxster S of Mark Bickerstaff. Quite a few Boxsters in this group, and a couple of classic 911s, plus a 924 and a 944. So it was a nice mix of German machinery for us to watch as we see Mark come around triangle, head up toward keepers. The right left climb up through keepers, up onto the Cedar Straight, and it's not very straight.
Yeah, we've got pretty much the whole dealership of cars and Porsche cars. Do you remember the day we had a Porsche Cayenne as well?
Yeah, we had a Porsche Cayenne going out and a diesel BMW that day as well, so that was quite an interesting mix of cars.
Just mixing it up. Simon going through the second part of the hill and picking up Ian Crystal at number 210 in the Porsche Boxster 987, and just enjoying the car. This is powered by 6 cylinders, 3.4 litre, so about 300 horsepower under the bonnet of that car. Obviously those cars are mid-engine. And then just to spice it up, we've got Rick Leddy, who I believe was red flagged just early on and been sent back to the paddock, I think. And Rick is running this car in the modified series production car over 2 litre. He's been developing that car over the years. Started as a road-going car, and now pushing this car to the limit. And there's not much left of the interior of that car. You can see the lighter perspex window, the big wing at the back, and Rick Leddy is going to try and push that car to the finish line all the way through in a time of 57.64.
Yeah, we've got a few cars mixed in, so some of the Porsche cars came now. We'll pick up some more of them later. We'll have a whole variety of things. Currently we've got Gary Hull's Jedi on the hill. This is a great looking car. It's not his normal Jedi. Gary's normally in a white Jedi with red flashes. That car has a few issues with the engine, so he parked that for the weekend, and another Jedi competitor lent him this machine. So it's somebody else's car that Gary's had to learn the differences of for this weekend, but he's really going well in it, and it's proving to be a quick machine all the same. Gary doing some good times in that car. No problems for him.
Yeah, Gary getting more and more comfortable in that Jedi. I guess he feels very familiar, but obviously all cars are a little bit different, and Gary has just posted a time of 55.70. And then from a Jedi to the Italian car, the Alfa Romeo Giulio Michael Crutchley, regular contender here in the Loton Park Championship. And it's great to see that car. This car at the time was fairly advanced. It's one of the first few Alphas that was developed in the wind tunnels, and you can see the shape at the back, the tapered back to reduce the drag, and it was a pretty competitive car. It's pretty much the first sporty saloon that came out from the Italian. Obviously, well before this, Alfa Romeo had a great history in racing. But this was really like the first affordable sporty saloons that really started the trend for Alfa Romeo.
Yeah, following up that beautiful Alfa Romeo is Peter Neal's Austin Healey Sprite Mark 1, the Frog Eye Sprites as they were affectionately known. It's great to see this car joining us today, and it's stretching out that classic saloon and sports car class 12A a little bit. Lovely little car, not really comparable between the Alfa Saloon and this little Sprite, even though they're in the same class. And then after that, some of my favourite cars, these little 500cc machines. Mike Wood's Iota getting it very wrong into triangle, locking up his brakes and running wide, but he carries on, which is great. These classic 500s. Freewheeling there through keepers, Mike really. Peter, yes, Mike really giving us a really good show in that little single-cylinder 500cc bike-engined, home-built racing car from about 1955 or something.
Yeah, I can't remember Mike freewheeling yesterday, so he must be on a charge. And yeah, wonderful. But it looks like he has come, and he'll come to a stop on the track.
Yeah, that'll.
This might be a technical issue.
I think he's lost drive, whether it was just a stall or something, I don't know. But that means he'll have to be pushed away.
Yeah.
They might get it restarted, because these get started with a push start. So he might restart that to be able to drive around unless the problem's more serious. Fortunately, that'll ruin Alistair Dent's run. He was in a Cooper Mark V running up behind Mike. I think actually Alistair Dent's Cooper might be my favourite car of the weekend. When we eventually see it on the screen, you'll see it's sort of got a hand-painted finish that looks like it's been applied with brush and roller or something.
Yeah,
there we are. Yeah, the blue with the yellow, but it's I think probably its original paint colours. You can see it's slightly battered and everything, but it's a brilliant-looking machine that, and it's great to have these 500s with it this weekend. We had a few more yesterday, but the majority of the 500 Owners Club are currently in Austria at the what used to be the A1 ring. It's now the Red Bull ring, and they've got a race weekend there, an invitation race. So it's nice that some of them have decided to come and join us at Loton Park instead. But yeah, I think that one there, that Cooper, is probably my favourite car of the weekend.
Yeah, great to see those machines, and you can see just that on that shot for everyone watching online. The suspension arrangement. You were saying yesterday that some of the suspension parts were coming from the Fiat Topolino.
That's right. Yeah, that's where a lot of them started. Yeah,
which is incredible, and pretty much one of the very few like mid-engine racing cars that we had here in this country.
That's right. This is where motorsport after the Second World War started off again, basically. The 500s with their cheap bike engines and reusable parts from scrapyards kick-started not just the racing, but the engineering of motorsport within the UK. And that led to all sorts of racing drivers, Sterling Moss and people like that started their careers in 500s. People like Cooper, the Grand Prix and Mini specialists, started off with 500s, and it really was the birth of modern motorsport after the Second World War. This is where everything got going again, rather than running those old pre-war cars. This was us starting to develop newer machinery. Now I think what they're going to do now is push it down the hill and bump start it. I suspect it was just coming out of fallow, stalled the engine or something.
It could be. It could well be. Those machines don't have starters on board, and great to see this comment watching from the Porsche curve at the Circuit de la Sarthe.
That's where you'll be next week.
That's where you'll find me next week. I believe today is the first of the test days. You may find my dad over there watching as well from the Porsche curves. Great place to be here, but we're here in a beautiful countryside, and I can only agree with that comment.
Yeah, Fred, we agree wholeheartedly. This is a beautiful venue to visit. We urge everybody, even if you are in Botswana or wherever else we've had people from, if you ever get to the UK, travel up to this particular corner of the country. It's quite easy to get to, and it's a lovely place to visit to watch some motorsport.
Yeah, great to see this, and hello to the Midland Motorsport Rescue. Are those guys here? Is James around?
I think normally they're here, aren't they?
Thank you for all your services, guys.
Yeah. Like we were saying earlier, with the volunteer marshals, people like the Midland Motorsport Rescue, they come and help out on these weekends and help keep us going. So thank you very much to those guys. Right, so the Coopers are coming back to the paddock. Some of those will be sent around again to have another run. The ones that were flagged off, they should get another practice run, hopefully. There we go. That's good. There's only, I think, 3 of them with us today, so with any luck, we'll get all 3 of them out for timed runs in a little while. And Adam's asked if the 500s are running JAP engines. They are all running JAP engines on methanol, yes. They are actually, we were talking yesterday, if you want to look at a very green and environmentally friendly motorsport, the 500 Club is probably where you go. Cars that built half a century ago don't run on fossil fuels and just keep on running. You know, there's very little going on with those things. Their carbon footprint is tiny, but you can still have fun driving them up the hill.
Yeah, I guess that's pretty much the summary of those cars, and yeah, it's great to see them running around, and they can be entered in many events, not only hill climbs but circuits and sprints. Pretty much there'll be a place for them in every single venues here around the UK.
Yeah, and getting running again, David Hilton's Porsche 996, and that bright red machine. We think this is a GT3 edition. That wing and everything giving away that it's got a bit more power, more set up for high-speed stuff, and David really giving it some there out of Fletcher's, coming down into Triangle and on his way up round Keepers. Him climbing up that sharp incline there. Good times being set by David, setting the timing all purple. Good turn of speed up the hill. Let's watch him through the speed trap. 80 miles an hour, not bad.
Yeah, David was one of the top contenders and top of the leaderboard yesterday. Best time yesterday, 58.7 on his second practice run. On Saturday, he's getting very close to that. Off he goes through the finish line at 58.16. That run looked very clean and tidy all the way through, and that shows on the time once again. Yeah,
Chris Milne next in his Porsche Boxster S. Lots of these little Porsche Boxsters. We were saying yesterday how, because of their mid-engined layout, they actually handle very well. Although they tend to be slightly less powerful than the 911s or similar, they have a very good chassis underneath them. So these Boxsters, popular cars. This particular one for Chris with his hood up, but Hannes Tanzer behind in a Porsche Boxster with his hood down.
Yeah, and the Boxsters have been quite held back by Porsche, but a lot of the drivers have really enjoyed those cars as they've been campaigning. Now they're becoming, the first Boxsters are becoming quite affordable. Many people are buying them and transforming them into more of the racing cars and campaigning them on motorsport events here, just like this one with John Paddock in this beautiful Porsche Boxster. Got a few of those Boxster, and the drivers have been quite creative with the liveries. There's a few good liveries on those cars, and they're very well set up. You can see the handling. There's not much that looks like it can upset those cars. Very well balanced cars. You can see the body language of the car looking very good into the turn and out of those corners.
Yeah, then we have Jared Evans in his more classic 911. This is a Carrera 3 litre in that beautiful silver colour. He's looking very smart as he's climbing his way up the hill. It's sort of your classic Porsche look. And we've got a couple of these sorts of vintage machines with that great big ducktail rear wing. He's just before another one of those brightly coloured Porsche Boxsters, like you were saying, Benoit. Jake Cartwright in the unmissable paint scheme there. And Jake yesterday was about midfield of this class. However, the category, we only show the overall times. They work out for their championship between about 4 different categories, depending on car and modification and engine size. So a variety of things as Jake runs a bit wide onto the grass there. We switch to Graham Rose's Porsche 924, probably my favourite in this class.
Yeah, definitely, but look purposeful, and this car, you can see just the flames he's shooting as he goes through the gears and down into the heavy braking at fallow. A wonderful car, you can see big wings, and I'd like to know a little bit more of the history. We might go and speak to Graham at lunchtime, because I am under the impression this car has been campaigned for a long time, either on circuits or hill climbs, but it definitely has a few cars on it, and it's what we want to see from a racing car. 61.7 for Graham. We're picking up Stephen Jory, who's locking up the wheels on the entry of fallow, but no problem. This car looks as well very well set up, beautiful handling on that car, great balance on those couple of front engine Porsches at 59.92, just dips under the 60-second mark.
Yeah, Stephen yesterday was one of the pace setters in that Porsche 944, and it's great to see. In that, I seem to think that white with the gold, black and red, that's a nod to another race scheme, I think, that I'll have to look up. I can't quite remember where it's from. But here we see Martin Leach again in one of those more traditional 911s. Beautiful car as it heads round past Museum up towards the finish line. 60.65. A good run for Martin Leach. Brings him to 4th in class so far. As we switch to Mel Spears' Porsche 964 Carrera 2 Cup car. These are the Cup cars that raced on circuits around the world back in the 1990s. And great machine this in that red, white and green livery. I suspect originally an Italian driver in that car.
It could well be on this one, and yeah, beautiful. They don't weigh much. I think this car is probably just under 1,200 kilos, and they have about 260 horsepower from the factory, so great power to weight ratio, and it gives them a really good handling on those. And Wayne Hezen here in the Porsche Boxster, and also in this class. The Porsche Club Championship is divided into road-going cars and also divided based on power of the engine. So you've got an even leveling sort of setup around that championship. You're not competing against more modern machineries, so it gives you a chance to snatch some silverware if you are a good driver at the wheel of those cars.
Yeah, we just saw Wayne Eason's Porsche Boxster heading towards the line, 60.41 run for him. Before we get David Dyson in this, I think this is the newest version of the 992 GT3 Touring. Quite a modern car this. And we were saying earlier, Benoit, how big it is compared to like the classic Porsches. There are places on this hill where he's barely got room to fit the car. Other tracks in this country that are even narrower, he would really struggle.
Yeah, and but it's great to see that 992, obviously big wing at the back, 500 horsepower and a 4-litre 6-cylinder still. So Porsche has kept their heritage from the original 911 in this car, but you can see how much that car has grown, similar to what the modern Minis are.
Yeah. Then we're back with Alistair Dent. Now here's my favourite car of the weekend. Alistair Dent's Cooper Mark V. He was waved off earlier, you remember, after the red flag. So he's getting a second run up the hill. So we'll see what sort of times Alistair can put in. Currently he's sitting 3rd in the class. So it's Good run for him at the moment. Lots of purple sectors on the timing. We'll see what he manages. 68 miles an hour at the top of the hill. Now that's not bad considering the age of the car, and he gets it a bit wrong, unfortunately. Takes the escape road and is a bit upset with himself by the look of things. Missed his braking point and had to dive for safety. So unfortunately Alistair Dent will be red flagged for that. And Mark Dent in the twin cylinder Cooper.
Yes, being red flagged for the second time.
Being red flagged again. Yeah, Mark Dent has a Cooper Mark 8 with a twin cylinder Jap engine in it rather than a single. So he's got 1100 cc's in that, whereas Alistair, as we see on screen, has the single engine. You can actually see the single engine there at the back of the car. So yeah, under braking, Alistair just locked up, couldn't slow down in time, and decided the best thing to do was head for the safety of the escape road.
Yeah, good reaction from Alistair there. Controlled that car after he locked the wheel. So
I fear, by saying that his car is my favourite, has given him the commentator's curse, because not only did he have a flagged run, he's now got a red flag himself. So I'm very sorry, Alistair. That's probably my fault. I'll go and apologise to him in the lunch break and buy him an ice cream or something.
You better do that. Yeah,
it's a really good shot, that though. You can see some of the workings at the back end of that car, the cross member suspension.
I think you know what, Alistair or all our competitors here just making sure that they get a good coverage of their cars on the camera.
Yes, that's it. Well, if you have a big mistake right in front of the camera, you know you get lots of airtime. Here we go, another replay, just locking up at the wheels and quite a lot of speed. I did say he was going fast through that.
Alistair was definitely trying on that first part of the run, and yeah, trying a bit too hard, but no damage done to the car, so it's good news, and he'll be able to be sent back to the paddock, I believe. They'll be turning him around, so he can get back to the paddock. I think
we're getting towards the end of that batch. They may hold him up there till the end of that. We'll see how many cars we've got left. But it's interesting, he was doing 68, so almost 70 miles an hour through the speed trap, whereas some of those Porsches were only doing like 80. So, you know, he's still got a real turn of speed in that little single-cylinder car, up the not very straight, compared to other cars that you thought going a lot quicker.
It is incredible to see the speed, but it shows that once more and once again, lightweight and agility is so important on those courses here, especially the tight and twisty bends that we have here. Loton Park, it's a very technical course in the first section and also in the second section before the finish line as the drivers go through following the entry of the museum. And there's only one straight which isn't that straight, so it's very technical for most of our drivers here, compared to Shrewsbury, which is pretty much almost two bit of straight between with just a small S in the middle. This is a lot more technical than this course, but that's the challenge of the hill climb in general. Courses are quite different, and Toby's just holding his hand because you know he's going to get a blast of engine fumes, exhaust fumes in his face, and he's just holding the car with the brake feet out, and off he goes.
There we are, yeah. Heading off again. This is the twin cylinder Cooper that got waved around again. Mark Dent behind the wheel. And I think these guys are some of the bravest men in motorsport, because there's not much to these cars. They still give it their full attention though, really pushing their way through these corners. Mark on a good run here, 57 miles an hour through the speed trap down to Triangle, as he then exits Triangle with a very loud note from that twin-cylinder motorcycle engine, as he then weaves his way through the S's of Keepers and onto the Cedar Straight.
Yeah, Mark making good progress this time. The best time so far this weekend was a 66.56 for Mark Dent, and obviously two cylinders giving him the most powers out of that group. He's in a class of its own because it's an 1100 cc, about 1200, close to 1200 cc on those engines. And Mark going through the finish line at 67.23.
Yeah, lining up we have Alex Coles in a Citroen Saxo. Now, those who follow hill climbing will know the name Alex Coles, but probably won't recognise him in a Citroen Saxo. Normally Alex is in a single-seater, one of the quicker machines. That's having a bit of work done to it. So Alex is going into this, sharing this drive over the weekend and having fun with it, no doubt.
Yeah, Alex unfortunately had issue with engine on the force, but jumped into the Weaver's Saxo, also shared with Lizzie Weaver this weekend, and he's been going quicker and quicker throughout this weekend. So I'll be keeping a close eye at the competition between the two, and great to see this car. This Citroen Saxo, very good handling car. You can see 1.6 litre, about 120 horsepower in those cars, but very different to what Alex is used to.
Yeah, it's interesting to note that Lizzie Weaver, who drives this normally, has been quicker than Alex all weekend in that car, but he's been slowly creeping up on her time. So we'll see by the end of the weekend which of them, as Alex goes a lot quicker, we'll see which of them comes out on top with that little battle. As we pick up Dave Wilson's early Lotus Elise, one of those Series 1 cars, I believe, for Dave, choosing to run without hood. It's a common discussion point here, whether you're quicker with the hood up or down, due to aerodynamics. Many will claim that you want the roof on, but Dave has gone roof down as he then powers his way up towards the museum. Nice run for Dave Wilson in this little Lotus Elise, road-going series production cars up to 2 litres. And these are the timed runs for the event now. We're into actual competition runs as Dave sets the first time for that. But he's in a shared car, so he's running slightly early for his timed run.
Yeah, great run for Dave Wilson, the first driver in this class to dip under the 60-second mark this weekend. So you'll be pleased with that run. A 59.34 is definitely going to put him at the top of the leaderboard in that class. You can see our course car and the course manager making his way through the top of the hill, going to check on the course and making sure everything is running as we would expect. Want to make sure the track is in tip-top conditions and as safe as possible for all our drivers.
That's right. So end of that batch gives us a bit of time. You can see some of the photographers take this opportunity to move position, wandering around the track when they know it's safe because there's no vehicles. That looks like Mr. Jeff out there crossing the track. Nice to see you there. Very good. We'll have all these cars will come back down, and I believe that might then be the end of practice runs for the morning, and we're into timed runs now.
Yeah, so Dave Wilson and Alex Coles were the two to start posting a competitive run this morning, so we'll keep a close eye onto those times. I'm going to try and keep reference time from practice so far this morning and yesterday. All our drivers in the Midland Hillclimb Championship have had 3 practice runs yesterday and 1 this morning. Those times are quite important this morning. That's going to be also deciding the running order for the runoff that we're going to have before lunch. So we're going to keep a close eye onto those times. Might have a few surprises. Some drivers here might be looking to get into those points. And obviously runoffs is where points are awarded so far in those running. And so far in the championship and the top 10 challenge in the Wind Development Top 10 Challenge of the Midland Hillclimb Championship, Graham Wynne has been currently holding the top spot with 47 points. Jonathan Varley, without surprise, in the GW Predator, second with 46 points. And then we got Jack Cottrell in the Dallara XD. Alex Coles, obviously, is going to be disappointed as he might not be able to get into this. If he managed to get into the runoff with the Saxo, that's going to be a hell of an achievement. So he's going to be losing out on some points, unfortunately, this weekend for Alex. But we're hoping he'll be back out again very soon once the engine on that force is fixed. Scott Bickley is going to try and snatch a bit more points from this weekend. Has been running exceptionally well again this weekend, so fantastic time for him to have this weekend, and more silverworm points on the board to be added. Will Hall in the Gold GR59, not present this morning, I think, and Pete Tatum will be looking to put more time and points on his leaderboard as well. So great to see that championship unraveling. We have, I think, about 4 or 5 rounds still to be running in this championship. The Midland Hillclimb Championship is the biggest regional championship here in the UK. You know, so that's one of the standouts that we have today. Great to see all those Porsche making their way back to the paddock. Gives us a chance to look at them a little bit closer and more set at pace.
Yeah, as you said, the Midland Championship, one of the big ones in the country in terms of hill climbs. Often people spring from that to the National Series, so it's a good place to see drivers and judge how people are going. And we do have the Interclub title of this weekend, means that we have multiple championships with us, and it can get rather confusing. Those who are interested can follow all of the different categories and clubs as much as they like, or you could just sit there and watch exciting battles unfolding on the day, see how the different cars race against each other, and really just enjoy the action for what it is, just entertaining motorsport. Now, I think that big Porsche might be the final car to come down the hill by the look of things, so that's good. We will let them get back to the paddock while we line up the cars ready for what I think must be the timed Interclub, no, Midland Championship running. So, oh no, a couple of 500s still to come down. Excellent. Right, these cars don't actually have starters on them, so when they start these little 500s, they either have to push start them. It's easier on a hill as it's going down, or they have to have a device which spins the back wheels to kick the engine into life. Well, that Cooper seems to have been abandoned at the top of the track. That's a shame. Hopefully that's not out for the weekend. That would be a great shame to lose that. And we're sending up the recovery truck for that Cooper, unfortunately. Well, hopefully, Benoit, that isn't the last we'll see of that little Cooper. But we'll see what happens once it's been recovered. We were saying Midland Motorsport Recovery Service. There they are. So the truck will pick up the Cooper. Maybe there was more to that mishap than at first looked. Didn't seem to be any damage, but maybe something that we didn't notice.
Yeah, obviously something. Those machines are not the most recent, isn't it? Most of those machines have been built and produced in the 1950s, so they've been going around for a few years now, and obviously some things can easily go wrong on those machines after so many years. So they're just going to recover that car, and yeah, marshals are going to do their job once more.
Yeah, and then this break, people here trackside, we encourage you, go and look at the shop, the Loton Park shop. You can buy yourself a souvenir hat or t-shirt. There were some bargains to be had in the discount bin out front. Please do go and support the venue with purchasing a few items. All that money helps keep motorsport happening here. And please do also consider, we have the food truck offering sandwiches and bacon rolls and drinks and all the like. Go and buy something from them. Again, if we use their services, then it makes it worthwhile then coming back. No ice cream truck yet.
No ice cream yet, unfortunately, so a little bit disappointed by that, to be fair. I've just been looking out of the window from the commentary booth to see if the ice cream van turned up just yet. But
yeah, we'll keep everybody posted on whether the ice cream van turns up. It's cheap for me if it doesn't, because I owe you an ice cream after yesterday, Benoit. So if he doesn't turn up, I get away with that for another event.
That's fine. Obviously great to see so many people also joining us here on the track. If you have made your way entered through to the paddock, you can have a good look around the cars in the paddock. You can also carry on to make your way through the top of the hills and just follow the fence as you come from Triangle. You can get to see, have great views of all our course here. You'll get to be in the shade actually in the forest up there. And you get to good look of the straight as well. This is where you'll see the cars at their top speed before they hit the brakes into the entry of fallow. Great corner to be stood there. There's always a lot of action, as we have seen again this morning, and you get to see two new museum as well. Great corner that has catch a few of our drivers yesterday and before. So great corner to see the drivers push their cars and off to the finish line as well. So great thing. We have sittings as well, arrangement just outside on the exit of museum. Great way if you want to spend a little bit of time in the sunshine. You can just enjoy that. And the sun has just arrived for us.
Yeah, it's looking nicer, getting warmer all the time. It's still not hot here. There's a cold wind, but the sun's quite warm, so that might heat the tarmac up a bit, and that will help give grip to the tyres and may produce some slightly quicker runs this afternoon. Now, we've been watching on the live stream close-ups of that Cooper being recovered. I still couldn't see anything wrong with it, so we'll wait and find out what the deal is with that. I'm really hopeful that it gets out again very shortly. It should be a quick recovery though. Now it's on the trailer. The truck will come back down to the paddock and we'll be able to start our running. We seem to be mostly on time, I think, so we should still get through some of the timed runs this morning before lunch, and with any luck we'll get into that runoff just before the break, and many more cars ready to come up the hill as they're waiting down there for the off. And they'll be good to go very shortly, and we'll pick that up very soon. We've had a good morning's run. Those practice times are, well, they're sort of important. They're important for some. The practice times don't mean a huge amount in terms of points, but they can set the running orders for the runoffs later on. So you need to still be doing well in your practice runs to make sure you get into a runoff later, but you don't actually get points for the practice itself. So it's a confusing system for first-timers or idiots like me, but we'll be setting off very shortly, and we're going to kick off with road-going specialist production cars. So there'll be Simon Price in the Westfield, purple Westfield, who was setting some really good times yesterday. So the Cooper has just returned to the paddock on the back of that low loader. Still can't see anything wrong with it, but maybe it's jammed in gear or something that hopefully can be sorted easily. But now that's back, the course will be checked, whistle blows, flags wave, and we'll start our running shortly. And it'll be a good batch, a really interesting mix of cars as always. I can see lined up there's a couple of the Westfield and Caterham lot. There's the Skoda rally car that was really dramatic this morning, sideways and kicking up dirt in its practice run, so I'm looking forward to seeing them again.
Yes, great competition in this class that we have today, and so far I think Richard Price has been the quickest of the running, but it's always so close in this class, so we're going to keep a close eye as to how this unravel for the competition in that category. Simon just launching off the line, 2.62 distance time at the 64 foot, we're looking usually for a 2-second launch. That's about 1G of acceleration. And Simon just making good progress in that Westfield. This is a white chassis, hence the SEIW. Most of those cars are powered by Ford as 4-cylinder engine, and you can see these things looks quite purposeful. Bit of an area at the back with the diffuser, and a great thing to look at on the hill. And they're always very, very competitive car, and for bang for money and fun, probably the best cars to run on the hill.
Yeah, these are great fun, either Westfields or Caterhams or the various other brands. Often we see them with bike engines. Today we've only got car engined versions, so 4-cylinder, around 2 litres, give or take. And it's a really, really close battle in this category. Simon Price does a 60.93. There's Ray Law's Caterham 7 Super Sprint, beautiful looking machine. This one setting purple times as he's going up the hill. He's really on a push to try and improve on times. These now actually do matter as it's the time runs for these guys, so he needs to really make an effort.
Yeah, best time for Ray Law, 57.7 yesterday, so he's going to look to improve on that time. Hopefully that lockup at Triangle didn't cost him too much time, but he's going to push that to the finish line. We're going to keep an eye on the time on the board. That's going to be a time for him of 57.97, about 0.2 slower than his best run so far this weekend, but decent time. That puts him top of the leaderboard on that.
Yeah, definitely one to watch. Graham Manton next up in his Westfield, powering his way up the hill. Let's have a look as he breaks the beam, 74 miles an hour on the climb up the hill, round the corner as we switch to Scott Moran's Skoda rally car. Dramatic car this to watch. Scott really does drive it like a rally car.
Yeah, really quick car in this class. Car he shares with his dad Rojo, and there's always a big competition between the two, and it's fantastic to see Scott in the car back out again this season. He's taken a step back from the British HillClimb Champions. You'll recognise the name from previous seasons in the single-seater, and off he goes through the finish line of 52.40.
As Oliver Wright's Radical gets very sideways out of Triangle, that was a close moment for him. He too is pushing. Beautiful turned out car, this. Really quick little single-seat sports cars, these. Breaks the timing beam 91 miles an hour. Oliver's really pushing very hard in that Gulf liveried Radical. Climbs up to Museum, out the top, powers towards the finishing line. Yesterday, Oliver was right at the top of the timing in that category, as was Samuel Nicholson in that Mallet Mark 20.
Yes, Sam just picked up one of the flip-flops that we've got on the course on the entry of Fletcher's, so marshals are getting out on the track and replacing that. Looked like a good run for Sam, but he's taking those off. He's going to be a second penalty, so that's going to be added to his time, and off he goes, a 53.14 for Simon.
Really good run. I don't know if that includes the second penalty at the moment, so we'll see.
Yeah, so he'll be a 54. I'm going to have a quick look at the time. Yeah, a 54.18, which is what we have on the board on the screen here.
Yeah, so a really good run for him despite that clipping that corner marker, but he's definitely one to watch in that Mallock. It was a really quick run yesterday. The Mallock was fastest in that category for most of the days running yesterday, and considering the age of the Mallock and its slightly unusual layout and older engine and everything, it was still a really competitive car, which is brilliant to see. Quite often in hill climbing you have these mixes of cars, manufacturers, layouts, engine sizes, ages, and all of that quite often doesn't make any difference. It could still be competitive, an old car against a new car, and all the differences that you're allowed, so it's always fun to see.
Yeah, the Smile is deceptively competitive, and we've got Strahhook who just launched off the line in that Mazda MX-5. We are back into Class A1, so good going to his production car up to 2 litre. This is Mark IV MX-5, so a great car to campaign. The MX-5, a very competitive car in this class, a good car to run, affordable, reliable, and a great way to get into motorsport and learn your craft and improve your skills as you get to learn that car and get quicker and quicker.
Yeah, the category A1 road-going cars, there's very little you could change on those over the road going. So a lot of these guys, they drive it to the hill, they compete it up the hill, and then they drive it home again. And that means that you can have a car that you can use every day, but still enter into motorsport. Things like these Mazda MX-5s, Renault Clios are very popular because they are road-going cars that you can still have fun with or drive to work or whatever it is you need to do, go shopping. But then you can also turn up at places like Loton Park and get on track. And we see Simon Joyce there three-wheeling it in that Renault Clio. Oh no, that was Bruce Aitken's Citroen, wasn't it? Yeah, Bruce Aitken's Citroen Saxo three-wheeling it through loggerheads at the top of the course there, heading on up now to keepers.
Yeah, Bruce has been getting quicker and quicker in that car this season, so great to see the progress that he has been making so far this season, looking to improve on his time, and that's what is also important in hill climb. The first competition is always yourself, so you can campaign a car, and then as you build up your speed and your confidence, just look to improve on that. And great to see the Saxo once more on 3 wheels through museum. That's what French hot hatch will do in this corner.
Yeah, you're particularly keen on French cars, not sure why. But behind that Citroen Saxo, we have the MG ZR160 plate, and then we also have Lizzie Weaver on circuit in that Citroen Saxo VTS. Now Lizzie's up against stiff competition both in the class and within the car, as it's a shared car, so she'll be pushing very hard, trying to improve times. And in fairness to Lizzie, she's relatively new to competition, but she is improving all the time. Compared to the start of the year, she's already made great strides. So Lizzie really improving her pace up the hill.
Yeah, Lizzie taking a break from A-level exam and revisions, I think, and great to see progress on that car. So second season, and this time fully competitive in this class. So yeah, just taking part into the Midland Championship this season, so great to see Lizzie going run through the finish line, up through the gears, and it'll be a time for Lizzie, a time of 70.07.
Yeah, she got a bit of time to find. Alex Coles has cut his time down in that car, so Lizzie needs to push even harder. As we switch to Rob Wilson's Lotus Elise, looks like Rob is on a good run here in his Series 1 Lotus Elise, setting purple times at the different sectors, as Andrew Feekins goes second quickest in the class with a 62.3. We switch back to Rob there as he climbs up through the speed trap at 80 miles an hour, heading now round Barrow up towards Museum. Nice clean run for Rob there.
Yeah, Rob was the quickest in practice times so far this weekend, and I'm sure he'll be topping the leaderboard at 58.43. That's a great time.
That chassis has an advantage over the hot hatches, so Rob really using it to the best. As we now go to Steve Atkins, BMW M3. Quite a big beast this now, the M3. The car's grown over the years, and Steve nice and quick in this yesterday. See how he fares on today's running. 84 through the speed traps. We pick him up, cresting the brow at the top of the hill. Round fallow towards Museum.
Yeah, Steve into the early 62 seconds run so far this weekend, but picking up now Duncan Andrea Triangle in that beautiful Porsche Cayman GT4, as powered by a 6-cylinder 3.8 litre manual car, and we've got a few of those cars here in this class, and great to see those cars. Let's see what speed he can get. 93 miles an hour at the end of the Cedar Straight there, onto the entry of fallow, always tricky corner. Tricky to find a good line into those corners, and off he goes. Pushes the car to the finish line. A little bit of a wiggle, but no problem. Tony Adams in one of the Lotus Elise. That's the 250 horsepower Cup car. This is probably the most powerful Elise that we'll ever find, and in that road-going series production car. This is a supercharged with a 4-cylinder Toyota engine at the back, and a great car to see. You can see he's got aero and diffusers, and using a little bit of the track. He paid for it, so he might use as well all of that track.
Yeah, we then switch to Simon Tarling's Porsche 996 GT3. And these sorts of cars quite common today here because we have the Porsche Club with us, but it's nice to see a selection of Porsches running up the hill. Simon Tarling's on a good run. This is actually not in the Porsche Club series. This is the road-going production cars over 2 litres. So we have to keep on top of where these Porsches are sitting. Simon Tarling now heading towards the finish line as we make a quick cut to Richard Snow's Porsche Cayman. This in the Martini-derived livery.
Yeah, Richard Snow was the quickest of the lot yesterday, so 58.24 was his best time. So we're going to keep a close look at the competition at the top of the leaderboard because there's not much between all of those drivers, and fairly similar cars give us good competition. Richard Snow 89 miles an hour at the end of the straight, a good turn of speed for him. He's going to look to push that to the finish line, looking good so far on the split, but Simon he's going to try and get as well at the top of the leaderboard and have something to say for the BMW gang.
Yeah, Simon Hutchison, always very quick. He knows this circuit very well, and that BMW M2 competition is very, very well developed. He had a slight incident yesterday where he ran off the track into the grass. Nothing major was done though, so it's great to see him out again. You can see a slight dip underneath the front bumper there, I think, where maybe he's bent something. But the car running all right, and Simon still managing to put in some good times. Usually we see him top the boards and make his way into the top 10 runoff later on. We'll see how Simon does. Second in class currently.
Yeah, a fantastic time from Richard Snow, 57.55. That's going to take some beating on that, but let's see what Robert Lancaster, who's also a really good contender in this class, can do. He's on a personal best so far, so looking good for him, and he's going to try and see this. This is the 718 Porsche Cayman. This is got now PDK gearbox, so that's double clutch gearbox, so you just change gears by going up and down on the pedals on the steering wheel. Off he goes, and it's a 58.46. That puts him fourth in this class.
Yeah, we're then with James Stocks. He's heading off the road-going four-wheel drive cars. These Toyota Yaris are very popular in this. Small yet reasonably powerful with four-wheel drive. They form a great basis for running up the hill. They are still road legal, so they are able to drive them to the track, compete and drive home, like I was saying before. So we've got a couple of these Yarises with us this weekend, and they are often very close between these two guys. Unfortunately, the other car in this category is that Audi TT four-wheel drive, and he's light years ahead of everything.
Yes, it's true. Great cars, and we have seen so many here at Loton Park for a period of time, and some weekends we had an entire Toyota dealership, I think, was just sponsoring this class. But it's great to see, and obviously Toyota developed that car for rally homologation. They just wanted to have a better shape at the back for the aero. And it's great. It's not your standard Yaris that you're going to see standing on the Tesco's car park here. This is pretty well-developed car. 62.07 for Alan Mansfield. Good effort.
Yeah, good run for him. He's currently fastest in that class. So nice to see. And I think we have hit end of batch. So the cars will be sent back down the hill to Paddock. Is a one-way street here at Loton. You go up the hill, you hold at the top, and you come back down the hill, preferably a bit slower. And so we run in different batches throughout the day. So yeah, there we see screen is showing the car park at the top of the hill where all the competitors are held, and then any moment now we'll see them rejoining us down here at Triangle before pulling off into Paddock.
Yeah, whilst the cars are making their way back to the paddock, I'd like to highlight that we've had a class record, a new class record posted by Scott Moran in the Skoda Fabia R5. That's a record that his dad was holding so far earlier this season in April, in the meeting of April. So Scott has just beat that time with a 53.14. Previous record was a 53.56. So you can win championship, but class records is always something that is important to highlight. And I wouldn't expect less from either of those drivers And now that Scott has posted that time, wondering if Roger is going to be putting his foot down a little bit more, and even more than he has been doing in this car.
He may also just not let Scott back in the car.
I'm not sure that they would really do that, but it's great friendly competition between the two. You know, I think Scott got a lot from his dad, and great to see this. So everyone will be super happy in the Moran's family. Should we remind that it was Ollie's birthday yesterday? So
yeah, Ollie, who's currently pressing the buttons on the HillClimb.TV control centre. It was his birthday yesterday, so happy birthday, Ollie. Great to have you here today helping out. Again, a lot of things like the marshals and the rest of it. A lot of people volunteer their time to making sure events go well, so it's always appreciated. Just looking on HillClimb.TV at some of the comments, we've had some people asking, oh, it looks like a lovely day there. It does. The sun is out, yet it's still quite cold. There's a cold wind blowing through, so we're not actually in British summertime. I think we've gone backwards and we're now entering into winter again. But it's not a bad day here. Not currently the warmest, but also not the wettest. We'll see how that develops. Clouds looking a bit menacing, but with any luck, it'll stay dry at least, even if it never gets warm. We also had a question about the start line. And as we start this next batch, you'll see the car leaving from the start line. And Eagle Fan 1999 asked, why is there a broom holding the back wheel? It's not actually a broom, although it looks a bit like a broom handle. It's a chock on a stick, and you can see our marshal there holding it. That's wedged under the wheel, so the car is sat in the right place at the start line. The cars have on the front of them a little black bar, and that's what breaks the timing beams. So they line it up with the laser. The lasers you can see in the sort of centre of the screen next to that fire extinguisher. You can see them lining up there. When it's lined up perfectly, they put the chock under. That way the car can't roll away from that timing beam. And we know when it starts, it will start exactly the same place for each competitor. And then that black bar on the front of the car will break the beams all over the circuit and give us the times that we see. So there we see Richard Weaver in his Empire Evo shooting off. The time for the 64-foot, that's the first sort of 100 yards sort of dash. Has set a good time for that. Those purple sectors showing that it's a good run for him. He breaks another timing beam. He gets 84 miles an hour through that section of the track, going up into Keepers, where he'll break another timing beam that gives us sort of a midpoint of the run, and then he's out onto the Cedar Straight. The next timing beam is the speed at the end of the straight, 100 miles an hour there for Richard Weaver's Empire, as he then heads up the hill. The museum timing beams just before the corner, and that gives us the last split time before we head towards the finish line and give an overall time of 50.36, a good run.
Yeah, Richard setting up the first time on the leaderboard for that Class I, but we're going to see close competition behind him. Trisha in the Force TA, making good progress as well, moving up to Class K1, 2, up to 2 litre cars in that beautiful V8 Force TA. And Trisha just locking up a little bit on the entry of Fallow, but no problem. Managed to cars turn around through Museum. And Nicola Durden is now making her way here at the front of Triangle. And off she goes in that beautiful Gould Dallara. Nicola, a regular contender here on Loton Park. Off she goes into the Cedar Straight, where she'll go through and push that car up through the gears.
Yep, so we see Nicola Dearden 70 miles an hour at the top of the straight for her Gould Dallara, and climbing round up towards Museum. That's a very steep climb. That doesn't look as steep on the cameras as it is in real life. Then we switch to Bernard Kevil's Van Diemen RF90. This is a shared car this weekend, so we've seen quite a bit of it, but it is a great machine. I love seeing this out on track. It's always so nicely prepared as well. Very well turned out car. I like it when it's got the blue wheels on it, but it's not got its blue wheels with it today, it doesn't seem. But there we are at the top of the straight, heading round and climbing up to Museum.
Yeah, Bernard and Simon Andrew sharing that car, usually the wheel of the OMS, but sometimes they just like to jump back into something a little bit more simple, like the Van Diemen 60.53. Bernard Cavill posting the first time on Class J1, and Joseph Mackerel in the Tigger SF8C3. Great car to see again today, and great. This car was built in 1983 and is powered by a 4-cylinder 1.6 Peugeot engine, 16 valve. This thing's will rev to about 9,000 RPM, and the two are not afraid of pushing that car. 55.89 for Joseph.
Yeah, then we're switching to Malcolm Hickey's Caterham 7. Talking to him yesterday, this car started out as a 1.4 road sport with the big long wings, and it was very much a basic car. But due to a slight redesign after hitting tyre wall at Anglesey, Malcolm, who's locking up his wheels there at the top of the straight, he's rebuilt this into the machine you see now, and it's a quick car. He's upgraded engine, suspension, roll cage, and turned it into a nice machine.
Yeah, fantastic car, and time for Malcolm Hickey 60.20, quickly chased by Tim Higgins in the Westfield SEI, making good progress, 75 miles an hour at the end of the Cedar Straight. And see just the handling, and this great thing about those cars, you can see the steering input of all our drivers, the safety equipment. They're also all equipped with their helmets and hands device, bringing a lot of safety to those cars. Tim Higgins 61.81, Robert Lloyd will be quickly following in this Westfield. This is the wider chassis, so wider tracks give you a little bit of better handling. Robert Lloyd cars is equipped with a sequential gearbox, so all he has to do is go up and down the gears by pushing the lever in the middle of the car. He'll be pushing that car to the finish line, and let's see what he can do in terms of his time at 61.62.
Yeah, then we have Paul Evans in that purple Westfield following next. He'll be heading up the hill past keepers. There we have it, onto the straight. Paul Evans again. This whole category very, very closely matched, and a quick group of guys. So great to see the competition in this series. 87 miles an hour through the speed trap as he heads round towards the museum and ending off the run, as we then see Joy Hoyle's Caterham Super Sprint coming through as past us down at Triangle.
Yeah, Joy Hoyle, good standing so far in this car, a car that she shares with Ray Law, and the two have been sharing the car for a long time. Usually they put the best time out of each to see how quick the car can be. Joy tends to be quicker in the twisty bits, and Ray tends to be a bit braver on the straights and under heavy braking. So Joy's pushing that car to the finish line. Looks to be a good time so far, a time of 57.54. So decent time, but Richard Price will have something to say about it. He has been the quickest so far this weekend, and this 1.6 4-cylinder engine looks very healthy, controlled that beautifully at the end of the Cedar Straight. Great to see him pushing that car on that first run. A little bit of a lock-up on the entry of the museum, nothing to worry about. He'll just turn that car around, push the car to finish line at 55.91.
Yeah, really nice run there, just pipping Joy for the top spot, as we then see Steve Garner's Westfield making his way up the hill. He just breaks the time, being 85 miles an hour. You can see on the front of that car, got a bit of aero downforce to try and help give it grip through the corners to those front wheels. Round museum, but those front wheels don't have any grip as he runs wide. Takes a bit of the grass, that will knock his time, and unfortunately he's only able to get second. Without that slight mistake, he would have been in for a contention at the top. There we have Andrew Russell's Ginetta G15. Lovely little car, this regular competitor here at Loton. It's great to see as we shift into modified series production cars up to 1400s, and this little Ginetta weighs the same as a bag of crisps, so it doesn't matter what engine's in it, it's always going to be quick.
Yeah, that's true. Alex and Andrew Russell always drive this car beautifully, but I think there's so little weight in this car, 61.74, and Roy Horder has been using his warning signals on that car. I don't know if that's on purpose, but it might be a faulty electric thing on the car. Roy having a great turn of speed on this, competing against Tony Fickins in the Peugeot 205. Roy taking this to the finish line and a time of 62.79, but I'm sure Tony will have something to say about it in that 205. This is the spare one, this is the grey one, it usually has the red one. This one equipped with a 2-litre 306 GTI 6 engine, and Tony pushing real hard, just locking the wheels, but making sure that he gets around that corner on 3 wheels through that corner, using a little bit of the grass on the outside, and off he goes through the finish line at 60.62. I'll give him the lead for today.
Yeah, we then switch to Gary Morgan's Vauxhall Chevette HSR. This was a development car for the Works Vauxhall Rally team back in the 1970s. It then went on to do mod sports and thunder saloons and all sorts of racing. So it's a well-run machine. This one of the great cars here this weekend. Really unusual to see. Brilliant little category we've got of modified production cars over 2 litres. Gary Morgan first up with that Chevette. He will cross the line any second now to put on the time of 62 dead. But he's been followed up the hill by Nigel Elliott's Triumph TR7 V8, and another one of those modified production cars.
Yeah, more power than you would need in this car. This is powered by V8 twin turbocharged engine, and probably about 550 horsepower in something that doesn't weigh much, and it's a scary car, I think, to be at the wheel of. And Nigel pushing the car to the finish line, using all the power of that V8 through the finish. 62.61 puts him second in class, but Paul has been the pace setter in this class in that beautiful Porsche 911 RSR. Some of you have been following this HillClimb will remember this car being fully yellow, and Paul took the advantage of having a bit of bodywork done to the car to spice it up and put a little bit of grin on the car. So Paul, always the pace setter in that beautiful Porsche 911 RSR. Looks to be a fairly soft car, but that's how I think Paul likes to have his car set up. Goes through the finish line, 58.07.
Yeah, actually hill climbing you need a slightly softer setup, as Becky Manton locks up a brake on her Westfield there, entering into Triangle. Because of the short runs, you don't have the time to build up the tyre temperatures as you do on a circuit race, so a slightly softer suspension helps generate that little bit more heat, and actually can be detrimental to your running if you're running too stiff. Another big lock-up for Becky as she really pushes her Westfield to the limit, goes around up towards the museum. Hopefully this is a good run for her despite all the lockups, as we see Roger Moran in that Skoda rally car just entering into Triangle. Dramatic cars those. Becky Manton going 61.79 to take class lead in modified production cars, but Roger is really pushing his way up the hill.
Yeah, Roger Tremonton turner speed 98 miles an hour at the end of the straight in that four-wheel drive Skoda Fabia. Let's see if he can beat time from Scott Moran. Let's see what time he can do. He's going to be very close, I think. It's a time of a 52.93.
A good run for Roger in that Skoda, as we then pick up the Mitsubishi Evo, an older rally car than those Skodas. These Mitsubishis were one of the cars to have back in the 1990s rallying, and great to see it out on the hill today. George Harding doing a good run in this machine as he climbs up the straight towards the timing beam, 77 miles an hour, but it's in the corners where these cars will really make up the time. Grip from those four-wheel drives gives it great cornering speeds, lifting a tyre, freewheeling through museum as he heads towards the finish line. And we see the popping, banging, always very dramatic Ford Fiesta rallycross car of Steve Mundy.
Yeah, a good time for George Harding, a 58.04, showing that this car can still produce a lot of power and still has the handling to overtake the Toyotas. But Steve Mundy in that Ford Fiesta rallycross, this is a supercar class car, so this was the top cars back in the early 2000s. Not much left of a standard Fiesta in this. It's four-wheel drive, 600 horsepower, radiators at the back, and it's great to see Steve, who has been campaigning this car so far this year, improving on his time and getting quicker and quicker.
Yeah, then we have the second Skoda rally car of Einan Price as he enters into Keepers out onto the Cedar Straight. Slight differences between this plain white car and the Skoda liveried car of the Morans, but essentially the same chassis and body shell Einan Price always dramatic as he drives, taking the car right to the edge there, clipping the grass. Again, freewheeling up into Museum, running a bit wide there, and then powering his way over the finish line. He gives us a time of 54.34, a good run for Einan there.
Yeah, good time for Einan. And Stephen King from four-wheel drive to what looks like more of a Le Mans prototype. This is one of the radical sport and a good entry in this class so far this weekend. Stephen King will be pushing that car to the finish line, and all of those radicals are powered by motorbike engines, mostly Hayabusas, Suzuki engines.
Yeah, we see this Pro Sport, that's physically the smallest radical. They do get bigger and bigger, and we switch to an SR1. It was a slightly bigger, a bit more in by the way of aerodynamic aids on the SR1s, and a bit more power, I believe, but essentially the same car. These radicals very, very quick on circuits and favoured in European hill climbing where the tracks tend to be a bit longer. But they do a good job here on the shorter British hills as well. And we see David Bickley about to cross the line as Mike West's Gulf liveried radical passes us down here at Triangle.
Yeah, Mike West elected for clean exit from Triangle this time round. He drifted the car early on, but that's how some of the radicals sometimes behave in that corner. Mike West making good progress in that beautiful radical SR1 is going to be so far good learning, and I think he's improving on his previous time so far this morning, so he'll be pleased with that run. It's a time of 59.81, just under the 60-second mark. Robin Nicholson in the Mark 20, not hitting one of the flip-flops this time round, and it's great to see turner speed on those machines. Incredible handling. I'm always impressed by the way this car handles the corner.
Yeah, it's great to watch. If you are here by the track, head down to the start line next time this Paddock is setting off. It really, you can see it squat down onto its back axle with the power and launch itself from the line very dramatically. Great cars. I'm always pleased to see this on the entry list as he breaks the line. 55.81, a good run. Really close this category, in fact, as Matthew Price, the last of our sports racing cars up to 2 litres, is heading up the hill. It's all very, very tight at the top in this championship. We'll see whether Matthew can get himself in amongst the others. He's currently on a good run, but seems to run a little bit wide there on the kink up the straight. 93 miles an hour, a good run. This Radical SR3 slightly bigger and wider, so he has less of the track to play with than the others, but has plenty of power as he powers his way out of Museum, using that high speed to go 52.97 to take the top spot.
Yeah, Matt Price will be very pleased with this, dipping under the 53-second mark, and yesterday's best time was a 53.32, so an impressive turn of speed for that, and the Radical taking the top spot in that Class F.
Yeah, we have a red flag now. That's end of batch, no incidents on track, just we've filled up the top car park, and these cars will be heading back down to us. Now that was all timed runs for those guys, so we're into competition now. These numbers actually matter to the drivers much more than the practice times, and we saw some really good running. Those that sports Libra sports racing class ever so close. As we see some of the guys looking at the cars, maybe slight issues there. Was that on the Skoda or something? I'm not sure.
Yeah, no, I think Roger and Stephen were just having a bit of a chat at the top of the paddock. Roger are always keen to help other drivers. If there's someone in the paddock that knows what he's talking about, it'll be Roger.
Yeah, now I believe, is it Roger's Skoda has the slightly bigger engine than Einan's?
Yeah.
So a little bit more power under that. He's got the 2-litre machine opposed to the 1.8, is that right?
Yeah, that's right. The 2-litre, and obviously Einan Price car having the standard R5 engine, so the 1600 turbocharged. So I'm not too sure about the exact power of those engines, but you'd expect the bigger capacity from the 2-litre gives Scott and Roger the edge in those cars compared to Einan.
Yeah, now we've got a bit of a break here. We're seeing some great shots on HillClimb.TV of the cars coming back. Love to see that Triumph TR7, that's always fun. And various other really interesting cars. I would like to say at the moment to all those watching on HillClimb.TV, don't forget to like the broadcast. Your likes do actually help boost the channel in other people's searches. If you haven't done already, please do subscribe to HillClimb.TV. This goes for people at the track as well. Go on to YouTube whenever you can. Find HillClimb.TV and subscribe to the channel. The more subscribers we have, the better. Again, it boosts the algorithms and pushes HillClimb.TV into more people's sphere of view. And also, do consider becoming a member. Membership of HillClimb.TV is very cheap. You can start from 99p a month for the entry package. Next one is, I think, £5 a month, and the top is only, I think, £12 a month. You get various additions to various different categories. You can see on the screen there, thanking some of the members. Don't forget to do that if you can, because we'd like to support the championship, the channel, because we'll go away if we don't. The whole of HillClimb.TV is run by a small group of very dedicated people, and we love to have them at any event. And even if we're not at the event, we like to be able to watch what's going on in hill climbing. And that small amount of money that you give by becoming a member just helps keep the channel going and keeps it improving. Every single time I watch an event, I see that Rich has added another little bit, another graphic or another little extra thing, and it just improves all of the coverage. We're really benefiting today from having a cameraman who is able to follow some of the action. So rather than just the static cameras, we also have a manned camera, and more of that would be brilliant. But it all costs money to run, to buy the equipment, and so please do support the channel as much as you can. I'd also say to those who are watching, why not come to the venue and support hill climbing in person? I believe entry here for Loton is only about £15 an adult. Children are free, so that's quite a cheap entry. There's food, drink and things to get when you're here. The whole park is open to you pretty much. You can wander around along past all the different parts of the track, watch motorsport from any corner you wish, and you can get a great day's motorsport action right next to the track in some places, and so it's really good.
Yeah, it's very it's a superb place to come. I think I tend to call it my happy place because every time in that paddock, I just naturally tend to have a smile on my face.
Yeah,
and it's great to see. It's non-stop action, and basically you get to. I'm yet to find another kind of sport where you get to see such different variety of cars, different things where you can go from with interior Jaguar to full carbon car. So much diversity. Graham just launching off the lines once more today in that Lola T492. That's powered by a 6-cylinder 3.2 Porsche engine, and he's been building that car in the past 2 years. Great contender, and Graham drives beautifully this car. I'm yet to find Graham just, making a mistake on any of those runs is incredible. Graham is obviously a seasoned driver in this car and anywhere on a hill really, and he basically took the engine out of that Porsche road car they had and put it in that beautiful chassis.
Yeah, I think commentator's curse at work there. He's never made a mistake, says Benoit. Let's hope he gets to the end of this run trouble-free. As he rounds the last corner, it looks like he might get away with it this time. Heads towards the finish line in a 56.31. No competition for Graham this weekend. He's in a class of 1, but that's still a good run. As we switch to Clive Austin in the Empire race.
Yeah, the Empire race is probably one of the most beautiful hill climb cars. I think a little bit of the smoke out of the exhaust of that car and shooting flames as he downshifts on the entry of Triangle. Very advanced car. You can see the area at the back of that car. Big diffuser that starts really right in the middle of the car, and it continues to fire a lot of flames out of that engine, and off he goes. Good time. It looks like he's pushing and making good progress on that run. Clive pushing that car, and great to see him back running in action this time round. Off he goes through to the finish line with 50.52.
Nice run for Clive, nice and neat, as we see Nigel Pitt's OMS coming round to start his run. This car is quite dramatic to watch. It seems to really have a lot of power from the bike engine, and you can see sometimes as he accelerates from the corners, it's a quite a vicious car on that when you put the power down, but he controls it well. Nigel over improving in this machine, in that sort of black and green livery. Climbing his way up the hill, breaking the speed line, 100 miles an hour. Nice for Nigel, very brave up there. Enters round fallow, climbs the hill to the museum. Stuart Bickley leaves the line.
Yeah, good run so far for Nigel. He's dipping into the 50-second mark, so that's a good time for him. Good reference, and Strats has been the quickest in this class so far this weekend. And will be looking for time in the 47s, and that looks mega quick as I look to the left through the window of the commentary booth. It looks incredibly fast.
Yeah, that's right. If you can see the timing screen, they're coming up pink. Pink is meant to mean fastest overall. It may not be working, but that's fastest ever, a class record fast. So Stuart Bickley coming up to the line, 47.23. Really good run for Stuart there. Really setting down. The other guys seem to all be very similar in their 50-second runs, but Stuart really stamping his intention on the class with that 47 run as we switch to Tom Weaver's Empire Evo.
Yeah, Tom will be looking to put a good time on the board after his little mishaps just early on, so we'll be looking to put that together this time around. It looks to be on good course, so good time for Tom so far. Let's see what speed he can do. 109 miles an hour, a little bit slower than Stu, but I think Stu was really brave on the brake on the entry of fallow. Rounds Museum, up through the gears, and off he goes. It's a time of 48.39, a great time for him to put on the leaderboard.
Yeah, that puts him second currently as we switch to Carol Nichols' Nike Mark IV in the Formula Ford category. This is a classic Formula Ford from the late 60s, a beautiful machine that Carol always enjoys competing in. Heading on up the hill, good solid run for her so far. Green on the timing means that she's going quicker than she has previously, and hopefully a good run for her. See her smiling as she crests the hill, enters into the final few turns of the run, and we see Les Buck's Mistral Formula Ford.
Yeah, Les Buck on a good run as well, looking to improve on those previous time. I'm looking at a time for so far in practice, a 62.24 for Les Buck. So we'll be looking to beat that time. Caroline through the finish line. Carol in a 68.48, and Les Buck is going to go through Simon Andrew. Switch to the beautiful Van Diemen RF90. I call those cars usually spiders because they've got quite thin legs.
They do look a bit spiderish with those wheels sticking out quite far, and when you see them on circuit racing, that's always one of the dangers, is that cars will tangle up their long thin suspension arms. But here on the hill, no chance of that. There's only ever one car at a time, and so we can focus on that as Simon Andrews gets close to the finish line. Mark Schlenker's Force is roaring up the hill behind him. Expect Mark to put in a good run here. He's going quick, 105 miles an hour as he brakes hard into fallow, climbs up round Museum and heads off towards the finish line.
Yeah, close competition again in this class. Best time so far for Mark Shankler, 49.97, and it's a 50.05, so it hasn't hit his practice time, but Robert Capper will have something to say about it. He's going to try and beat that time. Robert was the quickest so far, 49.30, time he posted yesterday, so track condition looks to be improving as well, so it allows our drivers to push and find more grip on the track as the tarmac warms up, as the sun starts making an appearance. Robert Capper on a good run so far, 41.57 is the split at Museum. Let's see what he can do as he goes through to the finish line, 48.74.
Yeah, then we switch to Anime Furnace's very nice looking Swallow DR14. This is now in the next category up. We're in racing cars of 1600 to 2 litres. And we'll see what sort of time the slightly bigger engine makes. 83 miles an hour in the speed trap, braking hard down into fallow. Then you need to power your way up towards the museum. Don't forget that right turn, and cracking the apex late as you then power out towards the finish line. 56.08, good run there for Anna, as we then switch to Terry Davis's.
Yeah, great run for Anna. Not her quickest run so far this weekend, but very close to her best time of 55.91. Terry Davis making his way through the second part of the hill already in that beautiful V8 Force TA. Pushing through 97 miles an hour on the entry fallow, controls the car on the braking and turns the cars around onto the entry of museum. And Terry Davis on a good run so far. He'll be looking to post a good time. So far his best time was a 51.40 and he bets that time a 51.05.
Really good run there for Terry. He'll be very pleased with that. Currently top of his group. Andrew Henson next up though in that Gould Dallara F394. This is the one without the side pods, as you can see. Nice looking machine again as Andrew climbs up to museum. Really on a fast one there by the look of things, as Jonathan Farley shoots off the start line. Jonathan is, we expect, the quickest man here today. Andrew goes 49.9, which is a really good run in that Gould Dallara. We'll see what Jonathan Farley's Predator can do.
Yes, John will be looking for a time in the 45. He was really close to that with a 46.40 yesterday, so we'll be looking to improve on that time. He'll definitely be taking the lead of that class. 180 miles an hour as he enters fallow, controls the cars beautifully onto that corner, carries a lot of speed between those two, and pushes through to the finish line. Let's see what time he can do. It's a time in the 47.30.
Really nice time for Jonathan there. He's likely to take a victory here, which will help his championship hopes no end. Currently he's joined first in the championship points. It's quite a complicated thing with drop scores, so it's not a guarantee until the end of the year. But Jonathan really stamping out his intention to win that series. We've now shifted Peter Tatham in that OMS. This is racing cars with forced induction, so turbo or supercharged up to 2 litres. Peter Tatham's OMS is first up. John Chalmers will come next, and we'll see which of these two is the quickest.
Yeah, Peter brave on the brake here, 101 miles an hour at the end of the Cedar Straight, and got representation of both supercharger and turbochargers in this class. Peter Tatham so far going good progress and 48.83. He'll be pleased with that run. That was really close to his best time so far this weekend. John Chalmers in the rolled turbocharged. This is a Hayabusa engine with the turbo strapped onto it. If you're on the track, you can see the turbo just picking out on the left side as you can see the exhaust exiting that car on the left side of that car.
Yeah, John had a slight moment at the top of the hill yesterday, got away with it nicely though, so we'll see how fast he goes. 98 miles an hour, managed to hit his braking point, no problem this time. Takes it round fallow, climbs his way up towards museum, and will then power across the line. 48.83 is his time. He just misses out. He goes to a 51.88.
Yeah, it looks like he wasn't able to carry the speed between fallow and museum from the look of it. Ian Tucker in the OMS 28, now moving up to class K3, so just a little bit different arrangement in terms of gearbox. And Ian Tucker making good progress on the class of his own. 37.39 is the split time at the Cedar Straight. Good time so far for Ian.
Yeah, as Ian heads towards the finish line, we have Paul Crute on track in his Jaguar-powered OMS. This OMS probably isn't the most competitive in the class. The road-going engine is slightly down on power and slightly up on weight compared to some of the other machines, but Paul just loves driving it. He just enjoys every moment, doesn't care that some of the other guys have faster machines, because he enjoys this no end. Paul Crute doing a good run despite those things I've just said. as he powers his way over the finishing line to go 52.17 for Class L, racing cars over 2 litres.
Yeah, it's a great run for Paul, actually almost 2 seconds quicker than his best run so far this weekend, so we'll be very pleased with that. But Graham Wynn has lined up the Gould GR59 on the start line, and it's going to be great to see that car launch off the line.
Yeah, not a bad launch, but I don't think his quickest ever, Graham there. But I'm sure he'll make up for that as the run goes on. This GR59, a purpose-built Hillclimb machine, very quick, 92 miles an hour on that very short straight section for Graham, really pushing it. Now he's got going. You can see that he's coming up with purple sectors as he beats the time set down by Paul Creek just before. Graham Wynn, we expect to be one of the quickest guys here today, so don't expect anything less. 112 miles an hour as he sits from that Cedar Straight up towards Museum. Everything very nice, neat and tidy for him. Hold the power till the last second, then zoom across the line. 47.73, great run.
Yeah, good run so far. That's just a 1/10 quicker than John Varley, so that's the fastest time so far today. A great time for Graham Wynn. Marcus on in the Lotus 69 for Miller 2, back into Class M with our sports racing car up to 1971. Malcolm setting up the pace on that first competitive run. Just having a bit of an attitude, but managed to control it, no problems through that, and he enters Museum, turns the cars around, no problem for him at all. Look at the time, let's see what time he can post, 56.98.
Yeah, great to see that Lotus on the hill. Martin Jones next in the slightly older Brabham BT21. This car doesn't have the addition of those wings that the Lotus or the later Brabham has. Still a quick car though, despite those slight deficiencies. Lovely car. Martin Jones taking there round the Museum and then out towards the finish line before switching to Andy Tippett's Brabham BT30X. X means Hillclimb Special, and in that is a massive V8 Buick engine.
Yeah, from 4-cylinder to the big V8 at the back of that Brabham. Andy Tippett driving this car beautifully. He was the quickest so far and the pace setter again in this class. Best time so far this morning and this weekend, a 55.92. I think he's going to get really close to that 55 mark. Off he goes through the finish line at 56.12.
Yeah, that puts him top of the class so far. We then look at Robin Johnston in the Tigra SF83. Nice classic car this, that bright yellow paint scheme. Peugeot engine as he takes quite a lot of the corner off there, flipping the dirt, sending up a bit of a cloud as he then crests the hill. 79 miles an hour from that car. It's a smart machine this, really well turned out. Shared drive between Robin and Joseph in this machine, so it's a close competition between the two of them. And we see Robin heading towards the line to go 58.76, just a tad slower of the two.
Yeah, Joseph taking the honours between the two, and Ross McDonald in that beautiful 2.7 hours replica 911. Great to see this car. Again, a driver who's in a class of his own here in the Midland Championship, and Ross, a great turn of speed as well. 70 miles an hour at the end of the straight, and the classic sound of the 6-cylinder. Locks the wheel on the entry of Museum, but no problem. Controls the cars, and off he goes through to the finish line. It'll be a time for him of 62.45.
Yeah, class of 1 for Ross in that Porsche, but he can still push to try and beat his own times. As we then move on to Peter Gibatis in his Lotus, Series 2 Lotus this, slightly different bodywork, the slightly more aerodynamic perhaps front end of this car, as we've now gone into road-going production cars up to 2 litres. And we watch the Lotus coming down the hill towards us here at Triangle. He packs it in nicely, a little squeal from the tyres as he exits out. Seems nicely under control though, heading up into the tight right left of keepers and onto the Cedar Straight. Again, cutting the corner ever so slightly, using all the track and more is Peter, and hoping to get a nice quick time for himself as he clips the speed trap, 69 miles an hour.
Yeah, Peter, the first of the Midland Championship contenders, Loton Park Championship contender, putting a time on the leaderboard, and he's going to go through the finish line in a time of 67.17. And then Simon Crystal's also in that shared car in the so 910 will be into the Loton Park Championship, I believe. Always, I'm getting confused between those two.
Yeah, Simon Crystal is running this in the production cars over 2 litres, whereas it's also being run in the Porsche Speed Championship, the same car.
Yeah, 910 Loton Park 210 in the Porsche Motorsport Speed Championship.
So Simon gets a run of 62.64 as I believe we come to end of batch. The reason I know that, Benoit, is because they open the gates, let the ice cream truck through. So, ice cream truck has arrived here at Loton Park. All those who are watching down here at Triangle can now go and get themselves an ice cream. Does mean I have to buy Benoit an ice cream at some point today, but that's fine. We'll figure that out.
It's the common taster's tradition. We have to finish the day with an ice cream.
Yeah. So, Adrian says he's never heard of hill climbing before, and he wishes this existed in Spain. I'm pretty sure there's hill climbing in Spain.
There is a hill climbing in Spain. But you say this, and I can't name any.
No, I can't give you a name of it, but I'm sure I've watched hill climbing from Spain in the past.
Yeah.
It happens all over Europe. European hill climbs tend to be longer than British ones. I think they have just more space and more hills, perhaps. We're limited by the size of our hills. But it happens all over Europe, and some of it is absolutely terrifying to watch. They go up these things at absolute rocket speeds. But despite not having any close to you in Spain, you can watch this hill climbing wherever you are via HillClimb.TV. And I'm pleased to say, Benoit, what was our aim for subscribers before lunch? 12,500.
Yes.
Well, we've beaten that. We've gone well over that in our subscribers, so thank you to all those who have subscribed to the channel. We've gone to 12,529. Come on, somebody hit that subscribe button. Let us get a nice round 30.
Oh, we just got 2 more.
Oh, that's ruined it. Now we need another 9 people to subscribe to bring it to a nice round 40.
We like a number ending in 0, so maybe we can get to 1,300 by the end of the day. And great to see also, I blame me dad, I think. Same for me, Max, been catching up on motorsport this week. This was on my recommendations. Well, it's a great recommendations, and I hope you're going to enjoy that. Basically, just forget about F1 today.
F what?
F1.
Not heard of it. So, yes, we have great stuff. The rest of the morning, we'll have a few more runs. Then we'll have our lunch break. Then we'll have, in the afternoon, more timed runs and the various runoffs for the championships. So we've got loads of action to come still here from Loton Park. Those who are joining us here at the track, welcome to anybody who's joined us in the last, however long since I last said this. You are more than welcome. We love to see you. Please do enjoy your time here. Wander around the paddock, talk to the drivers, look at the cars. And if you're feeling fit, start to wander up the hill. You can follow the course on the path that runs quite literally alongside it, and there are various points where you can stop, sit on some benches under the trees, watch the cars, walk a bit more, sit another place. You can see almost every single place of this track from the path that runs up the side. You can get some absolutely beautiful views. Our photographers love it because they get some absolutely great shots. And so please do join us and you work your way up the hill to the top. Robert suggested the hill climb does a run up, the ice cream truck does a run up the hill. The problem is it would have Benoit chasing after it the entire way with his pocket money. So maybe best leave it where it is in the paddock.
I think it's a good idea. I'm not sure we have a reference time to that, but anyway, that would be a class record first time round.
Yeah, that's true. We could get maybe a world record. I'm not sure we've ever had a ice cream truck hill climb before. So there's potential there for a real interesting run.
Well, yeah, we'll have to check with the Motorsport UK if we can just introduce the. I was You know what? I woke up this morning on my way to Loton Park. I was like, would there be an inappropriate vehicle that you would take on a hill?
We've just been handed, thank you very much, the lineup for the runoff, the Midland Hillclimb runoff. Excellent. So we will have in the runoff coming up very soon, Patricia Davies, Richard Weaver, John Chalmers, Terry Davies, Clive Austin, Mark Schlanker, Andrew Henson, Robert Capper, Tom Weaver, Graham Wynne, Jonathan Varley and Stuart Bickley. Stuart set the fastest time in the qualifyings with a 47.23, I think. So he is very quick up the hill, and there's 3 guys in the 47s there, so that's a really good collection of cars.
Yeah, very impressive performance from Stu, putting that 1100cc single-seater to the top of the leaderboard so far this morning. But I'm sure John will have something to say about it. So we're going to have a very exciting runoff just before that lunchtime. Really looking forward to that.
Yeah, so we have a batch of cars to run through now. Richard Case setting us off for that. Then we will have the Midland Hillclimb runoff just before the lunch break. So we'll get all excited, and then we'll have about half an hour to recover ourselves in the lunch break. So Richard Case in his Renault Clio 197. Starting us off, he's just heading around Fletcher's Dello down towards Triangle. 197, I believe, refers to the horsepower of this car. Tiny little lightweight Renault Clio with almost 200 horsepower. It gives it a good turn of speed up the hill, and just shows that you really can run anything in hill climbing.
Yeah, and that's the Mark III Clio with the wider arches. It looked really good at the time and still looks really good. In my opinion, it's a great car. 6-speed gearbox, so closer ratio, got a bit more gears to select compared to the Renault Clio 182 that David Fickens is campaigning just behind. So back into the Interclub running, and that's the first of their competitive run so far today. Richard Case through the finish line of 69.34. David Fickens making good progress as well in that Clio, and a 74 miles an hour at the end of the straight. Going to try and put that car, and they'll be looking to go onto 3 wheels, just saving on tyres really. Off he goes, pops a wheel, and David Fickens all the way through to finish line, up through the gears, and off he goes, a time of 67.40.
We then have Simon Howard's John Cooper Works Mini. Now, Simon has a slight disadvantage. He wasn't here yesterday for all of the practice runs, so he's only had running today, this morning. But he is mostly only in a class of 1 anyway, so he's not against other competition. Despite his limited running, he's doing well. He's running up through Museum, slightly picking up that rear wheel. He'll cross the line any moment now to put in a time of 63.22.
Yeah, Simon definitely try 63.22. Good time for that car, and is in a class of his own this weekend. Archie Mose has jumped in the Lotus Elise, the Series 2. So far, Peter taking the honours, and he'll be going through the finish through. Archie, I think, might be their first time round here. They weren't here yesterday, so they're still going through and learning the course as they go through.
I've just been told that our list of cars for the runoff might actually be revised before we get there, so we'll keep you up to date on that, folks. Don't worry too much. But here we have the Audi TT of Andrew Coleman. This is a quick car, 4-wheel drive machine, lots of power, and it's always driven very quickly by Andrew. He is usually in a class with the Toyota Yaris's. Not today, however. I guess there's a slight technical difference between those. But Andrew powering his way now round Fallow up towards Museum. He takes Museum nice and neatly, puts the power on as he heads towards the finish line. A 58.24, really good run for Andrew before we switch to one of the nicest cars here today, Derek Jones's Ford Escort Mark 1.
Yeah, what a beautiful car, and I saw this car in the paddock this morning, and it just looks completely immaculate. What not a bit of dust on it, and it's a very, very well turned out car. I've seen this car is fresh off the garage, and it's great to see Derek not being afraid of using it like he should, really.
Yeah, I wonder whether this is freshly rebuilt and he's getting ready to go rallying in it, so using the hill climb as a bit of a test. As he rounds off the museum and heads towards the finish line, we'll see what time Derek puts on the board. We don't have much reference times for this car, but 66.17, that's not a bad run all the same. We then see Simon O'Sullivan's Lotus Elise S1. This car is modified. You can see it's not got headlights because it's been lightened. He's taken out anything that's not needed. And on Lotus Elise, that's not very much, but it's certainly a little bit of weight saving for Simon.
Yeah, there's not much to Lotus Elise, and Simon going through the finish line at 61.87. Great to see that car into through the finish line. Rick Leddy was posting some really good times so far, and looked really quick, popping a wheel on the entry of museum using the four-wheel drive of that Audi TT through the finish line of 56.28.
Yeah, really good to see the cars that are effectively road cars dipping below the 60-second, the 1 minute mark. Great to see that, as we see Ian Crystal. This is the Crystal who's in the Porsche Speed Club category. He's taking this shared Porsche Boxster up the hill. He will be one of the first of this batch to run for that category, I think, in timed competition. Rounding, and he runs a bit wide at fallow, clips the dirt, but carries on all right. Takes museum nice and neatly before powering his way towards the finish line. And we'll see what time, 65.61 for Ian Crystal. See Simon Bickerstaff also in a Porsche Boxster heading up towards fallow.
Yeah, Simon so far, right, his best time is 66.76, so he'll be looking to get close to that time, or if not, improve that. He looks to be on good course. That looked like the decent run for Simon, so good to see him running those two cars, running well, 66.39. And Gary Hall in the Jedi Mark II has been getting quicker and quicker in that car. Yeah, he's driving like he's stolen it. It's not his.
Yeah, he sort of has stolen it. But yeah, slightly more power in this Jedi than Gary's normal one, but I think he's enjoying it, giving it a try. Great cars these, really like a Jedi, and again, sort of car I would consider entering if I had the money to go racing. 55.08 for Gary, really good run for him, as Michael Crutchley's Alfa Romeo Giulia is on the hill. We always love seeing this car, a regular competitor here. This is an ex-rally machine originally, but Michael's been using it for hill climbing for some while now, and getting better and better with every outing.
Yeah, Michael Crutchley making decent progress in the Alfa Romeo Giulia, and Michael is a big fan of Alfas. He's got 3 in the garage, and he's just trying to he's just been campaigning that car for a few years now, and it's great to see him and see that classic shape of Alfa Romeo Giulia through the finish line. A 72.74, that's a good time for Michael.
Yeah, excellent time for Michael, as we see Peter Neal's Austin Healey Sprite as it climbs up through keepers and out onto the Cedar Straight. Beautiful car, and it looks excellent going through the greenery here at Loton Park. Unfortunately, the sun has disappeared, which always makes things look better here, but all the same, that Healey hitting 64 miles an hour there through the speed trap, running a bit wide, picking up some dust as he pushes hard through fallow into museum. He gets out wide there, but it's all under control. Heading towards the line, this will be a nice run, 73.84. Nice, good run for Peter Neal there. Now we'll see David Hilton's Porsche on the line. There it is, 996 GT3 machine. This has been quick all weekend in the Porsche Club Speed Championship. It's been David Hilton who's been setting the pace pretty much from the go. so we'll see what sort of time he can post. The timing be, away he goes. He hits 2.27 for that first 64 foot, a nice start for him. Up into Hall, round Hall and down towards Loggerheads. A quick little left turn there as he then drops down towards Fletcher's Dello that leads to the drop down the hill, short straight into Triangle in front of our commentary booth. Looking really nice. He did clip one of the corner markers. I wonder whether he'll get a penalty for that. We'll wait and see whether it's enough to get his penalty up through keepers and onto Cedar Straight.
Yeah, all good if you haven't dislodged it. So if you just clip it and it goes flip and flop, that's how we call them here. And yeah, no problem for David. He's been the pace setter and the quickest in the Porsche Speed Championship. So great to see that car, and you can see that machine just going around. No problem. Great handling in the Porsche 996 GT3, and it's a 58.35.
A good run there as Chris Milnes, Porsche Boxster, comes through Triangle. We've been slightly distracted, however, by the sound of jet engines. There's air display at RAF Costa going on not far from us. So I suspect that was somebody heading to or from the air show. But Chris Milne heading up the hill in his Porsche Boxster through the speed trap at 76 miles an hour. Brakes hard down into fallow for rounding the corner. Keeps it very nice and neat and tidy. Another soft top with his hood up for extra speed on the straight. As he rounds Museum up towards the finish line, we'll see what Chris can do. It's a 65.17. Good run there.
Yes, and in the red Boxster, this is not the red arrow, but I don't know what time would a red arrow would post at Loton Park here. It'll be interesting to see. I'm sure they would be able to do it, although it might be a bit too tight for those guys, even in those incredible jets that we have.
Wings are too wide to go up the straight, probably.
Yeah, okay, yeah, maybe. Well, here we go. We've got still a red car just running, and Haynes will be pushing that car, making good progress so far. I'm going to keep a close time look at the quickest run for that car, 70.76. So we'll be looking to get through and improve on that time. He does a 67.81, so that's really good.
Yeah, John Baldock's Porsche Boxster looks a bit like a red arrow with that red and blue paint scheme there. Smart looking car. He's got the hard top on, so extra slippery through the air for John as he climbs up to Museum, and we see him round that corner and head along down to the finish line. He posts a 66.61, puts him fifth so far in class, as we see Geraint Evans, Porsche 911, another brightly covered, oh no, he's gone past us already as Jake Cartwright Boxster comes down, getting mixed up in our Porsches.
Yes, great to see Geraint Evans is 61.25. That's quicker by about 5/10 compared to his quickest time today. So he'll be pleased with that run. Certainly looked like he was pushing that car, and Jake Cartwright making good progress. Green sector so far. That means he's improving on his best time of the day, and Jake making through to the finish line. We're picking up now the Porsche 924, and yeah, that's a great car, and you can see the flames out of the exhaust, the big wing at the back. There's probably not much weight to this car because the 924 were relatively lightweight from the factory, and Graham drives this car beautifully and shoots another flame and goes through the Museum corner, up through the gears, and he'll be pushing that car to the finish line, so he'll be probably in the top two, top three, 61.19. Pretty sure Stephen Jory will have something to say, showing how the Porsche 994 is a sweet handling car with such a great chassis balance. You can see the car just beautifully moving, and as I say this, it just locks the wheel, but no problem. Managed to gazette it and turns the car into Museum. Turns right there, that's quite a sharp right corner, and pushes to the finish line. Stephen up through the gears, and off he goes in a time of 59.58.
Great run for Stephen Jory. He's been pushing David Hilton all weekend, just can't quite get there. Martin Leish's Porsche 911E is up next. Classic Porsche 911's shape but this one has had quite a bit of modification to it over the years, so isn't quite a standard car. It runs very well as Martin goes up 77 through the speed trap, entering into fallow. Really neat run here for Martin. Very close to the edge there, goes into museum. Very nice, neat, tidy. Gets the power on as he exits towards the finish line. Let's see where his time is. 60.52. That goes third.
Yeah, great turn speed for that Porsche 911E, and Melsper picking up through on this course, and that's the Porsche 964 Carrera 2 Cup. I don't think the graphics are looking as it should, because I'm not sure he's gone through keepers just yet, but I see the 80 miles an hour, and it's looking for a good run. Mel has been putting some decent time all weekend long, and looking at the time so far, he has been posting a 62.80. That was his quickest time, and he improves on that time, is 62.22.
Yeah, next we have Ian Wadsworth's Porsche 911 SCRS. This very smart looking car. Now the Porsche Club Speed Championship has all sorts of different cars in it. We're only focusing on their fastest time outright. However, for the championship, they split into 4 different categories. Really good run there for Ian Wadsworth. He goes second, which is a brilliant time for him. He's really pulled it out of the bag with that run, 59.23. As we see Wayne Eason's Porsche Boxster, that silver and orange machine, climbing up to museum. Brown's Museum recently holding off on the power tool. He can get it on hard, heading towards the finish line. 60.37 puts him 4th. No, doesn't. He must have got a timing. Sorry, I've been distracted by aeroplanes again. I think Wayne Easton must have hit a marker somewhere to get a second added to his time.
Yes, you're right. I think he must have hit a marker somewhere. I haven't spotted that on the camera. And great time for Ian Wadsworth. Just looking at the time, with 59.23. He's improved that best time of the day so far by about 1.2 seconds. A great effort on that time run. And David Dyson in the Porsche 992 GT3 Touring, taking that car once more up the hill, and it's great to see this car. This is the latest technology. Double clutch gearbox, 500 horsepower, 4 litre, great chassis, massive brakes at the front and at the back, and you can see that car just making good progress up the hill. Makes all the right sound for Porsche GT3, and he'll be hitting the brakes at the entry of fallow, turns the cars round, and yeah, it's great to see Porsche still developed that car and kept their heritage with the engine still very much at the back of that car, and goes through the finish line in a time of a 58.81, puts him second in class.
David Hilton just hanging on there to the top spot for the Porsche Car Speed Championship. As we switch back to the Cooper Mark V of Alistair Dent. Great to see this one running again after its early off. I'm so pleased it's got back out on track. As I was saying earlier, this is my favourite car of the weekend. Really brilliant to see the drivers pushing hard. He slides his tail slightly through triangle, climbs up through keepers. Now you would think some of the high gradients of the hill here would be trouble for these cars, but they've got so little weight. It doesn't take much power to keep them going. As he pushes his way up the hill, we'll see what speed he hits. 66 miles an hour in that tiny little single cylinder 500cc powered Cooper. Runs himself round, and this will be the difficult tight museum corner. Manages very well, but pushes out a bit wide as he then pushes towards the finish line. Alistair Dent crosses the finish line. We get a 71.42. Nice run there in that little Cooper.
Yeah, great time for Alistair, and he remembered there was a corner at the end of the straight this time, and great to see that turn. Mark follows him in that twin-cylinder V-twin Cooper Mark 8, and you can see the twin exhaust on the side, so he's just creating a massive racket on that track, to be fair, and you can really hear him, and it's a great sound. I love the sound of the V-twin engine out of those cars.
Yeah, it really does. It reminds you of all the big V-twin motorcycles that you might see, the Harley Davidsons and the like. But it's in that tiny little Cooper chassis, very thin, long, narrow sort of car, but great turn of pace up the hill. We'll see whether it's quicker. The slightly bigger engine might give a little bit more power, but it obviously is a little bit heavier as well. So that actually balances out the performance of these machines. And something not quite right with Mark Dent's run, as it's only going to be about an 82nd in the end, 78.33, not his best run.
Yeah, not sure what has happened on that. Looks like he may have been stuck into gear, or we had somewhere on the hill a red flag. Ooh. Can somebody
subscribe quickly?
Yeah, please, one more. 1206.
We're at 12,599 subscribers. With any luck, we'll get somebody to bump us up one, and we'll hit 12.6.
Yeah, don't do that thing of unsubscribing. I don't know why you would, really.
No.
Right, that's us done for the Interclub, and we are going to have the championship runoff next.
Yeah, there we go. 12,600 subscribers. Thank you very much, everybody. That's brilliant to see. We have had all of the runs for the morning. We will be going into the Midland Hillclimb runoff. We have the fastest drivers lined up. They run in reverse order, so the slowest qualifying time goes first. The idea being that cars should get quicker and quicker as we go. Trisha Davies up first in the Force TA. The hand-built V8 engine in the back is derived from two motorbike engines. It's great power and is very well suited to a lightweight chassis such as this. It really does push the car nicely. Trisha will be setting the benchmark for the following cars to see how good they are. Pushes her way up through keepers and out onto the Cedar Straight.
Yeah, Trisha making great progress so far. She'll be setting up the benchmark for all our competitors. She qualified with a time of 51.36, and so far it's looking good. Really clean run so far for Trisha, so she'll be happy with that run regardless of the time, and it's great to make it to a runoff. Off she goes through to the finish line of 52.19.
Not a bad start for Trisha. It's not actually her quickest time, so I suspect she'll be disappointed not to have improved. However, as Benoit said, it's nice to make the runoff all the same. We have next Richard Weaver. These runoffs happen one at a time, no doubling up on the hill for these, so we get to watch the entire run for these guys now. Richard Weaver's Empire Evo 2 on the line, ready to go. It's capable of a quick turn of speed, so lead where he comes out. A nice start for him, 2.18 is very quick to the 64-foot mark, and you can see if you are watching online, the differences will be shown in the timing screen at the bottom. Green means he's up on Trisha's times, minus 0.73 of a second so far. As he heads down into triangle, he's picked up 1.5 seconds already on this run. Through keepers and out onto the Cedar Straight.
Yeah, Richard a little bit deep onto triangle, but managed to carry the speed onto the second part of the run, and it's looking good. 102 miles an hour at the end of the straights. That's looking really good so far. 1.3 second quicker than Trisha, who has been the pace setter so far, and he'll be looking to go up through the gears, pushing that car to the finish line. It's a time of 50.51.
Nice, neat run for Richard Weaver. 1.68 seconds quicker according to the timing screen there. Very good run. Richard setting a slightly quicker pace, which all the others will now have to beat. Red flag. Trisha and Richard will have to come back down, so we can then shared cars. That's the word I'm looking for. They have shared cars. We need to have we need to have Tom Weaver run in the same force later on. So that car needs to come back down, and we've got quite a few Porsches up there in the holding area.
As well, so those two drivers have been tagged at the back of that batch of cars, and Terry and Tom are getting prepared in the paddock. They'll be handing the car back, and they'll be warming the tyres really. But yeah, great run so far from those two. Let's see what they can, the second driver can achieve in those cars as well. Great to see the Porsche Club joining us this weekend, and we'll be seeing more of this afternoon.
Yeah, we have a nice mix of cars. I was just looking on the HillClimb.TV comment section. Somebody was asking any classic minis here, and I was thinking, I'm not sure I've been here without classic mini before.
No.
There are none with us this weekend, which is a great shame. We always say, Benoit, that it's not really a race meeting without a classic mini, but we've managed to go all weekend without seeing one.
Yeah, and that's it. I guess, well, yeah, but technically we've got an A-series engine.
Yes, I suppose we have cars with A-series engines, so we'll count that as a win and move on.
That's as close as we can get to what you can find from a mini.
Firefly 2822. It's amazing there are that many Fireflies on YouTube, but that's great. Here is on Cedar Straight taking photos whilst also watching on YouTube. That's exactly the thing to do. Even if you are trackside, get out your phone, load up YouTube, watch us both on there and in person. Double the fun. You get to see all of the track that way at the same time. So really good way of enjoying your time here at Loton Park, or wherever HillClimb.TV might be.
Yeah, I find this super convenient to find about times, especially during those runoff that we're going to have. So got a little bit of a pose in that runoff, something we're not used to before, but organisers are just making sure we run as efficiently as possible. And Louis, who's just subscribed and never seen this before, but this is great leading up to the Canada Grand Prix. Yes, 100%, and it's going to be a great race, I think, looking at the qualifying that we had yesterday. And then Brent Johnson from, is that Canada or California? Good day and thanks for the coverage. Well, I might have this one very wrong, and it could be something completely different than Canada or California.
Yes, of course they do have hill climbing in America. I don't know in California actually, but certainly they have it in Colorado. Near where my brother lives in Colorado is Pikes Peak, one of the greatest hill climbs in the world. This is seen every year. They get massive cars with huge power, massive wings and all the rest of it, thundering up the mountain there. It's an entertaining event, not to say the least.
Yeah, fabulous venue, I think, for the hill climb, and
More of a mountain climb though, isn't it, really?
Yeah. It's a bit of a mountain climb. What's the altitude at the top, do you know?
Oh, it's very tall. I don't know off the top of my head. It's probably higher than Loton gets, I'm going to say.
Yeah, and obviously British drivers have been really successful recently, with Robin Truett taking the win last year round, and I think in 2022 as well.
Yeah.
So, he's been pushing that car, and we had his dad actually here last season in the Lotus that he has been developing back in the factory back in the days.
Very good. Right, the rest of the runoff cars are lining up. Brent Johnson from Canada. Our Canadian's not with us. Hello, Owen, wherever you are. One of our commentator crew is Canadian. He's probably away rallying his Mini this weekend or something along those lines. So, hope you're having a nice time, Owen, wherever you happen to be. We are...
Our Owen is at Prescott this weekend.
There you go. Is he competing or commentating?
Commentating.
There you go. So yeah, our commentary team here at Loton involves several people, and sometimes we're here at Loton, sometimes we shoot off to other venues, and we're spread between here, Prescott and Hereward, I think, this weekend. So really doing our duty in various places.
Yeah, there was no backup for this weekend, I think. But it's great to see, and we've got Clive, I think, who's lining up in the car, and probably going to have Terry probably following him after that. So Clive was already in the queue, and he qualified with a 50.52, and he'll be looking to get probably under the 50-second mark. I've seen Clive doing those times previously here at Shrewsbury. We're not Shrewsbury, Benoit, we're at Loton Park.
Yep, keep up. Apparently, according to the internet, people on the chat have said Pikes Peak is 14,115 feet. I don't know how high Loton is. Can somebody on the internet find out the altitude at the top of Loton Hillclimb for us, please? I'm sure it'll pop up in the chat very soon.
And how about meters? That's what I speak.
Could somebody also please convert that to meters for the Frenchman? A few people also saying it's raining here and there around the country. The clouds do look a bit threatening, and that would really throw the cat among the pigeons in this runoff or for this afternoon's running. If we got a rain shower now, that would really change things. So let's pray it doesn't, and that we just have dry running for the rest of the day.
Yeah, some clouds a little bit grey and a bit menacing, but we're just going to turn them away, really. Go away, rest guy.
Right, we have Clive Austin's just left the line in his Empire Wraith. Very quick to that 64-foot mark. Then heads round all of the loggerheads. He's already slightly up on Richard Weaver's time, powering his way down into Triangle. Nice and neat through there, gets the power on well. Very neatly through keepers onto the straight.
Yeah, it's looking good so far for Clive, and he's probably going to dip under that 50-second mark that we're hoping he can get to. So a good run for Clive. Off he goes, and he spins the cars into the grass. No harm done, and he'll be frustrated with that run.
He will be very disappointed. Poor old Clive finding the grass at a slightly odd position, really. I'm not sure. That's on the turn from Fallow. He's on the side of the track you wouldn't expect to see, though.
Yeah, hit the grass on the outside, and then. Oh no, not even that.
The inside, and that sort of pulled him round. He's currently on the inside of Fallow there, and that's a great shame for him. Yeah, Clive will be slightly disappointed with that turn of events. Pointed to get into the runoff and then have a problem. But he seems fine, the car seems fine. It'll be a quick recovery, so no issues there, luckily. And in this slight break, I'm going to say we've had it converted 4,302.25 metres. That's Pikes Peak, not Loton. Still nobody's found... Loton is 145 metres maximum elevation. Brilliant. There we go.
So we've got about 4,000 metres difference between the two.
Yeah, not a lot. That's...
that's only a little bit. 4,000. Anything above 3,500 meters, it becomes a bit of a challenge when it comes to oxygen availability. And that's why a lot of the cars they've been running there have been running turbocharged engine, just to compensate that lack of air as they got to the second part of the run, isn't it?
Yeah, we have two differing. Glenn and Nigel can't agree whether we're 145 or 249 metres here, so we'll wait for confirmation on that.
As we get to see a replay of Clive Austin, and the car just overturned, and probably no harm done, so that's what matters for Clive. Car in one piece. A little bit of grass that sticks out of the car, but no problem. They'll be able to push him back. Hopefully he can restart the car, and then we're going to see him coming back to the paddock. Get to restart the car. Might need another push.
Funk into gear. No,
Off he goes.
That's good.
That's all good.
Excellent. Well, unfortunately for Clive, not a great end to the morning for him. Shouldn't be a problem though to the vehicle. He should get that sorted, cleaned up and out again later. Always pushes hard, this Clive, and it does sometimes lead to slight problems, but that's the nature of motorsport. Luckily he's fine. It was quite a good space to go off if you're going to go off somewhere. Very little.
Yeah, there's a lot of runoff at that corner, and both on the inside and the outside of that corner. So most of the oopsies that happen there are usually controllable and can be quickly recovered. Clive making his way back to the paddock, and he'll just be heading for lunch a little bit earlier than expected.
Once he's cleaned the bits of grass out of the aero devices. Right, so with Clive back in the paddocks, we'll be able to get going again. Right, we have Mark Schlenker lining up next. His time earlier was 50.05, very neat run for Mark, which if he could do that again, that should beat Richard Weaver's time. Ideally he wants to knock even more off. He's got to lose at least 3 seconds if he wants to win. I'm not sure Mark will expect to lose 3 seconds. Lined up there, R88 Mark Schlenker on the start-finish line. He'll get going any moment now. Away he goes. Hits the 64 with a 0.06 improvement. Really quick run through Hall. Up to Loggerhead. Mr. Neat there. Quick pink just before Costello. Very fast drop down to Triangle. Already almost half a second quicker than Richard Weaver's time. Up through keepers and out onto the Cedar, not very straight.
Yeah, Mark Schlenker making good progress. He'll be one of the drivers, I think, he'll be dipping under the 50-second mark, and he's done that so far this weekend with a 49.9 already, so he'll be looking to do that, and that looks good so far. Looks clean run for him, and he goes through the finish line. It's 49.13.
Really good run for Mark. He'll be very pleased with that time, I would have thought. That has the potential of giving a good finishing position, and it's really good. Looking at the clouds, all these guys need to put in good times now, just in case the rain comes down, because they could still end up with a good result. So Terry Davies next. This is the car he shares with Trisha Davies. You've seen it run in this runoff once already. Trisha did a 52.19. Expect Terry to be a bit quicker as he leaves the line. His 64-foot time is actually not as good as the previous runners. Let's see if he can make up that time later on in the run. Loggerheads he goes through, still down slightly. Some time somewhere, maybe the power of that car will make up time on the straight. He's lost a second by the time he gets to Triangle. He won't be pleased to be running down that far through keepers. He goes, no gain yet. Let's see whether he can make it up along the straight with some high-speed action as he hits the top of the straight. 98 miles an hour, but he's well down already.
Yeah, Mark Schlenker has posted a great time so far, so Terry has to push a little bit. He's been able to make up a little bit of the time at the top of the hill, and off he goes through the finish line of 50.29. That's still quicker than his qualifying time, so he'll be pleased with that.
Yeah, a respectable time. Unfortunately, it will probably see him drop down the order a few times as we keep going on. But still, really nice time there at fourth TA, as we see Andrew Henson's Gould Dallara F394 on the start line. I think the 94 is the year that this car comes from, that's designation.
Yeah, the Dallara chassis have been a really good sight in the F3 series, and still to those days in single seaters, isn't it?
That's right. So this Formula 3 car from '94, that's where the F394 comes from. This has been highly modified, however, by the Gould factory to make it into a hill climb machine. Andrew Henson off the line a bit slower, however, than those who have gone before. See whether he can make up. He's made up some of the time as he gets to triangle. This car is very quick up the straight, so that perhaps will be where some of the time will be regained.
Yeah, Andrew is pushing real hard on that run, and is looking to post a good time. 49.90 is his qualifying time. Let's see what he can do. He's on good course. He's making good progress in that second part of the run. He's quicker so far, so we'll be looking to improve on that time. Let's see if we can dip it to the 48. Not quite, a 49.19.
Ever so close. He was gaining time as he went up that run, just couldn't quite make it by the end. That car looked really quick up the straight there, and was an impressive run all the same. Henson currently sitting second, but quicker cars yet to come. Peter Tatham's OMS off the line, just a shy of the fastest time in that 64 foot mark, and then he's slightly up by each time he gets to loggerheads. Power down to triangle, a big lock up, and the car goes a little bit wobbly. Let's see whether that slows him down. He's currently still up, going through keepers. He's still up. Excellent run currently for Peter.
Yeah, he looks like he was fighting the car, but he's so quick up that straight. Impressive turn of speed. I don't know how he controlled that. 110 miles an hour at the end of the straight. He's 1.4 seconds quicker than anyone so far, and he's really pushing the car, as you can see, with 47.48. That's an impressive time. That's a
really
second quick, 0.4 seconds quicker than his qualifying time.
Yeah,
it is always one of the trials.
Really great run, and it was right on the edge. You saw several times it looked like he was going to lose it, but he managed to hold on to a 47.48. Is a really, really good time, and so he'll be very, very pleased with that.
Let me tell you, Peter is always an adrenaline junkie, but that time has been yeah, incredible.
Right, now I'm just watching as Robert Capper's car was being rolled backwards from the line. Has he got a problem? Now, I fear Robert Capper may have a technical difficulty of some sort. Car's being manually rolled back away from the line. We'll wait and see what happens there. Just quickly point out, we've currently got 1,000 viewers on our live stream. So thank you to all 1,000 people for tuning in. It's great to have you joining us from all over the world. Great so many of you can enjoy motorsport of this nature. Right, Robert Capper's back to the start line. Luckily, nothing wrong with the car by the look of it. Excellent. So Robert Capper is lining up, is ready to go. I'm not sure what all that toing and froing was about, but luckily nothing major going on there. Robert Capper, another one who really does try in that Empire Wraith. You see the bodywork shaking under the power as he launches it off the line, around loggerheads. He goes. See at the time, there's a bit of smoke coming from the car as it flicks around the course. That doesn't look healthy at all. He's being red flagged, but carries on all the same. I think that car's got something wrong with it, which will be very unfortunate for Robert. He's continuing up the hill despite the smoke. I don't think he's seen the red flags, but he was well down on time.
Yeah.
Flapping under the car. I think by the look of it, something's come loose. Hopefully that's just a bit of oil vapour or steam from the coolant rather than a fire. But it's not looking healthy. Robert jumping out of the car, and here come the marshals. Now they don't know what's up with the car, so they brought the extinguishers with them. Robert won't want them to squirt foam on everything if it isn't a fire, because it makes a hell of a mess. But seems to be dissipating. I think that's just steam. I think that's coolant rather than oil. I think he's got coolant hose has come loose rather than it's an engine fire or anything like that.
Yeah, it just looks like as he turned off the engine, things eased off under that bonnet. Always a worrying sight for drivers and our marshals. So the marshals here at Triangle have been looking at the track just to check if it's any oil or anything else that would require any sort of intervention on the track. And let's see, they're probably going to pop the rear bonnet of that car just to check what might have come loose under the bonnet. And the course car is going to inspect the track just to see if there would be any thing that would impact the running of the event. And obviously for our competitors that follows the car, we don't want to have oil on that. I guess they were probably suspecting something on the start line and decided to give it a go, and it just developed more and more smoke as the thing was going, and it was coming out from the bottom. So unfortunately I hope not something terminal for Robert. Let's see what we can do. I don't think they will be getting the car back onto its four wheels. That's probably going to be a job for the recovery track, I expect.
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be any oil on the racing surface, well, not noticeably anyway, and the way it was coming out under the car, I think looked more like it was pressurized under, like coming out of a hose that had come off from the coolant. I'm guessing, however, we don't have any information in the commentary box. Pretty much every course car and vehicle we have has gone up to the scene. The ambulance goes up cautionary rather than because it has to. There was no injuries there. And the rest of the marshals and course cars have gone up to inspect what sort of condition things are in. Hopefully they can just move the car out of the way and we can carry on. There they are inspecting the surface to see whether it is oil or whether it's actually not left anything on the track.
Yeah, some our officials may have used the lick and taste method, but it doesn't seem to have dropped anything on the track, so it might well be water that might have come out of that car.
Yeah, I'm hoping it will just be something simple like that. Poor old Robert, though, will be annoyed that his very quick run has ended in this way. He was up on times as that run went on, so obviously there was some speed in that car. And it wasn't until he got to loggerheads that the smoke started. So I'm not sure whether it's related to his start line issues or whether it's a separate thing altogether. It could be that he had suspicion of something when he was on the start line. But our close-up camera of tarmac doesn't reveal a whole lot of information there. Wait and see how that goes. This delay, however, might prove very good for Peter Tatham, as the clouds are looking very rainy. And if they drop their water now, the quick drivers have yet to run in this runoff.
Yeah.
And that could really change things. So we'll see. We also, I mean, they're putting some speedy dry down on potentially oily surfaces on the track, again, a slightly slippery track surface could slow down some of those quicker cars. So we may be in for a bit of an upset if conditions have changed such.
It may well be the case.
Yeah, that we get a strange finishing order to our runoff.
Yeah, we'll see. As you can see, marshals doing their job and making sure the track is in great conditions. It looks like it's mostly out of the line, to be fair, as Robert Capper took that wide line onto the entry. But I think more for precautionary measures, we're going to have a little bit of, how do we call that? You called it the speedy
dry, or it's concrete dust, or I don't know exactly what brand we use. Sometimes they put kitty litter down, or
kitty litter, yeah.
Just something to absorb any oil residue and make it a better racing surface.
Yeah.
But it is a powder, and it'll be slipperier than the tarmac would be, even if it's not as bad as oil.
Yeah, just a word of advice: if you have any oil on your drive, don't try to put cat litter on your drive, because that's just going to attract all of your cats in your neighborhood on your drive.
It might get rid of the oil though, so
yeah, it will get rid of the oil, but you're going to come back with more trouble, I think, and things that you're not expecting, as all the cats in the neighborhood are going to visit your drive and provide you with a little bit of a surprise. So yeah, just a word of advice on here. Robert Capper looks a bit relieved, but he has had a little bit of worried face throughout this moment that he's had today. Hopefully he can run this afternoon if the car can be fixed during the lunch break that we're going to have just after this runoff. As always, our marshals doing a great job and getting back into action in no time, making sure that we have all of this. And we've got rain coming down at the moment. And so that
tiny bit of rain, yeah. And I just noticed on chat, SRW48 makes a good point. Trisha Davies is now guaranteed at least 1 point from this runoff, because 2 people have dropped out, and it's the top 10 who get points.
Yeah, so
that's good for Trisha. She will get at least a point. If this rain continues and the track is a little bit slippery, either from the rain or from Robert's oil, that could mean even slower times from here on out. Trisha could end up with several points. So well done to Trisha for getting into the runoff.
Yeah, those clouds were looking quite menacing, and we've got some rain coming down. It might not impact much of the running so far, but it'll just depend on how quick we can clear out Robert Capper car.
Just sticking my head out of the booth. The rain is heavy enough to start making a difference if it carries on, but if it stops now, it probably won't. But we'll see. We'll hopefully Robert's car will be picked up soon. The covers are off and there's no fire, so maybe it wasn't oil, because they've not had to put out any big fire. We'll find out over lunch, hopefully.
Yeah, it might just be a little bit of raindrops just to upset our drivers on the start line. Doesn't look like it's too bad, so it will definitely, obviously, impact a little bit of the track conditions. And obviously, our chief marshal here is Jamie. He could have lifted that car on his own, but we like using the big equipment and the crane, so we're just going to lift that car gently up, and it's a great display of the action and the recovery action.
I get a nice view underneath at that massive Venturi tunnel that runs the entire length of the car, it seems.
Yeah, this car was entirely developed through computers and obviously wind tunnel, and you can see the belly of that car. It's a great shot that we have here, and you can see the venturi and the massive diffuser. That diffuser starts right in the middle of the car, and it goes all the way back. And that Empire Race is probably one of the most aerodynamically advanced car. Very much follows the principle of today's Formula One, with 2 big tunnels on each side of the car, and probably is even more efficient than the F1. This car can produce downforce pretty much at very low speed, like from speed to 40 to 50 miles an hour is usually where this car starts producing downforce from that massive diffuser and those big wings on each side of the car, at the front and at the back. And I was listening to William Tutt, who has been the designer of that car, on a podcast, and he's been challenged to see if he could design a car that could be run upside down. And he's like, you'd have to produce at least twice the downforce to the weight of the car. So if your car is 500 kilo, you'd have to produce at least 1,000 kilo of downforce. But the problem is, if you were to run that through a tunnel, round shape, it's quite hard to also seal that car and seal the diffuser, as you'd have some air escape on the side of the car, which doesn't give you all of the power of that aero that you would expect. And yeah, he said you can do it, but you'd have to run the car very fast and find a way to put that car upside down on a flat surface that can really allows you to run that. So possible, but very complicated.
Yeah, well, that's the reason we don't have any tunnels here on the run-up Loton, because of the lack of cars who could achieve that. It's so often been talked about how Formula One cars could run upside down in a tunnel, but it's interesting to hear somebody actually applying some science to that to see whether it were possible. And I don't suppose we'll ever see that, will we, really? It's not something anybody's going to worry too much about trying to achieve. Although they do all sorts of strange loop-the-loops and stunts like that, so maybe one day somebody will do a tunnel run, which would be very entertaining.
Yeah, it will be. And just early on, I was thinking, what inappropriate car would you take up a hill?
What inappropriate car? Well, we've already had some suggestions today of an ice cream truck going up the hill.
Yeah. Well, we need not just one, a full class.
Yeah. Somebody suggested maybe we race the ice cream truck against the pickup truck that the marshal uses. So Jamie, the chief marshal here, drives that big Mitsubishi pickup truck. I can't remember. And so we could run service vehicles. Maybe that flatbed lorry could go up. The burger van here is a trailer, so it would have to go up behind something towing it.
Yeah, on the chat, if you've got some silly ideas of things that you'd run up a hill. I was thinking this morning maybe just like a massive, like 6-7 meters long limousine.
Yeah, you'd struggle with some of the corners in a big car like that, certainly.
Well, that would probably upset the organisers, really.
Yeah.
But I'm sure you could manage that. We haven't got really tight hairpins here, but some of the corners are quite tight, to be fair.
Yeah, something I'd like to see going up hills, but it's not silly. It's some of the go-karts, especially the shifting go-karts, the gearbox go-karts. They are very quick machines, and I think they could go up these hills some super fast speeds.
So I've read that this was the case a few years ago. Unfortunately, the officials decided that it shouldn't run, and in order to introduce that as sort of the regulations, basically it was a loophole in the regulation that allowed some karts to run. You'd have they introduced a minimum wheelbase for the car, and then next season some people read through that and they were like, well, that's fine, I'm just going to add 2 more wheels at the back of my go-kart, and I technically will comply with the regulations. Obviously, that was picked up quite quickly by the officials and scrutineers. Lawnmowers,
we've got a whole selection. Motorhomes, lawnmowers, fish and chip van, fire engine, electric scooter. Nemesis McNasty suggested estate cars, and we were actually saying that just yesterday. If we had a Volvo Estate T5R, we'd quite happily hill climb that. So estate cars is a great one. Double-decker buses, that's another nice one. So a good selection. Jet shopping trolley, okay.
You'd go in a straight line with this.
Cromwell tank, now that's interesting, again, I'm not sure how well that would cope with the narrowness and the corners here, but could be interesting, certainly. Sinclair C5s, you could probably run them all at the same time. We'd have to do one at a time with those.
Milk floats?
Yeah, milk floats. Reliant Robins, now I used to see those on the banger racing circuits every now and again. Not seen one for a while, so there's probably...
Handle better than people think.
Yeah, quite possibly they would be all right. We certainly get Morgan three-wheelers, so I don't see why we couldn't have Reliant three-wheelers. All sorts of interesting suggestions there. We'll set up a championship for inappropriate hill climb cars.
Maybe we can just kick this off virtually.
Roosty Sprinkler has suggested pedal cars like at the Goodwood Revival. I'm going to guess he's never seen the gradients at some of these hill climbs, because I don't think I would survive pedalling up one of these hills. I barely survived walking up. So
that would be a good try. Maybe if anyone has got a pedal car, we could try this just on a Saturday evening after.
Yeah, I think pedal cars down the hill would be fine.
Yes.
Soapbox style.
As long as you've got some sort of control or brakes somewhere like this.
Yeah. Dave Commentator, who I'm guessing is a commentator, but he's not here with us, he's at home on his YouTube, has said he's commentated on Reliance on ovals a few times, so he's backing me up there. He's definitely seen them on the ovals. Yeah. So thank you, Dave, for confirmation. I didn't just make that up. Penny Farthings, Richie P1, again, like the pedal cars, that's going to be a hard climb.
I'm thinking about the Barbie electric cars that you have for your kids.
Yeah, the little battery-powered ones.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the battery would last long enough, but...
Now, something I would like, there's a group called Cycle Carts, and they build replica 1920s and 30s race cars, but they're like half size, and they would be great on a hill climb. They look like Bugattis and ERAs and things like that.
But they are pedal,
No, they're powered. They've got engines, but they're half size.
Now I see.
They would be really good. I think we could have a whole day's meetings.
Yeah, with electric engines.
I think some of them might even be petrol engines. Yeah. But some might be electric as well. So I think, how about radio-controlled cars? They'd have to have cameras on them, though, wouldn't they?
Yeah, just stick a GoPro to them.
Yeah, exactly.
That'll be a brilliant run.
Yeah.
Good idea.
Interesting. Yeah. So we'll have a whole meeting of inappropriate cars. But anyway, Tom Weaver kicks us off again with our championship runoffs away from the line. He will be the first to try whether the circuit is slippery. There's potentially a bit of oil, potentially a bit of rain. It's certainly cooled off. We'll see. So far, he's down on time as he heads down towards Triangle. He's not really gaining it back either as he slides his way through Triangle. I think the surface may have gone off a little bit, and Tom is finding out that it's not as quick as it once was.
Yeah, it certainly is dry, and Tom making good progress compared to the other cars, and I think it's 1.4 seconds slower so far, but obviously Pete has posted a tremendous time, so that's what we're comparing against Tom. Let's see what time he can do. It's a good time for him. It's a time of 48.61. Let's see what Stu can do. Those two cars are in the same class, so we'll see and we'll have to compare. I believe Graham Wynn is now lining up, and you can see they're just wheeling the car, making sure that
cleaning those
tyres and giving a thumbs up. Give it a good run and a good push.
Yeah, now it's interesting, Tom Weaver did a good time but wasn't able to compete with Peter Tatham's 47.48. we'd expect him to have gone a little bit quicker. So we'll see, is that an indication of what things are like currently on track, or is that just not Tom's best run? Hard to tell sometimes. Oh, wait. The camera movement. How Rich is doing that.
Yeah, great to see. You can see the preparation now. Drivers are going through it. Graham just about to go and spin off those tyres to put some warm into the back of those tyres, making sure he's got the best grip out of that line. Obviously, those cars are really well advanced. They've got a lot of technologies and will have launch control, which is a device that will allow you to control the spin of the tyres, making sure that all the power of that engine is going through to the ground and powering them up the hill.
Now the sun has sort of come out a little bit just ahead of Graham's run. Whether that makes the difference or not, we'll see. Obviously, Peter Tatum's hoping that it won't. And the first little section, the 64 foot, is slightly down. However, plenty of time for Graham to make up time on this run as he goes around all and loggerheads. He's now gaining time. 0.23 quicker. Down run into triangle, and he's gained half a second by that point. Then heading towards Keepers around there, very nice and neat. He continues to be slightly quicker as he heads onto the straight.
Yeah, Graham braver through that straight, and obviously the power of that big V8 gives him a little bit of advantage on that straight. 0.8 second quicker so far, and Graham Brown's Museum is going to go through the gears and push that car to the finish, and it's a time of 46.58. That's a great time for Graham Wynn. That's 1.2 second quicker than his qualifying time.
Yeah, Graham goes top of the boards for the moment. Really good run for him. Doesn't seem that the track conditions are awful, although I did notice a little bit of slipping through that dust that's at the top of the circuit around Fallow up to Museum. Hopefully that won't make a problem. Wait for the next car to line up. Have Jonathan Varley's Predator. Now Jonathan yesterday was easily the quickest, I think, overall. But Stuart Bickley this morning did an amazing run to pip him to fastest time. Let's see whether Jonathan's got anything in reply. We know that car and the driver are very quick. Away he goes from the line. 2.04 seconds in that first 64 foot. Amazing time there for Jonathan Varley. He heads up now round here. Very nice and neat through the little kink into Costello, down, powering into Triangle. Very tidy through there, a little bit of kick out on the Exeter Triangle. Very fast entry into Keepers, out onto the Cedar Straight.
Yeah, it's a little bit down 0.2 second slower than Graham Wynn, but he's looking through 124 miles an hour at the end of that straight. Looking good so far for John Varley. Let's see if he can make that time in the final part of the run. He's getting really close, and it's a time for him of 47.70. That puts him second in that runoff.
Yeah, a nice run for Jonathan, but it shows how good Peter Tatham's run earlier was, that he's still well up there in third. Now Graham Wynn with 46.58 is on top of the standings. We have now Stuart Bickley to run. Stuart's time earlier was at 47.23, so he's going to have to lose a second, really, to be in with a chance of winning this runoff. Let's see whether Stuart's got that in him. Bright fluorescent yellow car there. Horse TA, great looking machine as he shoots off from the line. 2.1 second in the first 64 foot, but he's slightly down. Let's see how he goes as he comes round all up to the lead, and he has not made up the time. He's now powering his way down into Triangle. Nice and tidy run through there. Again, a little bit of a slide on the Exeter Triangle, and again he's not making up the time. Graham Wynn seems to have set the pace on this early run of his.
Yeah, incredible turn of speed though. It's only 1100cc car. You can see he's lost a little bit on that straight. The power of the big V8 engine from Graham Wynn giving him the advantage, but Stuart making a great run, and let's see if he can What position can he get out of that run? A 47.09, that puts him third in this runoff.
Well, I think Stuart will be slightly disappointed with that. I think probably conditions, the slight slipperiness on track will have contributed to those last few cars not being as quick as they could be. But Graham Wynn, an amazing run for him, 46.58, and he'll be very happy with that, and really good to see him doing so well in that runoff there. So the runoff positions in the end: Graham Wynn 46.58, Jonathan Varley 46.7, Stuart Bickley 47.09, Peter Tatham 47.48, great run for him. Tom Weaver achieved 48.61, Mark Schlanker 49.13, Andrew Henson 49.19, Terry Davis 50.29, Richard Weaver 50.51, Trisha Davies gets the point in 50 with a 52.19. Then Robert Kappa and Clive James Austin both failed to post a time, and that was a good runoff. Benoit, Graham Wynn did very well, took the win, and I think that was a good way to round off the morning's running.
Yes, fantastic effort from all our drivers, and I like to look at the triers because that's what I like to see in those runoff, and who has shaved the most time out from their qualifying run. And Peter Tatham, he's the one who's been trying and was really trying. He was really on the limit on that run. He shaved 1.35 seconds on that runoff. Second in that is Graham Wynn, who's shaved 1.15 seconds. So good effort from those two drivers. And Mark Shankler is also another one who has improved dramatically his time, 0.92. So just gives you a bit of an idea as to how much those drivers have been pushing on that runoff this morning.
Yeah, very good morning's action. There will be now a break while we have lunch. It's usually about half an hour, 45 minutes, depending on timings. Please stay with us if you're on HillClimb.TV. We may do some stuff around the paddock during the lunch break. We will see whether we can go and talk to some people. There are a couple of things we wanted to find out. But if we don't manage that, we will continue to broadcast throughout lunch and then pick up again with the running in a little while. And we have all sorts of entertaining running this afternoon with the both Midland and Interclub events, plus another 2 runoffs, the Tint-Up runoff and a second Midland Championship runoff. So please grab yourself some lunch. Those here at the circuit can go and find some food at the burger van or the ice cream truck, and we will all join up again very shortly for a bit more running in about half an hour to 45 minutes.
Yeah, thank you everyone.
I've just been told by our helpful marshals, 2:15 we should be kicking off again, so make sure you are trackside or back on YouTube at least by 2 o'clock, ready for that. But do keep an eye on the live stream. We may well manage to get out into the paddock and talk to some of the drivers and have a look at some of the cars. So please keep an eye out for us very shortly.
Yeah, I've got this.
It's a four-wheel drive, it's front and back gearboxes, it makes sense. How long's yeah. Get some more chips if you're hungry, and then walk up the hill.
Yeah, it's got a sandwich.
Work on the hill up. On the road, it's fantastic. On the road, just too tight. Go and put the blankets back in the car? No, I fancy carrying everything.
Well, hello, folks. We're here in the paddock at Loton Park, having a look around at some of the cars and drivers. Myself, Alex, and Benoit here. We're going to go and see what we can find to talk about during this lunch break ahead of this afternoon's running.
Yeah, we should definitely take you around the paddock, and definitely around here you'll see the lineup of cars. That's where here at Loton Park most of the single seaters will be. Very convenient here. They can have the trailer right at the back, so pretty nice setup for everyone. We can make our way through here to the line of cars that we in the queue will be sat, and we've got a little bit of a tyre warming area. Richard, if you want to come over here, we can just show in a little bit more detail what our drivers will be getting through. And usually we'll hold up the cars. Sometimes we have a little bit of a gap here because we've got double driven cars, so they jump back the queue and get back into the line. Some people have left their equipment. That's usually to start some of our single seaters. Seeing Scott Moran, so that's probably for Graham Wynne. It's just a little bit of life support for the cars that haven't got a starter. And then they'll be warming up the tyres here. Some drivers will be doing 1-2 burnout just to put some heat in the tyres, and then they'll be lined up to the start line, which we have all seen today. Anything interesting that we have seen this weekend, Alex?
Yeah, as you said, Benoit, down the bottom end here we often have some of the classics. You can see tucked into the corner the Alfa Romeo Giulia and that Frog Eye Sprite. We've also got the bright orange Porsche 911, which is great, has been looking fantastic going up the hill. Then tucked in the corner there's Gary's borrowed Jedi. He's been driving that yellow one this weekend, normally in his white and red machine. But as we move further round, we come onto these classic Formula 2 cars. That V8 powered Brabham there next to the slightly less powerful and without the wings Brabham, and on to Michael Thorne's Lotus. Now this is an interesting Lotus, this one. It's got some real history. This was driven back in the 1970s by Jerry Birrell, who was a very promising racing driver, and he did some great stuff in single-seaters and in touring cars, and also by Eddie Jordan. Eddie Jordan later realised he wasn't the driver he wanted to be, but was quite a good team manager and ended up running all the way up to Formula One with his Jordan team. So this car, a real bit of history about it, and it looks fantastic in that green and yellow Team Lotus, very traditional sort of paint scheme. Yeah,
I also expect the Lotus Club and the Paul Matty Championship to make their way back here at Loton Park. So we're going to see a whole lot of those wonderfully presented car. They're always immaculate, and thank you, Markham, for taking the cover off just early on, just so that we can show off that beautiful machine that we have here today. Everything's on show on those cars, really. Suspension, you can see suspension arms, radiators, and coolants going from the front to the back of the engine, and you can see the chassis all exposed, and then down to the gearbox at the back of that car. Big fat watt tyre. Those tyres from the Formula 2 series, usually a giveaway of the difference between the F3 and F2s. Very often at the time and during those years, F2 and F3 were pretty much similar chassis, but different engines. But the F2, the big giveaway for spectators, were the big wider tyres at the back.
Yeah, these tyres, they're a standard tyre for this championship, and they start as slicks but then are cut with those grooves on them to limit the sort of the grip levels. These cars running on modern tyres have much more grip than they did back in the 70s, so this often gets shown up by damage to things like drive shafts. This car, in fact, has just had new drive shafts as it broke one last weekend, so it's great that it's out again, but sometimes the engineering of the 70s can't cope with grip of modern tyres, and you often see this in lots of historic racing. The modern tyres produce much more grip than the period tyres did, so speeds from vintage racing cars are often a lot higher than they would have been back in the original times it was running. But we're moving on now. Nice little Lotus there. That black Lotus, we were admiring its pink engine cover earlier. But we come in here into some of the big single-seaters which are with us at Loton today. Maybe not the very top level of engine, but certainly chassis-wise, we've got some really clever bits of kit here with us. This called in front of us in particular shows some of that high level of aerodynamic and chassis work that we see on modern single-seaters.
Yeah, and obviously Graham Wynne taking the first of the runoff today, so in this car, and yeah, a fantastic car. That's the machine that you want to have to win those runoffs, and the GR59 has been clenching those national and Midland champions in the past few years now, so great thing to see. Here's Simon. Say hello to the camera, Simon. You can't get away with this one. Simon is our regular marshal here. Always have a smile, and sometimes a great provider of information for us. Do you want to talk a little bit about this machine, because it's great to have it on show here?
Yeah, this is the Formula Ford that we were admiring earlier, and with the nose cone off, it really does show some of the technology levels. This one, rather than the monocoques that some of the carbon fibre cars have, this still has a steel tubular chassis, which you can see on show beautifully there. And as Benoit was saying at the start line, that battery on wheels is there to help start some of these cars. You can see the battery on this car is currently on charge, but you can see how small it is. It has a very limited amount of power, so you won't get many starts from it before it drains the battery, so you don't want to be stalling the car too often. This is the 90, I believe it is, isn't it? 1990 car. And in terms of chassis, the suspension, springs and all the rest of it, these were quite controlled, quite well understood at the time as well, so the overall design of this quite similar throughout the years for Formula Ford, but little changes here and there, development to the car. And those Ford engines mean that it was quite a level playing field across the run, and really exciting racing. But again, like you mentioned on the commentary earlier, Benoit, the wheels do seem to stick out quite far, which makes it great handling wise, but it does mean they're a bit vulnerable to clip onto things if you're not careful.
Yeah, pretty sure those things can be easily replaceable, as it was the case in the time. And yeah, just it's nice to see having this on show. And yeah, that battery is so small, isn't it? But yeah, this just, you know, we don't need a big one, and it's just weight. Maybe Rich can show how small the pedals are. So they're quite smaller to what you'll find in your road car, certainly compared to anything that you'll find. And basically you got to have some nice racing shoes, which I haven't got today, but yeah, basically you're just, you know, going from one pedal to the other in no time. I don't know where everyone has disappeared. Either it's the camera or the mic. Sometimes that just scares everyone, and everyone runs off. We got to have a good look and point out to our Midland Hillclimb champion, John Varley, who's here today in that beautiful GWR Predator. He's looking busy and trying to ignore us. So that's what you'll be looking at. But that's been obviously the winning car for this season. I'm sure John will find more time in that second runoff this afternoon. Obviously, took it probably a bit easier after the change of conditions in that first runoff this morning.
Yeah, and you can see on this car the similarities even to the Formula Ford or those classic Brabhams and things. The suspension layout hasn't changed drastically over the 50 years of development. It's still got those triangular wishbones sticking out to the corners. So the basic idea of these cars is still quite similar to how single-seaters have been for a long while. It's just that ever so slight improvement they make with each year, each design, that gives them more speed, and the aerodynamics or the engine upgrades, obviously big improvements. Now, unfortunately, a lot of these cars covered up. You may be able to hear or see that the wind is picking up a bit down here in the paddock. Plus, the rain is threatening. Nobody wants their cars to get full of water, so that's why a few of these are covered up. Which means we can see some of them, but others have been hidden away. There's still plenty of nice things to look at. This one, obviously, with the missing side pods, when you can see it next to another car, you can just see how narrow that chassis is without the radiators and everything sticking out either side. It does make a bit of a difference to the aerodynamics, but it means you can also see the exhausts poking out on that car. This would have originally been designed to have the side pods on it when it was a circuit racer. It's now been heavily modified for hill climbing. So interesting to see the differences there. Obviously, some of these cars in that runoff suffered with the late change of conditions and everything, so it wasn't quite as fast as perhaps it could be. Now, it looks like Benoit has nabbed somebody to talk to. We'll see whether he can get some nice comments.
Come on, John, you got to say a word. What was the mindset that you're on that final run? There was obviously a little bit of words of like, oh, whether you've got oil in. Obviously, you're standing there in the paddock and you don't know what's happening. What was the mindset?
It's you just got to try and ignore it as much as you can and just think, oh, it's not going to be that bad. The rain didn't help as well. And that starts to come down and fall on your visor. You're like, nah, could do without this. But yeah, I got there thinking, right, it'll be just in the middle of the road and it'll be no trouble. I got there and you just find it's just where you want to put your right hand front wheel. So all of a sudden you have to change your mind and just change your line at the last second. So yeah, it just puts you off a little bit. But yeah.
So you didn't give it the full beans on that run and just played it safe, get the points in, and that's it.
Well, I was hoping I was done enough just to get in front of Graham, but yeah, more power comes into it a lot more. But.
Yeah, Graham had a great run, and yeah, he made a lot of time on that straight with the power of that big V8 at the back of the car. But yeah, maybe you can do something else this afternoon and try to see if you can take that second runoff.
Yeah, we'll just have to dig deeper a bit more, and just see what we can do.
Yeah. Well, we've seen you in the 45, and hopefully we'll get there at the end of the day. Thank you, John.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, fantastic run from both of those drivers. But as we were saying, obviously, the conditions and the changing conditions, it's not the first time we see this during a runoff. And it puts drivers off, really. Basically, you stood there on the line, and you don't know what's happening. You're probably going to have some little bits of info that you have to put together, and as John was saying, you want to try and completely ignore it, but also keep it in mind because you don't know what's happening somewhere on the track. And with John was saying, he had to change his line and make sure he doesn't go onto some dust or anything like this that would impact the grip of the car. So that's just these things that you have, and it's not the first time we see runoff happening like this with a little bit of rain or changing conditions, and certainly you have to drive a bit differently. Oh, we're not going to speak to Robert. Do you want to speak to? Do you want to explain? I had a little bit of an update from Mike, our officials here. But do you want to say a little word about your car?
Yeah, sure. Well, we had there was a funny noise going up to the start line, which I thought I'd snapped the chain. So luckily Scott Moran was nearby on the line. He checked the chain was on, checked the drive shafts were on. So off I went, and I'd blown a hole in the side of the engine. So I didn't know about it. I knew nothing about it. The car was pulling fine. I think actually I was just looking through the splits. And annoyingly, it was my best run of the weekend by a good second up until I got red flagged. So the engine was fine, but there's a big hole in the top of the rocker cover. So goodness knows what's caused that. But what had obviously happened is it had gone on the line. I hadn't known anything about it. It's been spewing out oil onto the exhaust manifold, which has obviously then been smoky. Yeah.
There wasn't actually any fire though, it was just smoke from...
No, but when I got to the top, I mean, somebody was up there filming, but I had no idea what stopped, and then as I stopped, I got overtaken by a cloud of my own disgusting car smell, and then everyone around was just shouting, "Fire!" which is quite alarming, actually. I would probably urge them not to do that, but I did get out of the car quite quick.
Yeah, it's often difficult for marshals to judge what it is under the cover, and yeah, there was definitely a worried face on the live stream from you, being like, what is happening? And actually, as soon as you turn off the engine, sort of everything sort of settled down a bit, and it looked like it wasn't any fire. So hopefully for you, you'll be back out again very soon.
So it was just the rocker cover that had damage. So you think the engine probably is all right, just it doesn't, have that issue, with the rocker cover somehow.
I don't know. I mean, the engine is fine. It's just we don't quite know how much oil came out. Obviously, it always looks worse than it is, but there was obviously a quantity. There wasn't that much on the track, but a lot of it on the bodywork and in the floor. And then it's how much the rest of the engine's been starved of oil while I've been zooming up on the run. So I don't know, we'll get the engine out and have a look.
Okay, so hopefully it's not too bad and you'll be quick fix turnaround out again soon.
We'll aim for Harewood and we'll go from there.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for talking to us. You could have been in a much worse mood, so at least we've...
Well, at least I get to drive home early and watch the Grand Prix. So.
Very good. Excellent. Very good. Well, thank you very much. Have a good time, hopefully at Harewood. Yeah, brilliant.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So luckily not too bad a problem either with the car or on the track, but it does show there probably was a slight slipperiness to the track surface by that point. And as you were saying before, the drivers just don't know. All the practicing they've done before has led them to learn what grip there is, but when that changes due to either oil or to rain, that can really sort of change all of that knowledge they had, and they need to be very wary. So it can psychologically hamper them, even if it doesn't physically slow them down too much. Sunshine's coming out a little bit here, Benoit.
I've got my sun cream on.
No, well, it's not that much. I don't think you need to worry about that. We've got quite a lot of cloud cover. Yesterday it did brighten up, and that I think helped warm both track and tyres up. We've just not had that sort of heat today, but it's been interesting nonetheless. A couple of the classic Formula Fords there on show. And you can see the differences back then in chassis design. The rear end of those two cars quite different really in their layouts, which is quite interesting to see comparison between the two. These are quite similar in age and their design philosophies, I suppose. And onto the this Empire, looking very smart in the sun.
Yeah, a new car for the Weavers this season. Car they've been really getting up to grips and posting very quick times, putting Tom in a really good position for the championship. Although that car wasn't running at Shrewsbury last weekend, well, it was running until a failure at the back of the car obviously didn't give the opportunity for the boys to what they wanted to do. But great to see the car back up and running, and it was great to see both out again this weekend. And I'm sure there's more to come this afternoon from Tom and Richard, who will both be pushing that car here.
Yeah, Empire really a manufacturer who are really pushing on the aerodynamic side of development of these cars. It's great to see not just like the wings that are quite obvious, but the design around the side pods on these cars, the front edge there setting up the Venturi tunnel, which runs to those huge diffusers at the rear. Empire really on top of that sort of design of aerodynamics. The setup of the car specifically for hill climbs. Again, you can see that this isn't a circuit racer. By the way, it's got such a tiny rear engine cover, such a short rear to the car compared to a lot of the circuit cars, which have much bigger fuel tanks, much longer wheelbases sometimes. But it's a really interesting comparison. We were saying about the Grand Prix just a minute ago. They outwardly look quite similar to Formula One cars, these, but actually underneath there's a lot of difference in the design philosophy.
Yeah, probably one of the big differences is just the size of the tank. Those guys don't need much fuel to go up a hill, so much smaller fuel tank, and obviously they don't need to run massive radiators. They try to keep those run short, and obviously don't need as much cooling as you would expect from cars that would be doing more than an hour racing continuously. So that's what's important. Richard, you'll have to, I don't know if you can do anything for that color, but it basically
Turn down the contrast.
yeah, just if you're watching online, put your sunglasses because put your sunglasses because basically it's just blinding yellow. Is that was that a deliberate choice to have something that bright?
Yes.
Yeah. You wanted to stand out.
Yeah, well, my old car used to be black and Dad's is white, so we needed to go to the other end of the spectrum. So I think we managed it.
Yeah. There's a great competition in your class this year, and you've been top of the leaderboard so far this season. How do you see the afternoon unfolding?
Yeah, it's been a really good season actually. Obviously, Tom and his new car has made a big step. Obviously, Dave Tatham, who's not here today, is always quick in the DJ. So you've only got to look at the results over the last within the British and the Midland, and there's been different winners of different rounds across the three of us. So it's going to be a really good season, I think.
Yeah, always a great competition between all of those drivers, and it's fantastic to see that unfolding as we go through the 2024 season.
Were you a bit disappointed with the change on that runoff there? Because you'd done such a good time, you were running last, but then the conditions changed and you sort of ended up with a slight short stick at the end.
I wouldn't say disappointed. It was a little unnerving having that little shower and obviously the incident with Rob, and then they come and told us that a bit of oil up there. So it's all it does sort of put you off a little bit, but I mean, we went 2/10 quicker than we did in qualifying. I think qualifying fastest was a little bit of a fluke. The bigger cars obviously didn't have the greatest qualifying run, so I always knew they were going to end up probably overtaking us. So to be half a second off Graham and 3/10 off JV is more than what we would ask for. So yeah, very pleased.
Yeah, that qualifying run was really special to get qualifying top for the runoff. That was an impressive feat in your car. So we thought, maybe you'd be pushing for an outright, but you thought it was always going to go the way of some of the bigger cars.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, obviously Graham's there with his V, his big Judd, and JV's with 2 litres, so twice the capacity of ourselves. We max it to get everything out, just to get those sort of times. So to set a new PB of 47.0, I would have liked a 46. So we'll see if that's on the table this afternoon. But I've no hard feelings about not coming in first at all.
Yeah, it's been excellent watching you all season actually. You're really pushing hard every single time. It's not a sit back and relax. You always seem to be really on it, so that's exciting to watch on the hill. So good stuff. We'll hope to see more of it this afternoon.
Right, thank you, gents.
Right, so I've no idea how we're doing on time. Hopefully we'll get a signal. About 5 minutes, excellent. So we'll probably make it to the end of this little row here, and that'll probably be about the lot. on show here, because this car doesn't have its rear engine cover, or doesn't run with an engine cover normally, does it? You can see, because it's bike engined, it's running that chain drive, which is different to, say, a road car, which will have drive shafts through the gearbox. This has got that big chain at the back, and we were talking earlier about that chain maybe being loose on the I forget which car it was now we were talking about.
Empire, right?
Oh, well, yes, that's right, on the Empire, yeah. So you can see that tiny little bike engine. Again, another difference between this and a lot of the circuit races. The engine is so small that it doesn't take up that massive amount of space behind the driver, into a tiny little gearbox which runs through that big chain onto the rear drive shaft. So it's interesting to be able to see the setup. A lot of these cars are quite similar in that layout, and it shows the differences maybe between circuit and hill races a bit there. And this car always quite an interesting one to watch, of the engine going through that chain. Often makes it quite a snap when he accelerates. It sort of gives a real kick to the car.
Yeah, and obviously this bike engine very popular. That's what pretty much the best way to get as much power, and let's say the power to weight ratio for any of those bike engine is probably the best ratio that you could ever hope for. We've got just the Empire race of Clive Austin, just with massive bits of carbon on shows everywhere on here. Clive obviously looks to have taken a little bit of the foliage that is collected earlier this morning, so all good, and he'll be back out again, so pleased with that. And I'm sure he's going to try once again to get that car into the runoff this afternoon.
Yeah, I think of all the cars we see at hill climbs, this particular car has the most in terms of aerodynamic aids. The way the front wing leads into those big sort of barge boards, which then ties up with the side pods and the Venturi tunnels underneath. This seems to be one of those cars that's super developed in terms of aero, which is an impressive car. Unfortunately, yeah, that slight trip to the grass spoilt the run earlier for Clive, so it unfortunately didn't see the ultimate pace of the machine, but it's always a quick thing. And we're going to now, the beauty of hill climbing, as we often say, is the variety of machines. We're going to jump from one of the most up-to-date, modern, developed single-seaters to this Lola chassis, this classic Lola chassis, running its Porsche engine in the back. And luckily, because the engine covers up, we get to see a bit of the workings. It's a beautiful car, this. I always like it when this turns up to an event. And it's great to see, with the cover off, just the setup of that, what was essentially a road Porsche engine that's been repurposed for this race car.
Yeah, twin spark on that engine. You can see all the layout here, like many of the Porsche engine at the time were running twin sparks, and yeah, great to see. You can see how Porsche was so competitive at the time with those engines just so low back into the chassis. You know, that's the chassis leg just here, and that engine is just well below that. And obviously air-cooled engine, so big fan at the top. That's just spinning a lot of air around the engine to cool that engine, and a lot of oil as well to cool this, which is just running here. So that's the oil radiator, and there's a lot of oil in those engines that also help cooling. How are we doing with time, Richard? I think we're probably going to be back in the box for more action, right? Yeah, so we'll be back and running. Thank you, everyone, and we'll find you in a few minutes.
Well, good afternoon, folks. Welcome back to this afternoon's running here at Loton Park. We've had a couple of shared cars heading up the track, their own little batch, and then we will get going with the proper running in a moment. Hopefully, some of you had a nice break during lunch, grab some food and drink. We were doing some interviews for HillClimb.TV. Will have been out on the live stream, so it's interesting. Hopefully some people enjoyed watching, looking at the cars, talking to the drivers, that sort of thing, and we'll hopefully now pick up again with this afternoon's running. We've got timed runs for both the Midland and Interclub events, plus we'll have a tin top runoff and a Midland runoff of the top single seaters again. So lots still to look out for this afternoon. My name's Alex. I'm here with Benoit in the commentary box. We'll be talking through much of the nonsense again this afternoon, hoping to keep you up to date on stuff as it unfolds. Nice exciting morning with lots to talk about, and now hopefully just exciting afternoon ahead of us.
Yeah, thank you, Alex. Welcome back, and we're back into action in the commentary booth here at Loton Park. Thank you for joining us here in person. That's the best way to catch the action. Thank you for dropping the thousands of channels that you have on your TV. I usually say thank you for dropping the thousands of hours of streaming that you can find on Netflix or any other services online for some motorsport action. But thank you for all being here, and everyone joining us as well online. We're back into the action, and we're going to kick off the running order this afternoon with the Midland Hillclimb second time run. So those guys are going to be running first, and then we're going to have the Interclub, so the Loton Park Championship and the Porsche Motorsport Club GB Speed Championship will be running as well after those guys. So kicking off with car number 45, that's Paul Evans, the Westfield SEW, and this car has just been warmed up by the previous driver who is sharing the car as well in this. So great thing, a little bit of a wiggle as he enters keepers, as he put his foot down, and Paul will be pushing through. We're going to have a quick look at the different timings that we have on this afternoon, and obviously this first run of the afternoon will be giving us the headline for the runoff later this afternoon.
Yeah, so Paul Evans in the Westfield just heading up to the line. Ray Law in that Caterham 7 Super Sprint following on behind. These guys were pretty quick this morning. We've got some times up on the screen if you're happening to watch the channel. If not, we'll try and keep you up to date. But it was a good close run at the top and all through this series earlier today. So we'll keep a close eye on times. Paul Evans 61.31, so slightly slower than earlier. We had a bit of a spot of rain, and now we have a spot of sun, so the weather here cannot decide what's going on. Ray Law doing a 57.42, which improves on his time, but not enough to move him up the order at all, as we now have Graham Manton in that Westfield on track. Again, we're sort of jumping through a few different categories at once here as we have to work through the orders of the cars.
Yeah, and Scott Moran is now coming into view in triangle and going in a flash, carrying so much speed into those corners at the wall of that beautiful Skoda R5 powered 2-litre turbocharged engine. Scott actually posted a class record this morning. I'll have to double check the times on this one, but it looks like you might as well improve that time. The car moving around a little bit at the end of the Cedar Straight, but no problem. He goes through the finish line, and that's a time for Scott of 52.54. So it doesn't improve on his previous time. So that remains a class record of 52.40.
Yeah, he was really close on all of those timings up that run, apart from right at the end. He seemed to lose a bit of pace. Stuart Hook now in this Mazda MX-5. We haven't got many Mazda MX-5s with us today. Usually they're one of the stables. We have lots and lots of them, but just Stuart's as far as I'm aware this weekend. But great to see nonetheless. He hit 67 miles an hour up on the Cedar Straight, and then round that slight patch of oil. You may have seen earlier we had a car dropping a bit of oil on the circuit, so that's made that last few bends a little bit tricky for those drivers to contend with. Behind him is Simon Joyce's Renault Clio 197, also heading up towards that slightly slippery part of the track.
Yes, you're right to mention that, Alex, and obviously our officials would have informed all our drivers of the track condition, or the change in track condition, shall I say. And obviously, until you've been there, you don't really know what it looks like. Obviously, this dust will clear out as cars go by, and a time of 68.11 for Simon Joyce. And Bruce Aitken in that Citroën Saxo just quickly follows him. Bruce making good progress and improving on his time. He's posted personal best in the second and third sector on that, and through museum. And Bruce continuously pushing that car. I think he's his first season in that car, and looking through the finish line is 68.73, about 0.3 quicker.
We have Richard Pates in that MG ZR heading up the hill. He's just reaching the top of the Cedar Straight, 62 miles an hour for him. Nice little British hot hatch, this one, opposed to the French and what have you that we often see. Nice to see something for a bit of a change there. And as Richard heads towards the finish line, we have a rather spectacular Oliver Wright in his Radical SR1, sliding the tail through triangle as he really pushes that car, trying to find real pace in the Gulf liveried Le Mans style machine.
Yeah, Oliver Wright looking to get up top in the order, and it's looking good so far. It looks to be pushing that car, and looking good so far. Oliver Wright going through the finish line is a time of 54.87, so no improvement for him. Samuel Nicholson trying to knock as many flip-flops as he can, but doesn't hit any of them, so well done. Sam so far second in this class in that beautiful Mallock, and great to see this car running. Obviously I love the car and love the look of that car, and the handling on this machine is absolutely tremendous. He goes through the finish line of 53.39.
He picked it up right at the end there, somehow managed to gain some time, although the run up to that point hadn't been particularly quick for him. Lizzie Weaver's next in her Citroën Saxo. She needs to try and improve on her time of 70.07 that she set earlier today. Heading up the hill, doesn't look to be the quickest of runs for Lizzie. I think in some cases the track changes will mean a lot of these drivers are having to re-find where the grip is, and so they won't be as quick as perhaps they were. Lizzie up at Museum, exiting there, heading towards the finish line. We'll see what time she manages. It's a 71.44. She'll probably be slightly disappointed with the slower speed, as Andrew Feakin's Renault Clio is climbing up and looks to be on quite a quick run.
Yeah, Andrew Feakin's looking to improve on his current position, third in class so far, and is 61.86. So he does improve his time by about 5/10, but still remains in third position. Rob Wilson, currently the leader in Class A1, looked real good so far in this run. Currently posting purple sectors, which is really good in this class, and looking to go through the finish line. I'm sure there'll be a time in the 58.29, so managed to shave about a bit more than a tenth compared to his previous run, which is a great effort. Steve Atkins in that BMW M3, great turn of speed with that V8 4-litre engine, 420 horsepower under the bonnet of that car. You can see the bulge on the bonnet of that car, and Steve currently the last in the order, and he's got some tough competition against the Porsche and the BMWs in this class.
Yeah, so good run for Steve. 62.73, almost identical to 62.72 from this morning. So nice consistent running from him in that BMW, as Duncan Andrews' Porsche Cayman GT4 powers its way up the hill, 89 miles an hour through the speed trap. Little puff of smoke from the tyre as he hits that top section there. Round Museum he goes, nice and neat on his way towards the finish line. We'll see whether he can improve at all. 57.31 is a good improvement for him, puts him first in class currently.
Yeah, it's almost a second quicker than his previous run, so he'll be well pleased with that. And Tony Adams is going to try and better his time. It doesn't look to be on course to do that just yet, just looking at the splits that we have on our screen. This is one of the Lotus Cup. This is one of the most powerful LEDs that you'll find, 250 horsepower under the bonnet of that car. This is a very quick car, but 60.84 doesn't improve on his previous run. Simon Tarling will be making his way through on the second part of the run, already on the Cedar Straight, and looking real good so far. Doesn't look to be improving. Simon currently sitting 6th in that class.
Yeah, Simon rounding out the lap as he passes round Museum, heads up towards the finishing line, and as he ends his run with a 62.17, Richard Snow is on track in his Martini-esque liveried Porsche Cayman GT4. Again, this run doesn't look the quickest for Richard, who set a really good time this morning, 57.55. Now he would have wanted to slightly improve on that to try and retain the top spot in that series. We'll see whether he can pick up some time as the run goes on, but it doesn't look to be as quick as it could be as he exits from Museum, pushes towards the finishing line. He will be down quite substantially, 58.59. Not a great run for Richard there at all.
Yeah, Simon on a really good run so far. That's going to be a great time, and I'm going to keep a close eye on the time, because this could be a new class record for Simon, going through the finish line of 57.99. Not quite, looks like he has lost a little bit of time in the second part of the run. I was just looking at the quickest time in this class, the record of that class, sorry, 57.26. So Duncan Andrews got really close to that with that run this afternoon.
That's right, yeah, really close. All these cars doing quite well today, despite the condition not being perfect, perhaps. Robert Lancaster Gay heading towards the finish line now. He'll register a 59.55, and that keeps him 4th place in the timings. As we move on to the Toyota GR Yaris of James Stocks. This is the road-going production cars with 4-wheel drive. These Toyota Yaris is very popular for this series. And James Stocks up there, passing around Fallow, climbing the last bit of hill up into Museum. These cars often cocky a wheel up through that tight right-hander for Museum, and he'll head towards the line at 64.15 as Alan Mansfield's Yaris chases him.
Yeah, great turn with speed for Stock, so for James, and he's probably about the same time, 64.15. Against 64.19. Alan Mansfield carrying good speed through Museum, currently 2nd in that class, and he goes through the finish line in a 62.83. Doesn't improve on that run, but we're going to see the rest of the cars. I see the course car going up the hill, so we might be looking at inspecting the track. Red flags will be going up, and is at the end of our batch. I'm looking at the running order. Yeah, that's the end of the batch for this running order. So great to have seen that first run. Looks like the sun has been shining, so giving a bit of confidence to our drivers to push on that first run this afternoon, isn't it?
Yeah, it was a bit of a mixed bag. Some cars, some drivers managing to go quicker. Others seem to lose quite a bit of time. So not sure whether there's anything behind that, whether it's a change of conditions or whether it's slippy, or could just be the drivers weren't quite as confident in their cars or in the surface. It's hard to know sometimes where these changes come from. If everything is always down, then you can assume that there's a major change, but some of them were actually going quicker, so it's hard to understand when it's all over. Sometimes it's just the way it goes. An interesting selection there. Of course, some of those cars, the road-going, saloon cars and that sort of thing, they'll all be eligible for the tin top runoff, which we'll have later. It's the fastest eligible saloon cars that get put into that. We'll find out that running order in a little while once everything has been up the hill, and we'll be showing that runoff in a short while. That'll be towards the end of the day, and we'll see who makes it. There's certain people we expect to see within that category, and things like Simon in his BMW usually ends up in there, and those Skodas I think are probably eligible as pin tops. I don't know the exact eligibility criteria for that. It certainly has to be saloon cars, but whether it's...
Yeah, you got to have a roof on your head, and the Titan X runoff for our tin top cars, usually cars that are running in the Loton Park Championship. So we'll get to see that. I'll probably follow this on my screen on the timing board that we have. We'll be able to catch all of this, and now we are going to go and take a look at the next batch of cars. We've got quite a few shared drive this weekend, so been a bit of a headache for our organisers to make sure that all our batch of cars are properly planned, so that drivers can go up the hill and then swap drivers in the cars. So everyone will be looking at this, and it's keeping us on our toes as commentators, just to make sure we can understand what's running and what championship everyone is. But so far I think we've done pretty well.
We've caught up with most of it, which is fine. I think people give a certain amount of leeway to commentators because they know we're a simple sort, and we do struggle with even the basic things, but we're trying to keep you informed as best we can, and we get given bits of paper, or the marshals come and tell us bits of information as we go, which helps us keep on top of everything. So some of these cars we will have seen now for the last time, I guess. It'll be their last timed run. Those who don't make it into the Titan X runoff later, I think we won't see a lot of these machines again. See them saying thank you to the marshals as they came back, because sort of tradition. Thank the marshals after you've run for the weekend. Thank them for being there and being willing to help where they can. And you can see lining up on the start line, we have some of the single-seaters coming. We've got some more information from some of the wonderful marshals telling us some information about some of the cars. So we'll try and incorporate that info into our commentary as we go. But now we have Richard Weaver on the line in his Empire Evo 2. May have seen this car during our lunchtime wanderings of the paddock. It was one of the cars we had a quick look at. Interesting to talk to Richard and see a bit about that machine. And I think it's just started to rain on the track, Benoit, just as Richard Weaver has set off. So this could really throw a cat amongst the pigeons. It looks really wet at the top end of the track there. It's not so much down the bottom here at Triangle. So changeable conditions on circuit as Richard Weaver tries to negotiate. It's really coming down now as this squall seems to be blowing in over us. Poor Richard will probably not get the best of times. However, if it gets worse after this, it's possible that the other cars will suffer even more. 81 miles an hour for Richard, not slowing down much, even if the rain is coming down.
Yeah, it looks like Richard might be just easing on the cautious side, I think, on that run. But as you said, if the condition really change, then it might be a case of that he might get into the runoff with that time if the conditions really start being hampered by the rain that is currently falling down on us. I can see all our spectators have been some are equipped, some don't seem to be equipped. A good reminder for us to remind you of the shop if you want anything. And Tricia just gliding a little bit more than she expected, and 54.45.
Yeah, I think that was the rain making it slippery up the top. It seems to have blown over very quickly. The rain has come through past up. It's slowed down a bit down here, but I think the track is quite wet in some places. You can see at the top there by Fletcher's Dello, it was not quite standing water, but certainly moist surface. And we've got Nicola Dearden on track. Unfortunately, she's been caught right in the worst moment, which won't help her run in the slightest. Well done for her to carry on despite the rain.
Yeah, obviously.
Many of them sort of give up when it rains and don't even dare it. So.
Well, obviously, all of those drivers have been standing on the line, so I've not been able to do anything or change tyres. So Nicola is just taking an easy run, just making sure she goes back to the paddock in one piece. That's the best way to do it in those conditions. There's no prize here on that run, I think, for everyone. Bernal Kevil doesn't seem to have eased off that much, to be fair, and those tyres actually have a little bit of groove in it, so it does allow to run in the rain. But obviously those conditions are going to impact the available grip that we have on the track, but it seems that now everything has stopped, so we'll see.
Certainly slowed down a bit, but not slowing down is Joseph Mackerel in that Tiga. He sets a great first couple of sectors on track, really pushing his 83 car to as you can. I think the rain band seemed to work its way up circuit, so it maybe still a bit raining up at the top end, but largely it has stopped now. Whether that will affect people or whether it will dry up again, I don't know. But you see Joseph Mackerel up at Museum as we then switch to Malcolm in his Caterham 7 down here at Keepers.
Yeah, Joseph on a decent run so far, and looking good. Currently leading that. So
great big lock up there.
Yeah, Marco Miki is currently on track, and we got Tim Higgins just behind him. Marco Miki so far just middle of the table, a 60.20. Get close to that time, so managed to keep a good pace on that, and Tim as well has been going well in this run as well. 75 miles an hour. Lots the wheel on the entry of fallow, but no problem, able to carry the speed through the second part of the hill, and it looks like to be running well for everyone.
Yeah, Robert Lloyd setting some good times, personal bests as shown by the green sectors. This means that maybe the track, despite that brief shower, isn't actually that wet. If he's able to continue improving his times, that's a good run for Robert Lloyd. There he is, climbing up to Museum. He turns his way in, and no major dramas for him there. It seems to have dried out quite quickly, and so a decent run, 62.09. Lost out a little bit towards the end, so maybe top end of the track still a little bit damp.
Yeah, Paul Evans on a good run as well so far in that Westfield that he's sharing as well this weekend, and great to see that Westfield. Great to see the close competition that we have in this class, although Richard Price is in a class of his own. Joy Hall just now on the Cedar Straight. Joy currently sitting fourth in the class, and looks to have been a bit more careful than on their previous run, so maybe the rain just doesn't set the drivers into the right mind to really push, but one who will be pushing still is Richard Price. on this run. It looks to be on really good course to be leading that class. Got about 1.4 second lead against Steve Garner, and Steve Garner had a little bit of moment, so we'll have to keep a close eye as to the pace that Steve will be gathering on that final run.
Yeah, big lock up right at the top for Richard Price, although he doesn't need to go faster, he probably wants to try all the same. 56.36 means that he doesn't improve on his time, but he's unlikely to be beaten. Now we have Steve Garner, the only man who's even close, but his run doesn't seem to be as fast as it could be. So I feel Richard Price may well have the fastest time in this category for the end of the day. Steve Garner from the Passing Round Museum now up towards the finish line. Lots of those cars not going quicker on their second run. I suspect that slight rain shower either made the conditions a bit tricky, or at least psychologically these drivers not wanting to push that hard for very little gain.
Yeah, Andrew Russell on the track, and every single time I see Andrew, I feel like he's just placing the car in the exact same position every single time. It's incredible. Like, the consistency from Andrew is incredible, and great to see the car. A little bit of a lock-up on the entry, but no problem. Manages to carry the speed nonetheless through to the finish line. Andrew, 62.06.
Again, not improving, as Roy Holder doesn't seem to be on a quicker run either. I think conditions have fallen away. There's a lot of these guys struggling to really making any progress, with Roy Holder chasing Tony Feekins, but I suspect unable to make improvements on his time, won't be able to make up that 2-second deficit. Tony Feekins also not currently making any time on his own speed, so perhaps the times from this morning will end up being the final times of the day.
Yeah, Tony has got quite a leader in this class, almost 2 seconds, and
as I say that, he improves.
Tony also showing that going right to turn into a left-hander can be doable, and off he goes through to the finish line, and that's a 60.27, so shaved about a little bit less than 4/10 on that run, so great to see that time. Gary Morgan in that beautiful Vauxhall Chevette, 2.6 litre, 330 horsepower under the bonnet of that car, and about 60 centimetres of tyres at the back.
Yeah, the Vauxhall Chevette just crossing the line. He goes 61.74, a slight improvement. Maybe conditions have improved again. Nigel Elliott then in that Triumph TR7 V8. You don't so much hear this car as feel it. The noise is such that it really resonates through you. Brilliant car to see on the hill. Always enjoyable, and he's got a good run. Lots of green sectors, means he's improving on his times. Will it be enough to catch up with Gary Morgan? I doubt he'll get anywhere near Paul Howell's time, but 61.82, really close between both the Triumph and the Vauxhall Chevette, as Paul Howell's green and yellow Porsche is well in advance. He doesn't need to push, but he's on the hill all the same.
Yeah, Paul Howell in that beautiful Porsche 911 RSR, and been running so well as ever in this car, and it's great to hear that sound of that 6-cylinder at the back. It's really distinctive sound. Off he goes through Museum, carries the speed through that corner beautifully, up through the gears and through the finish line. A time of 59.28 for Paul.
We have Becky Manton behind in her Westfield, powering up to the top of the hill. Another great big lock-up. Lots of cars locking up. It must be something to do with track conditions. We've not seen as much of that this morning as we have just now. It does seem to be a bit tricky out there for the drivers. And as Becky heads towards the finish line, 62.2, not a bad run, but not an improvement. The car that probably won't be worried by slippery conditions is this Skoda rally car. It's quite used to being on the wet surfaces or loose surfaces. So Roger Moran behind the wheel currently, seeing if he can improve on his earlier time.
Yes, the family battle between Roger and Scott, and so far Scott taking the honours, but Roger pushing real hard on that last run of the day. Looking good so far, 53.36, and George Harding pushing that car real hard once more in this final run today. on the hill, and great to see the Mitsubishi Evo, and looking to carry a lot of speed, a little bit dab on the brake in the middle of the straight, and carries the speed beautifully onto the entry of Fallow, using a little bit more of the track than he would probably want to, and the car hopping in museum as he exits the corner using the four-wheel drive at 57.79. That's 0.2 quicker.
Yeah, a really good run there for the Mitsubishi Evo. You say last time on the hill. We may see that in the Tin Top Challenge later. I don't know whether he's eligible. Steve Mundy in that Rallycross Ford Fiesta also making good progress despite the slightly tricky conditions. Again, a car that's used to slippery conditions, so perhaps not as effective as some of the others are. Steve Mundy hoping to improve on his 60.45, just fall shy, 60.75. Good consistency there for Steve. There's Einan Price in the second Skoda rally car we have with us this weekend. Powers his way up the Cedar Straight. He breaks the speed barrier, 93 miles an hour through there. Locks up, gets a bit sideways going through Fallow, gathers it together into museum, cocks the wheel on the crest of that hard right-hander, and then powers towards the finish line. He managed to do a 54.65, again ever so slightly slower.
Yeah, decent time for Einan Price in the Skoda, and back from four-wheel drive into something lighter and quite different, back into the Radical Pro Sport. Small prototype built for circuit racing, but very competitive as well on the hill climb, and we've got a few of them today, and actually Matt Price in this class taking the honours so far. Stephen King, this is one of the early Radical, giving a bit of power probably against the Oza Radical, 59.25 for him.
Yeah, just falling shy again of improving. I think drivers finding it very tough at the moment. David Bickley on track in that Radical SR1 as he comes down the hill towards us at Triangle. Really quick speed through there, doing very good job keeping it tidy on the exit, right the way to the edge of the track, up through Keepers, and he will then head out onto the Cedar Straight. Call it a straight, those on camera obviously see it's not straight at all. Big curves in the middle of the straight as he heads up 81 miles an hour at the speed trap. Hard braking now into Fallow as he rounds the corner, climbs up to Museum, really neatly through there, pulls the power, puts it on as he powers towards the finish line. Mike West, however, hasn't been told that conditions are tricky. His Golf livery Radical SR1 is actually making good progress through the first half of the hill. See whether he can continue that as he goes up through the course.
Yeah, Mike West on a good charge on that run, looking good so far. Wide on the exit of Fallow, but no problem onto the entry of Museum. Looking good so far for Mike, and probably looks to improve on his time. Let's see if that's better. Yes, it is, a 59.37. That's looking good.
Yeah, good run for Mike West there. We switched to Robin Nicholson in that Malak Mark 20. First part of the run for him wasn't as quick, but he seems to have found some grip as he comes to the top of the hill and lost it again. He goes round on his own length. Unfortunately, that will ruin that run for him. No damage, he's still on the track, and just able to turn himself around. But Robin Nicholson unable to improve on his earlier run, which is a shame. Lots of potential in that car. Robin just not quite managing to make the most of it on this particular outing. We'll see, he continues on up. They don't seem to have thrown a red flag, which is great. Robin will finish. Oh, they might have done now. Yeah, they have done now. Okay, Matthew Price's time was looking good, but he's been called off as Robin spun. Robin finishes in a 78.67. Shame for him to have lost out because his run was going very well.
Yeah, Robin definitely pushing, but lost the car on the entry of Fallow. No damage done to the car, just skid onto the grass, so he's been able to turn around and actually finish his run. That time obviously not reflective of the performance of the car and driver. So a great thing to go through, and we have Matt Price, who's stopped at the start of the Cedar Straight, just on the exit of keepers, so no problem for him. They're probably going to be waving him back to the paddock, either hold him for a moment and he'll be able to jump back the queue, or they might be able to make him reverse and jump back the queue. That's what we seem to be doing.
So a slight pause as we sort out Matthew Price's car. Currently the pace setter in that group, he's the last one to run as well, so he doesn't actually need to run again because he's still got the top spot, but I suspect he'd like to, having paid his entry fee. But that's great. That's that big Radical obviously has quite a lot of pace in it. Being able to beat out some of the others. That Malik was impressing me earlier though. He spent a lot of yesterday as the fastest car in the class.
Yeah.
So it's unfortunate that last little spin there, just slightly spoiling final run for that car.
Yeah, so they're probably going to turn the car around in the exit road that we've got here to the left, on the right if you are following the course. And Martin has just, our marshal here, has just taken control of the car really, and done a great job of that, and be like, right, this is where you're parked. Hopefully you can turn around and go back to the paddock. We're going to have Matt probably joining and jumping the queue.
Oh, not a good turning circle on these cars.
Yeah, not the most of practical city cars around, but it's not what it's been designed for really, I think. And although I think some of those Radicals have been homologated for the road, so probably sure you could find one to drive to the shop. Not sure how much shopping you can carry in those cars. Depends if you're carrying a passenger.
Yeah.
It's kind of a car where you have to make a choice.
Yeah, I think if you've got one of those, you probably aren't going to the shops. You're probably enjoying running around back roads in the countryside or something along those lines. By the look of the live stream on HillClimb.TV, that Radical has literally been sent right round and back to the start line to run again. So well done to our paddock marshals for getting a quick turnaround on that. That should reduce the amount of delay. The sun's sort of out again. The weather here is a bit mad today. We've gone from cold to hot to rainy to sunny to everything. I expect snow soon.
Yeah. Well, no, I don't want.
Hopefully not. Hopefully not.
No.
It has felt a bit wintry at times. Well done to all the people who have braved it, spectators who are still with us. There's still quite a good crowd, I think, which is great to see. All those people who have turned out and have braved the cold wind and the rain to enjoy the occasional nice bits of sun. But they've had some great on-track action to watch, interesting stories. As we see Matthew Price once again get going. His run earlier, after he got stopped, was all green personal best times, and he seems to be continuing that trend again. So luckily Matthew Price not overly hampered by his delay. As their three keepers really are on the edge as he powers his way onto Cedar Straight.
Yeah, looking good so far for Matt Price. Good running so far, and he's obviously leading that class, so that improvement will just give him further lead on that leaderboard, so he'll probably take the honours of that class, and off he goes through the finish straight, up through the gears, and it's a time of 53.54, so not an improvement, but still gives him the edge across this class and over the competitors.
On the chat, SRW48 says that they've been here during snow at an event, so it is possible. Hopefully not today though. And we've still got left to run today. A few cars here in the Midland Championship and Interclub events. Their timed runs, putting them forward before we get the Titan X Tin Top runoff. I can't even say it. The top saloon cars will get a runoff, and then the top single seaters will have a second runoff of the day. So still plenty of action to go, and should see some interesting stuff throughout the day. We've had some pretty good times set, but changeable conditions have really mixed up the running orders a bit. So it'll be interesting to see which cars have made it into both of those runoffs when we get there. I think we've got another batch at least to run, haven't we?
We're going to have a batch of single-seaters coming up next, so some of the quicker machines are yet to go up the hill. The sun is back, so it should be fine for everyone. And it looks like the conditions are back to normal, so great for everyone.
For the moment, the clouds are still there, and some of them look very menacing. But it's been like that all day, so let's hope for the sun.
We're just going to scare them away. It's a great reminder to, if you're here at Loton Park, you can head to the ice cream van here at the top of the hill. So top of triangle, ice cream van, and if you're getting a bit hot or you got a bit cold, whatever the conditions are really, there's no real condition to have an ice cream, so go and grab an ice cream. If you want some fresh drinks, the burger van and catering van is here.
Bar might even be open.
And the bar might be open.
Yeah, if people fancy a drink, the Loton Park bar opens about this time-ish, I think. So go along, have a drink. You can sit up on their terrace and enjoy a bit of a relax. It's a nice place to be. And as Benoit said, there is also the catering van which has drinks and food. We were busy during lunch break with our on-camera interviews, so hopefully some of you saw that whilst you were having your lunch. We know a few people are here both watching the action live and on the live stream, which is a brilliant way to enjoy the day. I have in the past taken my my device along to sit in the pub or enjoy a relaxing time somewhere, doing nice activities whilst also watching action from various hill climbs.
Yeah, it's kind of you've been told to do the loan this weekend, but you also want to catch the action kind of thing, right?
Yeah, exactly. So if you can sneak your phone along with you wherever you're going, you can still manage to get some good hill climb action when nobody's watching.
I think we should do if you're in a extraordinary location watching the live stream, put a comment. That'll be interesting. I think we need to do that list at the end of the year of
not just what country you're from, but exactly what bizarre situation are you watching from. Who's watching in the bath or something like that. That would be good to find out.
We could and then we could do really like top 10 of the best location to watch hill climb.
Top 10 runoff of bizarre places whilst you're watching, and we'll judge it. Yeah, very good. We'll have to get HillClimb.TV to have some sort of graphic for strange places to watch from.
Maybe we should do like an international map and then like dotted points from everyone who has been watching.
We're just adding workload onto Rich and the team at HillClimb.TV now, aren't we? So, sorry, Rich. All right, so the final batch of normal running is kicked off with Graham Lokes in that Lowland T492, which will be a great hill, I think. This is just a lovely little machine with that Porsche engine in the back. Graham Lokes setting some good times in that first little section. He seems to be up, so perhaps able to set a good time here.
Yeah, Graham making great progress again once more in that T492. Great to see that car. Great sound from the 6-cylinder Porsche at the back of that car. And we had a good look at that car during lunch, and a close look up as to what's under the bonnet. You can see the times looking good so far for Graham, so he's improving on his previous run of 56.31, and he's going through the finish line of 55.94.
Yeah, really good run for Graham as we see Clive Austin in that Empire Wraith. He's heading up the circuit. He's just passing us at Triangle now. Clive had a little bit of issue earlier, so hopefully this will be a much cleaner run for him this time around. Times aren't looking incredibly quick, but he's still got time to make it up, hopefully improve on his earlier time of 50.52. You just shave a little bit off, that would shoot him up the leaderboard as he slight knock up through Fallow, round Museum. Seems to be in control, but it's not the fastest of runs for Clive. We'll see. No, he's not going to make much of a dent on his time now.
Yeah, 55.80. Clive just going easy after that spin at Fallow, so no problem for him. Nigel on a personal best so far, and Nigel will be one to be trying once more on that final run of the day. Looking good so far in that beautiful MS 3000. Going to make his way through the top of the hill on that Cedar Straight. You can see it's not that straight. And actually, if you look on the live stream, it's got a little bit of a kink and a little bit of bump as well. So some of the cars sometimes which are running quite low will be hitting the floor on the tarmac. And Nigel making good progress, pushing through to the finish line, and it'll be a time for Nigel of 50.93, not quicker.
Now you can see his front wing really shaking on that car, so the suspension quite stiff probably. Stuart Binkley's 4CA has been impressive all weekend, and his earlier run put him at the fastest time for the qualifying of the runoffs. We'll see whether he can push again. It does look an impressive run already. Purple sectors coming up on the screen. Stuart really pushing this weekend, and as we said during the lunch interview with him, it's great to watch him because he's always pushing hard in that bright fluorescent yellow machine. This is looking like it could be another really quick run for Stuart, powering towards the finishing line. Let's see, 47.19, that's a really good time for Stuart Binkley, and that's going to cement his position of this class.
Yeah, great run for Stu, and Tom is going to try and to say something about it. Let's see if he can get close to that time. There was a good turn into triangle and into keepers, and he's pushing through. Going to use all the power of that Suzuki engine at the back, all the way through to the end of the Fallow Straight. Let's see what speed, 109 miles an hour. Onto the brake, and he goes and turns that car beautifully into Museum, and carries the speed. A little bit of a twitch of the car, no problems, through the finish line of 47.93, about 4 tenths quicker than his previous run. He'll be happy. That gives him second in the class.
Yeah, very good run there, as we see Carol Nichols' Formula Ford, her historic Formula Ford, as it climbs up through Cedar Straight. Looks like a good run for Carol, as lots of green sectors, slight improvements every time for Carol as she goes up, always learning, always improving, so that's an excellent run so far for her. Heads into Museum. Earlier run, it was a 68.48. Keep an eye on the time as she crosses the finish line in a 68.32, so ever so slightly quicker for her. Excellent run for Carol. As we switch to Les Buck in his Mistral Formula Ford.
Yeah, Les Buck on a good run so far, looking to improve on that 61.29 posted earlier today on that first competitive run, and Les Buck carries that speed through to the finish line and a 61.29. So exact same time.
Yeah, very good run there for Les, as we then switch to the classic Formula Ford of Simon Andrews. His times don't seem to be quite as quick as he heads up towards the Museum. Not sure if he'll be able to improve on his 61.01 from earlier. It's a shame for him. He was so close to dipping into the 60-second bracket, but not quite today.
Mark Shankler taking the wide line onto the entry of Fallow, and been carrying quite a lot of speed so far in that run, so good time for Mark, good time for him, a 49.82. That'll definitely give him a position in the runoff later today.
Yeah, that is a good time, and Mark unlucky earlier in the runoff to not do slightly better, I think, so he'll be hoping to improve on that. Anna May Furness is on a good run. She's had some good times in those early sectors of the circuit. We'll see whether the last little section through Museum and up towards the finish line allows her to improve. Her time earlier, 56.08, 56.19, very close, but just slightly slower.
Yeah, Terry using all the power of that V8 at the back of that car and pushing quite hard on that run on a personal best so far. Best time today, a 51.05. That gave him a place in the runoff earlier today. He's going to look to improve on that and pushing that car all the way through on the entry of Museum. A little bit of a twitch on the entry of Museum, definitely cost him some time, but he'll be pushing to the finish line, and it's a time of 50.83. That's about 2-second improvement. Looks to be raining at the top of the hill.
Looks like it might be raining again up at the finish line, maybe into Museum. Those are places where you don't want the conditions to be slippery. Andrew Henson now in this Guldalara, passing us at Triangle. If the track at the top is slippery but hasn't been up until that point, it could easily catch you out. Hopefully the drivers will be careful as they round the final few corners. Henson hoping to improve on his time earlier. 49.9 was his run this morning. We'll see what times he could do now. Seems to be slightly down, struggling a bit through Museum there, but crosses the finish line in a 50.65, so a slight loss of time there for him.
Yeah, Jonathan Varley, 2023 Midland Hillclimb champion, out again in that beautiful DWR Predator. I think that's probably the most beautiful single-seater of the lot, in my opinion. And John on a good run so far, personal best all the way through, 119 miles an hour at the end of the Cedar Straight, and carries the speed all the way through between Fallow and Museum. No problem at Museum, carries the speed once more, and off he goes with 46.85, a good improvement, about 5/10 shaved on his previous run.
Yeah, really good run for Jonathan Varley, proving that he could certainly do it, and stamping his place in the later runoff, which will happen at the end of the day. And Tatum there clipping the corner, taking one of the corner markers potentially. We'll see whether he gets a penalty for that or not. As he powers his way down into Triangle, he's looking like he's on a quick run. Coming up purple sectors through Loggerheads and Triangle for Peter. He enters up now through Keepers and onto the Cedar Straight. Lost a bit of that time. However, he's still going quick enough to really improve on his earlier 48.83.
Yeah, Peter seems to be the bravest in the Mass Straight and in the King. It doesn't seem to be lifting one bit on that straight, and Peter going through the finish line of 49.21.
It definitely slowed down for him later on in that run, didn't it? So maybe conditions a bit slippery at the top of the track that we can't see from down here. We'll wait and see what John Chalmers might do. That's on the line. Here he goes off again. 2.08 for the 64-foot is a good start to his run. We'll see as he enters round more towards Loggerheads. That's trying to be a 13.46, slightly down on his earlier times. Perhaps not so quick out there on track right now as it has been over the weekend.
Yeah, John Chalmers on a decent run so far, and looking to get through that run, I think, from the look of it, and he's just going at a decent terminal speed. Let's have a look at the speed, 108 miles an hour at the end of the straight, so that's a good speed from those cars. John carrying that speed through Museum, using all the inside of that corner and pushing through to the finish line, up through the gears, and off he goes to the finish line of 51.73.
Slight improvement there for John, but not enough to knock Peter Tatum off the top spot in that class. Ian Tucker, however, is on a really quick run. Purple so far in all sectors, pushing his way up through Keepers and onto Cedar Straight. This looks like it could be a really quick run for Ian.
Yeah, Ian on a really good run this time round, improving all the way through. He's obviously on a class of his own, and he's just going through that second part of the run. Good to see that OMS performing so well in the hands of Ian, and he goes through to the finish line. It's a time of 52.71, about 2/10 quicker.
Yeah, very nice run for Ian there. Recruit in that Jaguar-powered OMS is next up. He's having a nice run up the hill, though it doesn't seem to be quicker. He doesn't seem to have found any speed here late in the day. He enters round Fallow and up to Museum. Holding off the power till the last minute. That corner is longer than a lot of people think. Can easily catch you out. And 52.86 for Paul Crute. While we're watching Graham Wynn come down towards Triangle. Our earlier runoff winner, Graham Wynn, on a slower run this time. Hopefully still done enough to get into the second runoff of the day, as this one doesn't seem to be improving on his earlier time of 47.73.
Yeah, he'll be looking to get into a good time and give him a good position in the runoff so he can snatch more points for the championship this time round. Looking good so far. Carried through all the speed they can, and a 47.76 will definitely give him a good time.
Yeah, raining at the top of the track as we watch Malcolm Thorne's Lotus 69. I do like this car. This is my favourite that's turned up this weekend, and Malcolm Thorne powering his way up the hill. His time earlier, 56.98, was very close to Andy Tippett's time, so this whole category quite close despite the differences in cars. Malcolm Thorne, however, doesn't seem to be making up a lot of time on this particular run.
Yeah, and Malcolm just making good progress through the finish line at 57.68. No improvement. It seems that it's still raining at the top of the hill. And Martin Jones making good progress on the second part of the run, looking to improve on that time. Let's see what he can do on that second restart. Beautiful Brabham, powered by Lotus twin cam engine at the back of that car.
Yeah, Martin Jones running through Museum, final turn into the slightly slippery final straight. He crosses the line 56.28, a good improvement for him. Really bumped him up nicely, up to second in class above Malcolm Thorne. As we have Andy Tippett in that big V8 powered Brabham. This car has a definite power advantage in this class, and the chassis and aero on these cars good enough to give some good times. However, Andy doesn't seem to have found much improvement on this run. As he heads towards the finish line, he'll put up a 57.95, meaning that the little car without any wings was actually the fastest of those three that time round.
Yeah. Great speed and second shave for Martin Jones on that previous run. Robin Johnson all the way through and pushing that Tigger once more up the hill. Robin's currently second behind his friend person who shares the cars with him, Joseph Mackerel, just behind him. So good turn of speed for that. And we're going to have Ross McDonald in the Porsche 911 2.7 RS as well. Pass through here at Triangle.
Yeah, a little bit of a slide for the rear end as it came out of Triangle, and then powering its way up the Cedar Straight, that Porsche 2.7 RS. It's a replica of those racing ones of that period. It's a smart looking car, this, braking hard into fallow, really leaning on that right hand tyre. It's set up reasonably soft, this car, for hill climbing, which helps give it a bit of grip through those slower corners, helps build a bit of tyre temperature, and Ross crosses line 63 seconds dead, so a bit slower than his earlier run.
Yeah, that looks good for Ross and Peter Gavritis back on track, and this is one of the joiners for the day that we have in that beautiful Lotus Elise Series 2. I believe this one is a K Rover engine, looking at the exhaust on each side of that car at the back. And yeah, the Lotus Elise has been a car that has celebrated its 25th anniversary last year, and a big lockup onto the entry of Triangle, but all under control, managed to just release a little bit of the brake and turn the car into the Triangle.
Yeah, there we see the Lotus coming out of Keepers up onto Cedar Straight. It was a very neat lock-up, both wheels at the same time, so hopefully one of the photographers got a good shot of that with the smoke billowing from the tyres. Peter there heading to the top end of the track, rounding fallow, and then on the climb up to Museum. As he comes around Museum and the camera changes, we'll see whether we can see if it's still raining up there. I think, hopefully, yeah, it looks like it's dry now, which is great. Peter crossing the line with a 69.73. No improvement for him, but a very neat run despite that lock-up coming down into Triangle.
Yeah, Simon Crystal in the at the top of the hill, round in the museum. Going to make an appearance on the screen here. Here he goes, and he's going through the finish line, 63.44. I can smell the.
Yeah, smell the tyre from that Lotus slowly wafting its way into the commentator's booth. So it smells a bit burnt rubbery in here now, and that's good. We're close enough to the action to be able to smell that sort of thing. In fact, you could get close to the action the whole way around this venue. The track only at one point disappears from sight as it goes up from the start around Hall, Loggerheads and Fletcher's Dello. But from Triangle up to the finish, you could pretty much follow the entire track up. You can see every turn, every twist, and you can get really close at times, which is quite exciting. Most modern tracks, you can't get that close. We see a replay of the Lotus locking up on the live stream. Quite a dramatic moment there, but gathered it together nicely, carried on without too much problem. So the car's being sent back down. That's the last of our batch of runners. Everybody has now posted their times for the day. All that's left are the two runoffs. We have the Titan X runoff for the fastest tin tops. That's saloon cars, the thing, cars with a roof. Then we will have the Midland Championship runoff after that, for the fastest of the single seaters in the Midland Championship. So the top 12 go through to that. So two runoffs left in the day, and they could be very dramatic. The sky is looking threatening, but currently we are dry. Temperatures have dropped a bit, but all previous times are now ignored. You're not trying to beat a time from earlier, it's just down to what happens during the runoff. So everybody will be starting from scratch effectively. Conditions the same for everyone currently. See whether they stay that way. Cars drifting their way back down to the paddock. A lot of these guys, that's it, their final run of the day, and some of these single-seaters will be going out once more during the runoff in a little while. The Titan X runoff will take us, I don't know, half an hour or so, not even that, and then we'll be into the Midland runoff to finish off the day.
Yeah, I think I do have orders for the runoff now that we've had for the Midland Hillclimb Championship. So I'll give you the running order of the day. That's all on my screen, so nothing official. We usually get handed a little piece of paper just to confirm those, but usually what is on our screen tend to match what's on paper. So I'm going to risk it and go and just do it. Paul Crude, a 52.86. Great to see the Jaguar Levered OMS making it to the runoff. Ian Tucker, a 52.71. Scott Moran, I'm not sure if that's supposed to be there because Scott is obviously in tin top. John Chalmers, a 51.73. Terry Davis, a 50.83. Andrew Hansen, a 50.65. Mark Shankler, 49.82, the first driver under the 50-second mark. Peter Tatum, a 49.21. Tom Weaver with a 47.93. And Graham Wynne, a 47.76. Scott Bickley, a 47.19. And then Jonathan Varley, the only driver who's qualified with a 46.85. So the only driver under the 47 mark.
As you said, that list probably will change slightly as Scott Moran shouldn't be on there.
Yeah, I think it's
So slight mistake there on our computer. However, the timing officials will know exactly what's going on and they will sort that out. And we will get a full running order. And even if it's not given, we'll see what comes up the hill. We're quite happy just to go with what we see in front of us. They will be coming up a bit later, but next we have the Titan X Top 10 Challenge. You've got a list there, Benoit. Again, this might not be the final list, but you could run through some of that just to give people an idea.
Yes, so just giving a quick overview of the Titan X Top 10 Challenge for the Loton Park Championship. Just looking whether we've got a car on the start line. That might require me to stop, but we're all good. Andrew Fickett makes it in time of 61.86. Duncan Andrews, 57.31. Richard Snow, 57.55 in the Cayman. Simon Hutchinson in the BMW, 57.99, so just deep under the 58-second mark. Robert Lancaster, 58.46. Tony Adams, 59.26 was his best time. We didn't have Andrew running in this batch of cars, I believe. Still a 58.24 if he's still running. And Roger Moran, 53.36. Anon Pricer, 54.65. And Richard Price, 55.91 in the Caterham.
Right, we have some cars on the starting line. Richard Case is just heading off in his Renault Clio 197, which has confused me slightly, but have these cars not had their final run of the day yet?
No, we're back into the Interclub, so that's for the Loton Park Championship.
Yeah.
And so that's going to be the second competitive run for those guys today.
Yeah.
So we're going to have a quick look. So just keeping you on your toes, really, making sure that we can work out everything today.
Yeah, our mistake for jumping to the runoff quite so quick. Have one batch of cars left to run then. I'm guessing Richard Case leading the way in his Renault Clio. David Feekins behind him in the other Renault Clio, setting some good times there. Despite the fact that David Feekins has got slightly less power, that's a lighter car. David certainly knows the way this course runs, so he's often very quick in it. Richard Case there, rounding off Museum, heading towards the finish line now. He'll finish off his run. David Feekins is doing a great run, setting purple sectors the whole way up.
Yeah, David, looking good so far on that run, so looking to improve on that time, and so far he had quite a lead already in that car, but he's looking to better that and just improve on that time. Sometimes you're looking for a personal best as well through the day, and it's a time of 67.37, shaves a little bit of time out of his previous run.
Simon Howarth in the John Cooper Works Mini following him up, again setting some good times as he climbs up towards the speed trap, 81 miles an hour, hard on the brakes into fallow, round the corner up towards Museum. Sharp turn, lifting that rear wheel as he goes through that right-hander, plows his way towards the finish line. Looks like he might well set a slightly better time, 62.95, an improvement there for Simon Howarth.
Yeah, good time for Simon, and Archie making good progress as well on the Lotus Elise. Second time round for Archie, who's joined us alongside Peter for us this weekend. So good to see those two running well.
Yeah, then we have Archie Moss there in his Lotus Elise, rounding fallow up, climbing up towards Museum. Rounding that corner nice and neat, running out a little bit on the centre of the corner, but no problems there. Archie Moss Hayward, 76.48, an improvement for him, which will end his day rather nicely as we switch to Simon Bickerstaff, Porsche Boxster.
Yeah, Simon on another run here, one of the Porsche competitors in the Speed Championships, and that's one of the shared cars, so has to run through. And off he goes. Simon is 66.52. Andrew Coleman making an appearance, and in the 5-cylinder RD TTRS 2.5, and he'll be going through that second part of the run. Andy Coleman, always a good competitor, and looking to post a good time, a 59.10. No improvement on that run. but great. And we've got the Ford Escort of Derek Jones on the hill. Great to see that car. Such a beautifully presented car and a very classic shape here. I guess we could say that it's not a motorsport event without a Mini or an Escort.
We're widening this because we haven't got any minis here. But yeah, very common on British motorsport events. This Escort there looking like a rally car as it wobbles its way out of museum and crosses line 67.08. A slight drop there for Derek Jones, but in a class of one, he won't mind too much. We then switch to Simon O'Sullivan's notes, that modified production car, as he heads towards the line. 61.1, an improvement for him.
Yeah, not dipping under the 61-second mark though, but probably he'll be pleased with that run. Rick Leddy making good progress in the TTRS, but not improving on his previous run. He posted a 56.28 just before, so looking to use all the power of that four-wheel drive Audi TT, 57.47.
Yeah, a solid run, but not quicker for Rick Leddy. Ian Crystal in the Porsche Boxster is on track, but has found the grass more appealing than the tarmac. Unfortunately, Ian has stopped for the moment. Marshals are on scene to sort him out, and it looks like he's done, as others have done, that slight stretch just out of Loggerheads, proving to be a tricky spot over the weekend. Let's hope Ian's all right in that Porsche. Marshall's just checking he's okay, and then we'll see whether the car needs to be pulled out or whether it can get out under its own steam. Needs to be reversing out there, okay. That's a good sign. That means Ian's probably fine. It just managed to spin the car around. A replay on HillClimb.TV. And we'll see, hopefully, Ian come round, just clips the grass, and that just spins him round, drops him into the grass, and there's no grip on the slippery grass, so he ends up parked amongst the weeds. He's got going now. Marshals will quickly clean up that track. Ian won't improve on his times from this morning.
Yeah, I'm not sure if a Porsche Boxster is best suited to cut off that corner. If I thought that would have been a rally car maybe, but I'm not sure you are supposed to cut that corner like some drivers have been trying to do. Great to see Ian running and finishing up his run of the day, and he's going to go through the finish line. Obviously time not representative of anything on that after that little hoopsie. Ian through the finish line safely, no problem. Gary Hall on the line.
Looks like it's raining down there at the start line now again. Changeable weather really throwing cat amongst the pigeons. Gary on slick tyres notice, so this could be a difficult start for him. Raining here at Triangle though, which is only a short stone's throw from the start finish line.
Yeah, just trying to keep our drivers on.
It is now raining at Triangle.
Oh no, it was really incredible changing condition. This seems to be a few patch of rains here and there out of Loton, and obviously some goes at the top, some don't, and Gary just taking a careful approach on that run as he's probably seen the raindrops on his visor as he was waiting for the light to go green on the start line.
Yeah, unfortunately this will spoil Gary's last run of the day. But he could still do a run, he can still learn information about the car and the track from these conditions, so he can finish off the run and a museum. Yeah, I think it might be raining up there as well, possibly wet all the way up the course now. As Gary heads across the line, 58.4. Lost quite a bit of time due to the weather, as Michael Crutchley's Alfa Romeo's too starts to slither its way around the track. Seems to be struggling a bit with the slippy conditions.
Yeah, Michael been using the wipers on the Alfa Romeo, and it looks to have changed quite a bit of the condition at the top. I don't know if it's just the camera, but looked like it was raining more than expected in my view. Michael making good progress on that run, and they're going to look to bring the car home through the finish line, and the Austin Healey just wiggling a little bit. and Peter Neal making good progress in Austin Sprite.
Yeah, obviously found a slightly slippery spot as he exited from keepers onto the Cedar Straight. Gathered it all together though at Austin Healey Sprite. Actually quite a good rally car in its day as well, those Austin Healeys, so being able to cope with the conditions.
Yeah, I think the frog eye, when you see that coming or at any intersection, you can't be sad or be upset by the person behind the wheel.
Yeah, it's a good fun car, that. Alistair Dent in that Cooper Mark 5 hasn't bothered to worry about the rain. He's setting purple sectors as he goes up the hill. So well done, Alistair, in that Cooper Mark 5. He's had a bit of a up and down day in that car, so glad he's making progress, hunkering down to get more speed on the straight there. Crosses up through into Museum, really pushing hard, which is great to see despite the rain. And Alistair heading towards the line. His time earlier, 71.42, and he's done a 70.78. Great improvement there for Alistair Dent, as Mark Dent abandons his run and heads back down to Paddock. Not sure what's up with his car, but Mark obviously deciding to not risk the line.
Yeah, just aborted his run back to the paddock, took the escape route at Triangle. But probably just felt that something wasn't quite right with the car. So David Hilton just launched off the line in that red Porsche 996 GT3. David topping the leaderboard for the Porsche Speed Championship this weekend, and he's going to try and do that once more on that final run of the day.
Yeah, the big GT3 out of Triangle, he seems to be putting out some good times. Again, a driver who doesn't seem to notice when the conditions are tricky, drives to his full ability every time. David Hilton's been setting the pace in this Porsche Club Speed Championship all weekend. Doesn't seem to be slowing down much now. 90 miles an hour through the speed trap. Slows it down nicely for Fallow. Climbs that short climb up into Museum. As he rounds the final turn, looks like it's all under control. Will he improve on 58.35 though? No, not quite. 58.4. Just a tad slower.
Yeah, good runner for David in that car, and Chris Milner follows him quickly in that Porsche Boxster S 987. Great to see such standard cars taking onto the hill and being enjoyed by the drivers. Great to have the Porsche Club Speed Championship here at Loton Park. It's been 2 great days, I think, for those drivers. Some good driving from all of them, and we've got Heinz Tanzer in the Porsche Boxster S.
Yeah, these Porsche guys have had a great weekend with us, and it's been brilliant to have them along for the ride. These runs not being quite as quick though on this second time up the hill. There we see, and as Tanzer's gone up the hill with his hood down again. Interesting choice with the changeable conditions. He might have well got wet, and he's heading towards the finishing line now. See, it won't be a faster run. 71.89. It's quite a bit slower for Hannes there. As we switch to John Baldock in his Porsche Boxster. No, we don't. We seem to have missed John Baldock. He's almost at the finishing line. We go straight to Gary Evans, Porsche 911 Carrera 3 litre. Oh, big backfire there for the car as he slows down for keepers up onto the straight. John Baldock actually managed to go quicker, 64.72 in his Porsche Boxster. We missed him on the live stream though. He was that quick. As Gary Evans continues up around Museum and out towards the finishing line. See whether he's able to make any progress in his car. 62.4 for him, so a slower time again. Here we have the very bright Porsche Boxster of Jake Cartwright with the Ovade sponsorship. That's Orangutan Veterinary Aid sponsorship. Running that livery to help raise awareness for the plight of orangutans around the world. If you're interested in supporting orangutan welfare, please do go online and search for ovaid.org. as they provide help to veterinary people all over the world looking after orangutans, and it's a good cause to help wildlife. Dave Cartwright's orangutan sponsored Porsche goes 63.36, an improvement for him as we switch to Graham Rosa's Porsche 924. This does look good, this car, with its big wings, its front air dam, proper racing machine powering its way up the hill, and it's been quite quick. It's nice to see some other Porsches being competitive, not just the 911s that we usually see. But this 924, as it slides its way around Fallow up towards Museum, and we switch to Stephen Jory's Porsche 944. This one has been quick all weekend, at times fighting for the lead in this group.
Yeah, yeah, thank you, Alex. I went a bit quiet as I was doing a little bit of admin before the runoff, and great to see. We do care about the wildlife here at Loton Park a little bit, so
not many orangutans here, but
no,
we like to support them all the same.
Yeah, we just love them all the same, that's fair. And Stephen Jory making good progress through the second part. Martin Lynch, who's been really pushing that 911E and showing that lightweight and a little bit of power and commitment from the driver, really can bring a great performance from those 911. And obviously 911 has been the car that is probably the most successful sports car in all sort of sports, but especially on circuits. But 911's been really successful in sprints, hill climbs here, and obviously in different form of racing all over the world. And Mel is making good progress in that 964 Carrera 2 Cup, and a great livery on that car. Still very evocative of the time this car was probably running in the support series.
Yeah, so Mel Spear coming up towards the end of his run. He gets a 62.93 as we switch to Ian Wadsworth's Porsche 911 SCRS. Slightly more traditional style of Porsche 911, this one, but a great car with its great big whale tail on the rear. Ian Wadsworth heading up towards the finishing line again, not going to improve on this run by the look of things. He crosses the line 60.64. It's a very good run, but slower than his earlier 59.23. We then have Wayne Eason's Porsche Boxster, another in a bright colour livery, silver with orange. He rounds up and fallow towards Museum, and we take a quick snap change to David Dyson's Porsche 992 GT3 Touring.
Yeah, Wayne making his way through finish line at 60.47, a good improvement on that car. That puts him 5th in the overall time for the Porsches, and David Dyson making good progress, currently 2nd as well in this class, and this is the most modern Porsches that we have today in this Speed Championship. Great to see some modern machineries as well alongside the more classic Porsches, and he goes through the finish line. It's a time of 59.34, and
so he just misses out on David Hilton's time, so David ends up as fastest Porsche of the day, which we expected, but it's a good job all the same.
Yeah, fantastic run for everyone. End of the batch, so all the cars are making their way back to the paddock, which is going to leave us to the Titan X runoff.
I announced it early again. I always seem to do this, but now we're into the Titan X runoff for the fastest tin top cars.
So probably need a little bit of explanation for all our people here watching live the action or online. The Titan X runoff, you'll see different cars, so different type of cars, different machinery, different power, and therefore to make it an even leveling field for all our drivers, the Titan X is awarded to the drivers who get as close as possible to that
target time,
which is the class record of that car that you compete in. So
it is a bit complicated. Each car could be from a different class, so each car could have a different target time based on what class they're in, and each driver needs to get closest to that. Benoit has gone through and worked out what those target times are.
Yes.
So we'll be able to keep an idea of where people are.
Yeah, and obviously some of those times and target times are actually have been better today. We had a class record by Scott Moran running in this championship today. So he's put his name on the leaderboard, and so did Roger Moran, who improved on that class record. So already those two are well up there to be in a position to win that runoff. As we go through, I'm probably going to take and write down all of those times, do the maths, and I'm going to give you some provisional results, nothing official obviously. It's me trying to work out the best way we could and keep you informed as to who has performed the best in this runoff. And then obviously we're going to finish the day with the Midland Hillclimb top 12 runoff. So now we're fastest single seaters of the day. This one is very easy to work out. Whoever is quickest gets the most points at the end of the day.
Yeah, that one's a bit more simple. The Titan X, I pity the timing officials who have to work it all out and do the complicated maths to make sure it's the right person who gets the award at the end of the day. We just sort of get as close as we can with basic sort of guesswork to make sure we're at least close to what might be the end result. But yes, we'll be running the Titan X10 Top 10 Challenge shortly, and just in this break we'll show a brilliant little graphic from HillClimb.TV there, shows how subscribers of the channel has shot up to 12,770 today. So really pleased that we've been able to help HillClimb.TV on its continued improvement. It's really shot up in the last few weeks, I suppose.
Yeah, I can see that graph being Loton Park, and the previous weekend being Shelsley Walsh.
Yeah, so really good that people are starting to hear about HillClimb.TV and support it by subscribing. If you're watching now and haven't subscribed, please do, because that will really help the channel out and get up to 15,000 subscribers. We can then start to really push what the channel, the way they get advertised on YouTube and suggested to other people. And the more people who see it, the more people like it, and the more it will be shared around. And all of that helps keep the channel going. It needs the support of people, both by liking and subscribing, but also by joining the members club. You could become a VIP member of HillClimb.TV for a very small fee, and that money goes towards keeping the channel running with new equipment and just the running costs of having people needed to provide this streaming service. So well done to all at HillClimb.TV. We're very pleased that we can help support by waffling on as commentators. It's brilliant to be involved even in just a small way, and so well done to them. Is to continued improvement for that channel. Please do like, subscribe, share, all the rest of the nonsense that we have to ask you to do, because it really does help everyone out. Right, we're into the Titan X Top 10 Challenge, starting off with Andrew Feekins in that little blue Clio, who instantly makes a bit of a mess of it, unfortunately. That won't be an ideal run for Andrew, who brings out the red flag straight away as he clips the barrier at the top of Hall and scrapes along the side of it. A good start for Andrew, but a bit too quick up the hill perhaps. So we've had a brief pause as his car will be seen to. We will see what transpires from Andrew at the top there.
Yeah, we'll see. All the officials are making their way to the incidents, and we'll keep you updated as we get to hear more. I can see some of the officials making their way through to the corner.
Yeah, the rescue teams head off. They do this as a matter of course. They respond just in case they are needed, so it's best that they are there. They will deal with whatever issues Andrew needs. And we will hopefully be able to sort that out pretty quick. Be a brief pause in the running before we get back to things shortly, hopefully.
Yeah, so we'll look into that, and obviously going to have a little bit of a pause. If you have any question online, feel free to.
There is one question which I was wondering about as well, about the Caterham being in the top 10 runoff. Doesn't have a roof.
Yeah, I believe it'll be pretty much. It can be a tin top, and as well as any of the Caterhams, I think. So it's probably decided on class. So anything that isn't a racing car, aka a single-seater,
Closer to a road car.
can enter. But it's great to see that some people are also paying close attention and writing down the order of whoever will be running. And in fairness, Richard Price has been posting some tremendous time. That qualifying run of
super quick all weekend.
55.91 on what is pretty much a road-based car is a fantastic time. So Richard has his place in that runoff. He's going to try and get as close as possible to the class record, and for record, that target time for Richard is a 52.57. So he's about 3 seconds off that time, and obviously we'll have a bit of work to do.
Yeah, so bit of a pause now whilst the team sort out the cars before we get going again. We're getting on the HillClimb.TV some nice shots, just showing how nice circuit or venue this is for motorsport. Not been the warmest of days, but it's still quite picturesque with the nice grass and trees, showing how beautiful this deer park is. Not seen much wildlife today, have we, Benoit? Yesterday we had squirrels, deer, and all sorts causing trouble. Today they've kept away.
Yeah, I must admit I started to worry a little bit about the Loton Park squirrel today, but probably got the message yesterday from our marshals. I mean, he got told off about twice. I can see Andrew Fickins making his way back with the car. The car looks in relatively good
Look
shape.
down the right-hand side, because he sort of scraped along the barrier a bit. It may well have scraped a bit of the paint off. It's the right shape, though, mostly.
Yeah, it still looks like a clear, which is very.
And obviously Andrew is all right. The ambulance went and investigated, but he's not even done that much damage. A little bit behind the door. So luckily Andrew is all right. He'll be disappointed rather than anything else to get into the top 10 challenge and then make a mistake on the first corner is disappointing, I think. So he will now have to suffer the banter of his competitors, which will be the hardest thing to do, I suspect. But he and the car seem fine, which is great news.
Yeah, that means we can probably pack up a little bit earlier than expected. Not that he wanted to do that by any means, but great to see Andrew and the car being in one shape, and good that we had our marshals.
Yeah, he was possibly
taking
just testing the marshals, making sure they were still awake at this point of the day. So well done, marshals, for dealing with that nice and quickly.
I'm not sure any of our competitors here make that an objective for the day, but great to see Andrew.
With Andrew out of the running then, we should go on to Richard Price next. You can see him in his red Caterham. It's sort of got a roof. Those roll cages are quite roof-like. You could easily strap a bit of plastic on top or something and turn that into a roof. So the Caterham in the Tin Top Challenge, despite not having a top to its tin. But we're quite happy to see Richard Price run once again. He has been very quick in that car all weekend. His target time, as Benoit said earlier, is a 52.57. So the closest Richard can get to 52.57 on this run the better chance he has of winning this runoff. So it's a 2.19, a really good start for Richard in that Caterham. He makes it round all without issue along the top edge of that section of track, round Loggerheads down to Fletcher's Dello. All still running nicely, takes a very neat line around Fletcher's Dello down towards Triangle. Again, very neat, slides the rear end a little bit on the exit of Triangle and carries good speed up through Keepers and out onto the Cedar Straight.
Yeah, he's on a good run so far. Obviously, he'll be the pace setter in that Titan runoff, but obviously times don't mean much for the points that will be awarded to each of those drivers. But for now, we'll just concentrate on times. Looks like to be a really good run so far for Richard, so there's not much I think he can do. A little bit of a lock-up until the entry of Museum. Usually that doesn't cost much time for our drivers. Off he goes, a time of 56.20.
Slightly slower than his qualifying pace, and not quite as close to his target time as perhaps you would hope. Good run nonetheless for Richard Price in that Caterham. Next up we have Andrew Coleman in the Audi TT RS. This is the four-wheel drive Audi, and Andrew regularly the pace setter in whatever class he is in. That's a very quick car, and Andrew a quick driver. See whether he can do well. Andrew Coleman, his target time is a 56.83. So his target time is about 2 seconds quicker than he was running earlier. So any time off his qualifying pace would be a benefit to him. They're holding him slightly at the moment, just probably checking track, making sure everything is clear and ready to go. Slight delay for some reason. The marshals know what they're doing though, so we'll wait for them to say all is good. Andrew Coleman's time qualified was 58.24. Let's see as he heads off the line. We'll watch and see as he comes round all, nice and neatly there through Loggerheads. Sticks to the track nicely, coming down through Fletcher's Dello and brakes hard for that. Powers his way down towards Triangle, gets a 73 mile an hour through there, squeal from the tyres as he enters into Triangle, or climbing up through Keepers. Seems to be a nice run and lots of purple sectors on the timing. This could be a quick one for Andrew.
Yeah, he looks to be pushing quite hard on that first part of the run and carries that speed onto the second part of the run. Looking good so far for Andy Coleman. Andy's already won one of the runoff this season. I think it was the first time round that we had this year. And, oh, actually it's second, I think. And Andrew going through the finish line in the 58.18.
So ever so slightly quicker than his qualifying time, which Andrew will be very pleased with. And we'll work out how close that is to his target time. The target time was 56.83.
7.
That one, 58.
Oh yeah, you're right.
6.83, sorry, too much going on here. As Benoit does a bit of maths on that, we see Einan Price lining up in his Skoda Fabia R5. This has the, I believe, 1.8 engine, 1.6 engine, 1.8 engine.
1.6.
1.6, this is 1.6, that they run in certain categories of rallying, and we'll see what Einan can do. Einan has a target time of 53.56. His qualifying time was 54, so he's actually pretty close to his target time all the same. It's a good start for Einan. Round the first corner hall, it's up towards Loggerheads, keeping it nice and tidy. Little kick up of dust as he clips the inside corner there, and very close to the corner markers. Very, very aggressive through Triangle, taking a bit of dirt off the inside, and the same again through Keepers. Really, Einan pushing this car through every corner so far.
Yeah, kicking the flip-flops on the outside, on the inside of Triangle, and good speed so far, 93 miles an hour for Einan Price. Good run for him. I think that looks very tidy so far, and he's pushing a little bit wide on the outside, but no problem. Goes through the finish line in a time of 54.18.
Really good time for Ireland Price. 54.18 is better than his qualifying time, and is very close to that target time as we switch straight away to Robert Lancaster-Gay. His target time is a 57.73, and Robert will be seeing whether he can get close to that. His qualifying time, 58.46, so about a second between his qualifying run and his target time. We'll see whether he can improve on that as he enters Fallow. A very good line through there, climbing up the short hill to Museum, rounds that nice and neatly and powers his way towards the finish line. Robert Lancaster-Gay gets a 58.8, so a nice run there for Robert Lancaster-Gay as we switch straight away to Simon Hutchinson's BMW. Simon Hutchinson needs to do a 57.73. He was only a few tenths off that earlier anyway, so we'll see whether he can actually get very close to that target time. Out of Museum, Simon powering his way towards the finish line. 57.54 is actually better than his target time. As we switch straight to Richard Snow's Porsche with that Martini livery. He comes out of triangle, powers his way towards the right left of keepers and up onto Cedar Straight. Richard Snow wants to get a 57.73. We'll see whether he can do so with his 57.55 from
Yeah, it's
earlier.
looking good so far. He's on a personal best, so great turn of speed for Richard Snow in that Porsche Cayman GT4, and off he goes around to Museum, and he's quickly followed as well by Duncan Andrew in the Porsche Cayman GT4 as well. A 57.92 for Richard Snow. Decent time, that's not far from the target time. Duncan as well, getting very close to that, and currently posting purple sectors, so looking good so far. Another good pretender for that runoff for Duncan. Looking good and pushing that car. A little bit of a scrappy end to that run for Duncan. Hopefully doesn't cost him too much time. A 57.28.
Roger Moran then in the Skoda rally car is next. He'll be our last runner in this, and he has a good chance of winning. That car is very quick, and Roger has been dropping his times all weekend. Roger really powering up the hill. 95 in the speed trap as he gets on the brakes to slow down the Fallow. Round the left hand of Fallow into the right hand of Museum. Really nice in the entry. He keeps it together on the exit, powers towards the line. Roger does a 53.34, which is a very, very good time. I think that's probably quite close to his target time, but we'll have to try and work some of this out. We'll have to see whether we could keep up with our timings on that.
I'll try and do that now and do a little bit of the mass exercise as we go. But yeah, what a great runoff for our tin top. Great to see everyone, and a great time for Roger, who has been pushing that car and putting a great decent time on that final run.
Yeah, so there we are, the Titan X Top 10 Challenge runoff. Exciting selection of cars. Only one slight problem there for the Renault Clio at the start. Everything else got up very well. We'll see whether we can work out who we think has won. However, as we said, we're only doing basic maths. The actual timing officials will be the ones doing the actual working it out, and they will be the ones who know the final positions of that group. Once all of these have made their way back down to the paddock, we will have the top 12 runoff for the Midland Hillclimb Championship. They will be running one at a time, so we'll really be able to focus on each of those runs, but not to worry anybody. It's looking a bit cold and rainy again. We'll see whether we get through this final runoff without any changes in track condition, but it's not looking brilliant at the moment. Everyone will be hoping for a dry run, as they don't want their times spoiled. Worst of all, nobody wants it to change midway, because the drivers who go in the dry have an advantage over those who have to go in the wet. So all the cars making their way back down to the paddock. Good couple of Porsches made their way into that. And Skoda rounding off things. Those Skodas really being very well driven this weekend, both the Morans and Einem Price putting on a good show in those cars. So everybody is back down in the paddock. That just leaves the single-seaters of the Midland Championship runoff to go. And we've got a good, interesting selection. Paul Croot will kick us off. Paul did a great job to make his way into the runoff. Helped a bit by the changing conditions. He was able to put a good time in, whereas others were slipping and sliding around. So well done to Paul for making it into the runoff. That's always a nice little achievement in itself. As this is the last session of the day, I'll just remind people who are watching online, please take this moment to subscribe to the channel if you haven't done already. All of those subscriptions really do help, and you can join the members club of subscribers for very little money. That too just helps the channel and gives you a few little extras, little extra bonus things. So Paul Croot off the line in what looks like an ever so slightly damp start line. He will be setting the benchmark for everyone else, so those watching the timing splits, they come up grey, as there is nobody to compete against at this moment. He'll be setting the markers. There he is through. All loggerheads down towards Triangle. Nice and neat in that great sounding Jaguar-powered car. Paul Croot's OMS really is one of the nicest turned out cars in the paddock each time. Powers his way up the straight.
Yeah, Paul Croot will be setting up the benchmark for everyone qualified with a 52.86. Let's see if we can get close to that time or even improve on this time. Looks to be on good course. He looks very in control of the car, and it goes through to the finish line. It's a time of 53.09.
A nice benchmark set by Paul Croot there. Everybody else will now try and be quicker than him. Ian Tucker next up and is slightly slower off the line, maybe struggling to grip a bit, but I expect he will start to pick up time as the run goes on. Around the top, loggerheads heading down towards Fletcher's Gallow and past into Triangle. Ian Tucker already starting to make a bit of time on Paul, but maybe not as much as he might have hoped. Right on the edge, very close competition between those two. And he's lost a bit of time going up onto the straight.
Yeah, he was a bit slow onto the entry of keepers, but let's see if he can make this up on the second part. Not quite 3/10 slower than Paul Croot so far. He might be able to pick up that time into the last two corners. Runs Museum and he goes through to the finish line. I think it's going to be a little bit slower and a 53.55 for Ian Tucker.
And then Skoda.
I was not expecting this.
No, I was not expecting this. Scott Moran in the Skoda, it will now run. I suspect he's doing the top 10 challenge, but I mean, fine. We enjoy watching the Skodas, whatever the reason. So a great launch off the line for Scott. I'm not sure. I think he's up against the single seaters in his timings on the screen. And if so, that was a good start for him. We'll see. All this will be worked out by the timing officials later on. We'll just enjoy watching the Skoda as it runs through Triangle, picking up the dust as he goes round keepers onto the 6th straight.
Yeah, Scott just showing why he's got the number 2 on that car. Obviously, it was just a runner-up to championship last year in the British HillClimb Championship, and you can see the turn rate speed that is gathering on that second part of the run, using all the grass available on the inside of Museum, a 52.36.
Well, that's an amazingly quick run for the Skoda compared to the single-seaters.
Yeah, so I think that's quicker than his qualifying time by about 2/10, and quicker than the time he has posted so far today. So he really gave it a go.
Yeah, slightly complicated to see. I suppose he's still listed as a Midland Hillclimb runner, even though he's not in a single seater. But there we are. John Chalmers up next in his Route F302 001, a big name for a small race car. And John passing round the top end through Hall and Loggerheads doesn't seem to have the legs on it this time round. He's lost some time already as he's heading down towards Triangle. I think the timing has just caught up as he wasn't 11 seconds down by Loggerheads, so I think that was a glitch. He exits through keepers. I think he's better. The timing's caught up and he's actually up.
Yeah, he's looking good so far, and qualified with a 51.73. Let's see what he can do. It looked a very quick run so far. Really good turn of speed at the top of the hill as well. Looking to carry that speed into Museum, onto the finish straight, up through the gears and onto the finish line. It's a 50.27.
Nice run for John Chalmers. Well done to him. That puts him at the top for the moment, as we have Terry Davis coming up to the line. Terry lining himself up with the timing beam. It's in place. They will place the shock underneath the rear wheel to hold it in place. It's Force TA powered by that V8 engine that he has made himself, manufacturing those engines. Away he goes, 2.4 in the first 64 foot as he then heads up towards round the inside there and powers his way round the Loggerheads. Seems to be a tidy run so far. Round to Triangle, 90 miles an hour on that short drop as he then exits Triangle with a slight wiggle of the back end up into keepers. It's nice and tidy. Gets right on the pace, but he just needs to get that little extra bit, that couple of attempts to put himself in the lead.
It looked good so far for Terry Davis, just 5/10 slower so far, but looking to carry that speed through Museum. Terry Davis qualified with a 50.83, goes through the finish line with a 50.45, so about 4/10 quicker. He'll be up here with that run. That puts him second so far in the running order.
Yeah, that was a nice run, just about 2/10 down on John Chalmers, but it was a nice run overall. We next have Andrew Henson in that Gould Dallara. It's modified track racing car. It's been converted to a hill climb machine. Andrew Henson has been quick with this weekend, so pleased he's made it into the runoff again. And we'll see what he can do. We expect him to go ever so slightly quicker than John Chalmers, but keep an eye on those timings as he sets off. It's 2.52 for that first 64 foot, which is a great start. I think that track might be slightly slippery on the start line, but watch as he gets his speed going, he should start to gain back that loss. Ignore the leg. Oh, a slight mistake for the heading into Fletcher's Dello. Might mean that he's ever so slightly down, 0.23 of a second behind as he comes through Triangle and through keepers. He's still not made that time up. The power on the straight might do the difference.
Yeah, a little bit of a difficult start to this run, but Spark as he goes through the Cedar Straight and looks to carry that speed through Museum. Let's see if he can make that up. He can. He's currently quickest so far at the splits at Museum, a 49.96. First driver to dip into the 50-second mark.
Yeah, he was behind from the off on that, but worked at it and eventually caught up to be able to go that little bit quicker by the finishing line. And that's what it's all about. You can be quicker in every corner, but sometimes you don't need to be. Sometimes you could just make it up where your car is better. So great run there for Andrew Henson. I do wonder whether the start line is a bit slippy, because we're seeing those first 64 foots as a bit difficult. I also think the Loggerheads timing beam isn't working quite right, because it's regularly showing people as slower than they actually are. So we'll ignore that one for the moment, and we'll just concentrate when they get back round to us here at Triangle.
Yeah, not sure if it might have been kicked up by Andrew Fickins just before, and it's got...
Ah, there, yes. Yes, yeah, something in front of the beam. Yeah, HillClimb.TV on that. Right, let's see. Mark Schlanker next, Force TA. Line lined up, ready to go. And away he goes. The 64 foot in 2.23, a nice start for Muller. Rounds ball up towards loggerheads, and then pressing easily through there. Holding on to it much cleaner than Andrew did, but we'll see whether that's quicker. Braking hard down into triangle. He's right at the same pace, 0.06 down on Andrew Henson, but I suspect that difference can easily be made up, yes, through keepers, and he's already up.
Yeah, Mark Shankler qualified with a 49.82. That was the first qualifier under the 50-second mark, but hasn't made that time up through the hill, but maybe he can make that up in the second part through Museum. No, he's actually slower by about 0.3, and he's going to go through the finish line with a time of 50.25.
He lost out. He did a nice middle bit to the track, but wasn't enough in the end. Mark Schlanker going second overall as Peter Tatham lines up in his OMS. Peter did some good runs earlier, so we'll see what he can do now. Away he goes. The car really struggling for grip away from the line there. Whole thing shaking as he tries to put power out through those rear wheels. Goes round the ball and overheads, nice and neat. Powers his way towards us. A little bit of a slide coming out of Fletcher's Dello. Brakes hard into triangle but keeps it together. Has to wait a bit to get on the power before going into keepers, but it seems to be nice and neat first half of the lap.
Yeah, Peter making great progress, and previously on that previous runoff he posted a time of 47.45. He looks to be on good course if he can get everything under control, and he does. A little bit of the grass, and carries on nonetheless in Museum. Peter has spent a lot of time on a motorbike, so I think he knows what loose feels like, and it's 49.15. That still puts him at the top of the leaderboard, but there was much more time. That was that
usually ragged run towards the end there, wasn't it? He was using the gravel more than the circuit, but he kept it pointing in the right direction. I suspect, like you say, he could have gone even quicker, but 49.15 is a really good run there for Peter Tatham. He'll be a bit disappointed in the slightly messy end to the lap, because it was looking so quick up until that point. So Peter currently top as we see Tom Weaver's Empire Evo off the line. A nice start for him, nice and neat into all, rounds the corner and towards loggerheads. Shift to the kick at Fletcher's Dello, and he hits a good 84 miles an hour into triangle where he's almost a second up already. That's a really good start for Tom in that first few corners.
Yeah, looking good for Tom, and he carries that advantage all the way through to the straight, and that new engine at the back of that car will give him a good turn of speed. 0.5 quicker so far, 110 miles an hour at the end of the straight. Carries the speed through to Museum, rounds that corner neatly, and he goes through to the finish line. It's a time of 47.48. He'll be pleased with that result.
Yeah, really good run. At times it looked like the back end of that car was sliding a bit. I wonder if the track is a bit greasy still in places, but a really good run for Tom. 47.48, really a good jump up for his timings. He'll be very pleased with that. And then next we have Graham Wynne coming up to the line. Now Graham won the first runoff of the day, and so we'll see whether he can repeat that feat. His qualifying time wasn't the quickest. He's third quickest with a 47.76. So we'll see whether his final run, championship runoff, can indeed at the top.
Yeah, Graham Wynne was the first driver in that last runoff to dip into the 46 point. So let's see if he can repeat that, and he's got some really close competition. I guess the challenge for this one is on John Varley, whether he can take that win or not.
Yeah, John Varley we still expect to be quickest. However, Stuart Bickley has been so quick all weekend and has been slightly punching above the weight of that car. The car is down on power compared to some of these other guys. It's scoring, but Stuart's been driving the socks off it. Great start there for Graham Wynne. Nice and solid as he leaves the line, and around all he goes, up to loggerheads. making a middle line through there as he breaks down Fletcher's demo, makes his way towards the triangle. Nice and neat, gets it slowed down very well. Good power coming out of there into the right-left of Pippers and then up onto the Cedar Straight, and he's about the same speed as Tom Weaver currently.
Yeah, and he's going to try and make that up, and he does over the straight, the power of that V8, using a lot of that V8 jet power at the back, and still about 5/10 quicker than anyone so far. Graham wins through the finish line of 46.70, and that's a really good time. That's quicker than John Varley qualifying time of a 46.85. So John has got a little bit of work to do to win this one. Let's see how this all unravels as we see Stu just lining up on the start line. He is going to warm up those tyres and try to do his best. He's got a really good chance to probably take a second spot in that runoff, but let's see if he can get under that 47-second mark.
Yeah, that run by Graham Wynn really throws the gauntlet down for these last two guys. 46.7 is really, really quick. As we said, quicker than the qualifying times. So we'll see what Stuart Bickley can do. 2.07 off the line. A good start for him as he heads around Hall and towards Loggerheads. We're trying to Loggerheads because we don't know if it's very accurate. And as he powers down to Triangle, he looks very in control. Really good power delivering out of the car as he jinks his way around Keepers and up onto the straight, and he's 0.43 quicker exiting Keepers.
Yeah, that's a giant kilo run that Stewie's on, obviously giving a bit of power on the straight, but you can see carrying a lot of speed onto the second part of the run. Let's see if he can make it up on the second part of the run. He's going to be really close to Graham Wynn, and it's a 47.11.
The loss of power up the hill really hurt Stuart there. He was so quick through the first half of the track, just hasn't got that grunt to keep up with the big cars up the hill. Still, that was a really good run. Currently second. We'll see whether Jonathan Varley will go quicker than Graham Wynn. 46.7 is the target time. That's a tall order, I think, with today's conditions. We'll see whether Jonathan and his Predator have that in them.
Yeah, and John probably needs to find about 2/10 from his qualifying time. Let's see what Lunchy can do in the Predator.
Luckily the rain seems to have kept away. It just needs to stay away for another minute and we should be all right. Jonathan Varley away from the line, and good start time for him as he heads up to Hall. Nice and neat through there, around Loggerheads he goes, no problems, heading down Fletcher's Dello, then on a power to Triangle. It's 94 miles an hour before hitting the brakes, comes out of Triangle nice and neat into Keepers. He seems to be slightly up coming out of Keepers, yes, but only just. We'll see what he can do on the Cedar Straight.
Yeah, pushing a good turn of speed on that straight, and so far 5/10 quicker than anyone else. He's on a good run. Let's see if he can keep that to the final line. Runs Museum, no problem. He's actually 9/10 quicker than anyone, and he goes through to the finish line. It's a time of 46.04. Well done, John. That's our
top time of the day, I think, and winner
of the day
of the Midland Hillclimb runoff. So well done, Jonathan. Another victory for him. He'll be very pleased with that, and a great runoff by all. Really good showing by both Graham Wynn and Stuart Bickley to be so close at the top there, and excellent run all round.
Yeah, John delivered and also great performance in that second runoff, and yes, he just proved that this car has the speed to be at the top of the leaderboard, and he's going to snatch the maximum amount of points this weekend. It'll be equal points with Graham Wynn, with each of them two taking the win today. Beautiful performance from all of those drivers. Great to see the camaraderie at the top, and everyone will give him a round of applause and a good shake of the hands. And it's such a great friendly paddock at the top. They're all going to be heading back into their cars, making their way back to the paddock. if you see them coming down, give them a round of applause. It's a great performance they've put and a great show for everyone.
Yeah, well, thank you to everyone who's joined us on HillClimb.TV. We hope you've enjoyed this coverage from Loton Park today. Please do remember, subscribe if you haven't done already, like the feed because that helps too, and become a member if you can. We're up to 12,788 subscribers, so we've added a good few hundred, I think, today. I forget exactly where we were, but we're pleased with that. So thank you everyone there, and thank you to everyone who's come out and supported hill climbing by visiting Loton in the flesh. It's great that people are coming here to spectate, and we really need people to come out when they can. If you are able to join us again at Loton in the future, that would be brilliant. We have several meetings left throughout this year. The next one will be on the 13th and 14th of July. So please, if you are able, come and join us for that. It will be another wonderful weekend of hill climbing, I have no doubt. But until then, myself, Alex, and my co-commentator Benoit, I say thank you very much for listening to us and putting up with our nonsense, and we'll hopefully see you all again soon.
Yeah, thank you, Alex, and thank you to everyone. And a big thank you to all our officials here, marshals, rescue, ambulance team, who have done a tremendous job again today, and everyone here around the club who make those events possible. We'll see you here at Loton Park on the 30th and 40th of July for another great round and weekend of action. If you have been watching us online, thank you for tuning in. We'll find you somewhere around on a hill in the UK.
Paddock receiving, sorry I was pushing the car then. Your last vehicle down will be 97.97.